Welcome to Chesterley Street, the home of Durham Cricket. My name is Max Whittle and I'm convinced that this club is trying to sign me because thanks to Vertu Motors, I'm here today to be tested in every way possible by ex-New Zealand international James Franklin. And yes, I will be going up against some of the Durham first 11.
Azad at it again with unbeaten 50. Day 1 at the Riverside belonged to Durham's Sean Dixon and once again David Beddingham. Both men had scored impressive tons. Beddingham's innings unbeaten. He'd start the second day looking for 200 runs, just 16 shy at the start of day 2. He wouldn't be able to get there though, out early, pushing a sharp catch back to Hendricks for his first wicket of the day. A superb innings at an end on 191. Ben Rain and Matt Potts dealt well with the departure of Beddingham, picking up the baton and running with it all the way to 400 runs. The window of opportunity the Foxes looked to have opened was being slammed shut. The hosts were in total control, for now. The 8th wicket duo had put on 50 together when Potts found a single off Ackerman, and they would finally be separated by Davis, Potts pinned in front, departing for 23. 3 balls later, Rain had his 50, with a single dropped into the leg side, up to the mark off 92 balls. The Durham innings, though, was coming to an end. Gibson set off, Nick Welch fielded well, and Swindles did the rest. The last wicket came in the next over. Rushworth out for a duck, the catch a dolly for captain Colin Ackerman. Durham all out for 428 and lunch taken. It had been a magnificent showing from Durham, led by 191 from Beddingham and 120 from Dixon, with that Rain 51 a valuable contribution too. Barnes with 3 for 101 was the pick of the bowlers, but Leicestershire had been left with a bit of a mountain to climb. Hassan Azad is a man in form and wandered out to the middle with Sam Evans. Their approach patient early in the innings, their position unenviable. They were up to the cusp of 50 when Durham picked up their first wicket. Evans squared up and caught by Borthwick off the bowling of Rain. They'd added just 7 more when Borthwick had another catch, this time to see the back of Rhodes off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. Leicestershire avoided any further damage and they reached tea at 64 for 2, still 364 behind Durham. The start of the evening session was kind to Leicestershire, up to 100 thanks to another boundary from Azad. A hard run 3 off the bat of Ackerman ensured the 3rd wicket was worth 50 runs. It was fine work from the pair, Durham's 2 wickets starting to disappear into the rear-view mirror as Azad played his way towards a 50. It took him 161 balls to get there, but get there he did. 50 runs to his name to add to his crucial century in difficult circumstances last time out. Ackerman would soon join him. He reached his half-century from 104 balls, the captain leading the fight back from the front. And Durham would be unable to separate Ackerman and Azad. The 3rd wicket pairing made it all the way through to the close of play, unbeaten at the end of the day. The score 159 for 2, the partnership now worth 107. The Foxes still have some way to go before they can start to think about pushing for the win, but Azad and Ackerman showed the fight they'll look to bring back to the Riverside on the 3rd day of play.
You've started this season like last season, really, seeing the ball well, a half century and a big century so far.
Yeah, I think it's been like a decent start. I think we've been lucky with the wicket. But yeah, I'd take the start and hopefully it can continue.
Tell us about this morning, probably the only chance you'd given in your innings, caught and bowled.
Yeah, unfortunately that happened, maybe a bit of a loss of concentration, I'm not sure. I still hit it well, just a good catch unfortunately. But yeah, I think those things happen.
And what was the plan today, going out to bat in the middle today?
I think it was probably to try get full batting points and then just to bat along and hopefully get to 500. It didn't obviously happen. But I still think we're in the driving seat. Hopefully tomorrow we can get some wickets and let's see what happens.
Teams don't really come that close to a final batting point, do they? Yeah. Too short when the cut-off comes at the end of 110 overs. That was a bit agonising for the side.
Yeah, unfortunately it was disappointing, but I think if they'd said at the start of the innings that we'd be 398 for 7 after 110 overs, I think we'd take it. So unfortunately it is what it is, but I think we take it.
And a good partnership from Ben Rain as well. He was trying to push the score along. Good partnership between him and Matthew Potts.
Yeah, like I said, I think we're lucky as a team where we bat very, very deep. So it was nice for both of them to come to the party.
And yesterday your partnership with Sean Dixon was a decent one as well, wasn't it? 231. Yeah. He said it was a pleasure batting with you, and you just seemed to take the pressure out of this situation.
Yeah, I haven't batted with Dicko that much in the 2 years, but it's always nice batting with him. I think we're both from South Africa, so we have a lot in common. But yeah, like I said, he also is quite an easy, chilled out guy, so it's very nice batting with him.
We were talking this morning when you were out to Buren Hendricks. Have you had much to do with him as a player over the years in South Africa?
Yeah, I reckon when I was about 10 years old, I used to watch him play indoor cricket when I think he was like maybe 15 or so. And then we played through the age groups, and actually this season I played with him actually. So unfortunately I got out to him, but yeah, it happens.
Yeah, has he said anything?
No, I just laughed because I was obviously his first wicket. So I'm actually going out to have supper with an hour tea. So we'll see how that goes.
Excellent. And the wicket looks quite placid. So getting 20 wickets out of Leicestershire this week, particularly the form that Hassan Assad's in, and Colin Ackerman's been quite defiant tonight as well. It's going to take some doing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it will be tough, but I think we got a new ball in about 13 overs, so hopefully the guys can extract something from the wicket. And like I said, they're still a long way behind our score, so if we can put some pressure on and take some early wickets, you just never really know.
Early breakthrough, day 3, who knows?
Let's hope so, yeah. I mean, it will be hard work, but I think we have the bowlers to do it. But I still think we're in the driving seat. Hopefully tomorrow we can get some wickets, and let's see what happens.
Teams don't really come that close to a final batting point, do they? Too short when the cut-off comes at the end of 110 overs. That was a bit agonising for the side.
Yeah, unfortunately it was disappointing, but I think if they'd said at the start of the innings that we'd be 398 for 7 off.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability, reliability, reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imported dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
You know, when you've got Beddington playing so well at the other end to start with, then it's easy. You're just getting one and giving the other guy the strike. So, but yeah, listen, Wayne is a quality cricketer. He's been a quality cricketer for many years, and you know, I think he's got a lot more runs in him with the bat in time. I think he's just working himself and his game out, and I think you know, he'll probably get better and better.
Paul Nixon there talking to Richard Ray. Richard, your thoughts on yesterday's play?
Yeah, it was a good day for Leicestershire, as Paul Nixon said. They fought back hard. In times past, there have been teams that might just have sort of caved a little bit in the face of a intimidating Durham score, but they kept at it. They picked up wickets in the morning and batted very well in the evening session in particular. As Nixon said, there aren't any demons in the pitch, so they'll be thinking, well, just thinking of getting through the morning session, but it's a sort of session that can really shape a game. If Leicestershire can go on and go a little bit perhaps even bigger, save the follow on, go even bigger than the Durham score, maybe they can put them under a little bit of pressure tomorrow. So on the other hand, Durham will be thinking, well, you know, they're still a good way away from saving the follow on here, and we're fresh this morning. There's a new ball not so very far away, and a couple of early wickets, and we're up against a fairly inexperienced Leicestershire lower order. So absolutely crucial little morning session here.
Yes, well, play should get underway very shortly. We've just heard the bell going, so hopefully well, there they are, the umpires are on their way out. It's a murky day, it's misty, I'm told it's like this in lots of places today. So applause as the players come out. The new ball could be crucial here. 13 overs away from the new ball.
Yes, if they were able to break this partnership even before the new ball, that would be a huge breakthrough. And the new ball against the two young, one debutant, one who's only got a couple of first-class fixtures for Leicestershire under his belt, Louis Kimber and Nick Welsh. On the other hand, if Ackerman and Azad can just keep going as they played yesterday, then you know, they set it up nicely, because both Welsh and Kimber our attacking batsmen, as so many young players are these days, and can score quickly in the way that David Beddingham did for Durham. So, as I say, really important little hour coming up.
If you want to get in touch, it's the usual methods of doing so. You can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk or tweet at Marty Cricket. Or it is Fox's Cricket 22. Matty Potts has the ball in hand. And he's ready to come in and bowl. Right arm over to Colin Ackerman. This is played away through mid-wicket. It's been chased by Keegan Peterson. His hat flies off his head as he follows the ball across the square towards the Castle stand. So a run first delivery of the day, and they've got 2 on the board there. 161 for 2 now. Potts once more comes in and bowls to Ackerman, leaves that wide of off stump, gone through to the keeper. Potts up to the stumps and bowls, and played by Ackerman out through the covers. It's been chased by Liam Travaskis, 1 run. Ackerman moves on to 61. News bulletin has started on BBC Radio Newcastle, so there'll be an update there in a moment. .162 for 2. Assad's now on strike. He's faced 197 balls for his 65. We're going to have sunshine this afternoon, or sunny spells anyway. At the moment it seems really gloomy here, and I wouldn't be surprised if the floodlights come on at some point in the near future. Potts to Azad, off the pads, but a bit of inside edge I think, and maybe just straying slightly down there. It's hitting the outside of his heel, back of his heel, which was outside the line of leg stump. Partnership's now 110 runs from 239 balls. That's through to the keeper. Last ball of the over then. This is a 68th, so 12 overs in time. The players will be able to take the new ball. It's a shortish delivery, which is left alone by Assad, and it's gone through to the keeper. So that is the end of the opening over of the day, and there have been 3 runs from it. I'm about to do an update for Radio Newcastle very shortly. Here we go. A bit gloomy here in Chester Street, a bit misty as well. We should have some sunshine this afternoon though, hopefully. Durham are continuing with their first fielding session because Leicestershire in their first innings are now 162 for 2, and as a result of that they currently trail Durham by 266. They've added 3 runs this morning. Hassan Assad has 65, Colin Ackerman at the other end has 61, and their partnership now is worth 110 runs. The new ball will be available for Durham in about 12 overs time, and that might yield some wickets for them. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
Ollie Gibson is going to open the bowling for Durham. That is from the Lumley end, second over of the day. In he comes and bowls to Colin Ackerman, who is very solidly forward, back down the pitch to a young fair-haired seamer who looks a little critically at the ball. We've been very impressed with this ball, in that it has yet to be replaced. It's been shown to the umpires a couple of times, but obviously this is the fourth innings of the season that I have commentated on, and the balls have been changed so frequently. It's a very rare thing. In goes Gibson and bowls again. Again, Ackerman is forward, pushing the ball back down the pitch to him. It's a very rare thing that a ball lives the life it is supposed to live, i.e. through to 80 overs. Well, this has gone through to 68.2, not without the odd alarm. But the pitch is playing pretty well. You heard the interviews that Martin played out at the start of the commentary with David Beddingham and Paul Nixon. No real terrors in the pitch, no demons in the pitch, as the cricketers say. Gibson is in and bowls. Ackerman is pushing towards the gap at mid-wicket and picking up 1 as mid-on slides across to his right. He's a little bit sort of damp out there.
Yeah, well, I think good news comes from the Costa del Hartlepool in an email from Paul Wilson. He said it's fairly sunny and warm there, so this haze hopefully will burn off in time.
Just threatened to... I was watching some of the Leicestershire players in the nets this morning, and it began to get a little bit warmer as we were watching. So all the runs today thus far from the bat of Colin Ackerman. He's moved on to 62 with that single from 58 not out overnight. If he stays for any length of time, he will score at a reasonable rate of knots. He always does. Azad will keep ticking over his strike rate. His 65 has come off 200 balls exactly. His strike rate is 32, and it usually is about that sort of level. He's got a short leg to deal with and a leg slip, interestingly, as Gibson is in to him, and he's working that one away to get off the mark for the day through the offside, off the back foot, pushing out towards cover. There is a bit of a gap out there, and a single is comfortably taken. So Azad up and running. He moves on to 66. Leicestershire 164 now for 2. Durham will be keen not to just let this drift through to the new ball. Almost sort of tempting to do so, but the fact that Borthwick's setting a very different field for Azad, he's really thought about it overnight. Gibson is into Ackerman, starts to go forward. His trigger movement, and then he realises it's slightly short of a perfect length and goes back and plays it firmly out into the offside. Michael Jones at cover is the fielder.
Paul says a bit of work for Durham bowlers today. Should be with you until 6:30, apart from nipping out to the chippy around 11:30.
In goes Gibson and bowls, and it's full, looking for the Yorker. It just drifted onto leg stump, but Ackerman lifted his back leg out of the way as he jammed it out towards mid-wicket. Well, Liam Travaskis is the fielder. End of Gibson's over. He tried one or two things, lengths and fielding positions for Azad. No breakthrough as yet. 164 for 2. Leicestershire after 2 overs of the day.
Today's band, which he's going to see later tonight, they're an excellent band, he said, called Emerald Thieves.
Irish band, maybe?
Possibly. What was the name of last night's band? Can you remember? Here's Potts coming in from the Finkel end. It's a bouncer to our side. It's through to the keeper. So 11:30 for fish and chips. I had fish and chips for lunch yesterday here.
We did. It was jolly good too.
And then I popped over to see my dad last night, and he said he had some tea if I wanted any, and was already plated up. When I went into the kitchen, it was fish and chips. So I didn't bother. So you can't eat fish and chips twice in a day. I think about once a month's enough. Constantly moving the field around here, Durham. Peterson's got his hands in his pockets, but he's moved across to point, and Rain's come round to a cover position. There's a third man as well, deep square leg. That's through to the keeper. Got a long leg as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. They think they've maybe identified a little bit of weakness in Azad, where the leg slip and the short leg, but he did have those issues as sort of in his second full season. A little bit got caught down the leg side once or twice, but he's taken that shot out really, and he plays the pull very differently now when he does play the pull. He's worked very hard on that, and from his point of view, hopefully he's dealt with it.
In comes Potts again. That's gone off towards point. Somerset have taken 3 quick wickets this morning. Essex are now 4 for 4 in their second innings.
Didn't they, as well? That's interesting. Is it Overton again?
Yeah,
he got 7 for, didn't he, in the first dig of Essex? That pitch sounds a bit of a nightmare.
Another corker at Somerset. The dust ball that Durham lost on there in 2016. The balls were going around corners. Potts balls. Assad defence. Ball seems to hang around the shoulder of his bat for a moment or two there before dropping just in front of him.
Yeah, Nixon said the short ball tends to sort of sit up, and that did a little bit, and it was on Ackerman. Azad was sort of waiting for it in position, and the bat started to sort of point almost upwards a little bit, which is why it popped up off the bat. Hovered there for half a second.
Here he is once again, and he's got him, has he?
Yeah.
He's got him with a short one. He didn't get his bat out the road there. He was trying to leave it, and then it's clipped the edge of the bat and gone through to the keeper, so he's out for 66. An excellent innings from him. Defiant, because he's faced 206 balls and hit 6 fours, and his partnership 112 from 252 balls.
That is really well bowled by Matty Potts. He's been very impressive. He's given away, this coming to the end of his 18th over, he's only conceded 26 runs. They're working to a plan there. The ball before not discomforted Azad, but he hadn't played it really well, and it was a similar sort of length, just a little bit further up, and it did rise a little bit, and Azad tried to get the bat out of the way, and it just sort of, as you said, clipped it on its way through. You could hear it, couldn't you? Sound of ball on bat through to Eckersley it went, and a real bonus wicket, well earned by Durham. And out comes Louis Kimber to join his captain. Huge potential moment in the game, that, the dismissal of Hassan Azad.
I didn't actually hear it, and when they started to appeal, I thought, really?
Yeah, no, I heard it.
You heard it,
a
did you?
little clip, yeah.
Right. I do have one of my headphones off. It's around the back of my head. But a good wicket from a Durham point of view. 3rd over of the day as well.
Yeah. His 66 came off 206 balls and included 6 fours.
And they trail by 264, I think that says. Yeah.
Plenty of work to do yet to avoid the follow-on. And the partnership then was 112.
Kimber then facing his first ball from Potts. It's a short one, and he fends it away, and it's gone round the slip cordon of 3 and along the floor for 4 to the Health Club boundary. So he's off the mark, first delivery, and that is the end of the over. So it would have been a wicket maiden, except for those dastardly kids who get 4s off the last ball.
actually deserved a bigger round of applause than he got rather than Matty Potts. Hopefully he'll get one as he heads back down to long leg in front of the pavilion, because he deserved it for his bowling yesterday as much as anything, but as I say, he's maintained it today. There you go. There's his deserved round of applause. So, Ackerman now the main man for Leicestershire. They need him to go, well, to 3 figures and well into it as well. Gibson it is, goes in and bowls to Ackerman. Solid forward defensive back past the bowler, who reaches for it without any real intent. Lets it to roll out towards mid-off. Intercepted en route by Jones, stepping across from cover. There's no run. 168 for 3. So still need another 109. No, 111 to avoid the follow-on. Gibson is in again. Ackerman very correct. Pushing forward, bounces hard down into the ground, out into the offside, straight to Jones this time. That's ruined Azad's average, which was up around about 170. $175 divided by 2 now. In goes Gibson and bowls, and again Ackerman is forward, defending out into the offside, and no run. Yes, 1 or 2 tweeting about Essex's woes down at Taunton.
Was it Essex who were out for 19 against Lancashire a few years back? Or was it Lancashire who were out for 19 in Essex? 4 or 5 years ago?
Gibson is in and bowls, and again that sort of forward movement then back for Ackerman. Pushing delivery out into the offside. Didn't really get up too much, that one. Jones again the fielder. Gibson very accurate in this over so far. 4 dot balls and made Ackerman play at each and every one.
Anthony Gibson, the Somerset commentator, an understatement. What a start! Exclamation mark.
Gibson is in and bowls. Ackerman forward again. We've had pretty much 5 repeats now, which is good from Gibson, and indeed Ackerman as well.
Craig Overton 2 for 3 and Peter Siddle 2 for 1.
That's not a bad attack, is it? Siddle and Overton. Yes, there'll be a few nerves in the Essex dressing room, I'm sure, as a consequence. Gibson in to finish his over bowls. Back foot defensive firmly down into the ground. Gibson reaches high up to his left to deflect the ball out to Jones. End of a very good over from the young man. 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 27. That was a maiden, and Durham have started very well this morning, keeping it tight, and they've picked up a potentially key wicket.
You're right, their target is 80. Essex chasing 80 of 4 for 4. I remember Durham once here against Middlesex got bowled out for 101 and members were angry. It was match number 10 in that 2012 season. They hadn't won a game, and I hosted a members night with Paul Collingwood, the new skipper, that night, and he said, look, we could bowl them out for that sort of score and win. Potts comes in and bowls. That's gone through to the keeper, and I think Middlesex the next day were chasing 119 and Durham bowled them out for 101.
Louis Kimber, as we've been saying, he's the brother of Nick Kimber, who plays for Surrey, born in Lincolnshire, Scunthorpe Hospital. His first cricket club was Lindham CC.
In comes the bowler, and he's bowled him round the legs. Well, I think Kimber might have dragged that on there.
Yeah, exactly.
Has it come off his glove? That's 2 in 2 overs for Potts. In fact, that's 2 in 4 balls for Potts.
Pulled it onto his stumps.
168 for 4. 71.2 overs. Let's see this one again. Oh, the replay's already, the wicket's already happened on the replay. think he's dragged it onto his stumps from his gloves.
Does it do replace the string, or?
It just did, but unfortunately,
very quickly.
the wicket had already happened on the replay. So Kimber got off the mark with a 4, and then he's out third ball. I said the conditions were bowler friendly today, didn't they? One thing yesterday, when the sun came out, the track looked really benign. Placid. We saw a lot of that here last year, other than that Essex game with the 19 LBWs, but Durham making progress now. 4 down at 168.
Not how Louis Kimber would have liked his first appearance of the season 2 have gone, and now comes a first-class debutant, a Leicestershire first-class debutant in Nick Welch. As I say, a Harare born, a Zimbabwean by birth, came to Leicestershire via Loughborough, not so very far away.
I think Dale Benkenstein was born in Harare as well.
Known as Welchie. Went to Whitgift down in Croydon, where Middlesex play sometimes, don't they?
Yeah. Matty Potts has taken 2. He is on 48 wickets now.
But they're bowlers' wickets, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, the pitch is still good, and Potts is a strong young man. He's got a little bit of unexpected lift on both occasions.
Welch facing Potts, and he comes and bowls, and this is defended. It runs back to the bowler. They do on the NV play have the wickets, don't they?
So 2 for 30 for Potts now.
Yeah, he's actually... It's come off the face of the bat as he's tried to whip it down the leg side, and he's played it under the top of the leg stump bail. Bouncer from Potts.
Good one. Follows through as well. He's walking backwards, so to speak, having a word or two with Welch, who walks away towards short leg. He's got his dander up, Matty Potts, which is just what his captain wants.
Right, the cricket season starts at a club level today. North East Premier League, Burnop Field against South North, Felling Burnmoor, Hetton Lions against Benwell, Newcastle Chesley Street, Tynemouth, Sunderland and Whitburn host Eppleton. As Potts comes in, this is played to short leg. Jack Burnham, the new player coach at Whitburn now, having been released by Durham last year. In Division 1 of the North East Premier League, it's the Fell against Castle Eden, Lanchester against Crook, Seaham Park against Ashington, that's a canny journey for Ashington, Shotley Bridge Blaydon, almost a derby, Washington Sacriston, and Willington against Philadelphia. Potts comes in and bowls to Welch, and that's played nicely past him, and Welch gets off the mark. 4th ball, he'll get 2 here. Rain chasing in towards the long off boundary. Richard said yesterday the follow-on target was 279. I believe him, because I can never work it out. I know it's 150, but where is it? Got to be within 150 or at 150?
One more than, I think. So
it's really 149.
200 and... yeah. It's a fair way off. Anyway,
Yeah.
still more than 100 away for Leicestershire. Applause again for Potts. Thoroughly deserved as well. So Welch has his first runs in Leicestershire colours. This is his 6th first-class game. The previous 5 for Loughborough. 179 runs made in them, including some against Leicestershire, with a highest score of 83. An aficionado of country music, apparently.
Who's that?
Nick Welch.
I wonder if he's been to the
I bet
Glass Palace at Bakersfield.
he doesn't play any in the dressing room. I bet he daren't. In goes Gibson and bowls to Ackerman, who is solidly forward. A repeat of the 6 balls of Gibson's previous over, absolutely on the money, and requiring a solid defensive press from Colin Ackerman. So really good start to the day for Durham laboured throughout the evening session yesterday without breaking through, but 2 good wickets in the first 20 minutes. Gibson is in and bowls. Ackerman is turning nicely, piece of timing through mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. Just lost his line for the first time for a while there. Young Gibson over-pitched on middle and leg, and Ackerman looking in touch, turned it neatly away through mid-wicket. Rushworth, who's at mid-on, wide-ish mid-on, just turned and jogged after the ball as it rolled off towards the Health Club. Ackerman on to 66. Leicestershire 174 for 4. Began the day on 159 for 2. Gibson in, bowls outside off stump. A little bit of width for Ackerman, who just waits for it and guides it calmly down through the vacant gully down towards Keegan Peterson, who's down below us at third man. And having thrown it in, Keegan puts his hands back in his pockets. The players last week spent in on both sides. Leicestershire against Worcestershire spent the match with their hands in the pockets, desperately trying to keep them warm. With their hand warmers, Peterson leaves third man and runs up towards third slip. Blows on his hands. He's at third slip because obviously with that single, Nick Welsh is now on strike to Ollie Gibson, who is in. Slightly short of a length on off stump. Up on his toes on the back foot is Welsh, playing it firmly out into the offside. To say firmly, it sounded quite middle of the defensive shot, and it sounded a little bit tinny. Walks back and marks his guard.
The LV County Championship Twitter feed this morning had a little picture of a batsman going out to bat at the Oval. What's your routine? What routine do you follow before you go out to bat?
Gibson is in. Welsh is forward, bat very close to pad, pushing it out into the offside to mid-off, no run.
And I thought, interesting question. So I said double bacon and eggs, fried bread and a pot of tea, but the umpires don't like me taking it all out to the middle. Anyway, 1 or 2 people have now added to that. Mark Smith says, I normally pop the kettle on knowing it'll be nearly boiled by the time I'm back in the changing room. And similar to that, Steve says, tell the tea lady put the kettle on, I won't be long.
Gibson is in, outside off stump, and trying to slash it away on the offside as it rose. Didn't get anything on it. Nick Welsh, fortunate not to get a tickle through to Eckersley. Nice bit of lift and carry from Gibson. There was width, but very early in the innings to be playing that sort of shot. But as I said beforehand, Welsh likes to go for his shots, but he's got a job to do for the Foxes here. There are only 7 overs until the new ball, and he is the last of the front line batsmen, so to speak. Next in would be Harry Swindles, wicketkeeper batsman. So, well, an important partnership potentially for the Foxes. They're 175 for 4.
Potts in the gloomy, misty conditions here, bowling to Ackerman. That's defended. No run there. The Emerald Thieves, I've been sent a link to their page. Formed in Durham during 2005. It incorporates musicians from Northern Ireland and North East England, a group of Glastonbury Festival-loving musicians. As Potts comes in again to Ackerman, played up to Rushworth at mid-off, no run. The band became a favourite at weddings and corporate functions, then progressed to headlining music festivals around the UK. They've got thousands of shows under their belts and have travelled extensively throughout the UK, Ireland, Europe and the Middle East. There you are. So he's going to see them today, isn't he? So last night's band was meant to be, he says, The Addiction. But they pulled out at tea time and were replaced by a canny rock trio called the Hybrids. As Potts bowls, Ackerman plays this towards square leg for a single. Wonder if The Addiction are a tribute act to Jane's Addiction. If you want to tweet at Marty Cricket or at foxescricket22, and the email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk, WEAR, as in the River Wear, which skirts around this ground, and that's an email address I think I've had since the first commentary of Durham that we did in the T20 back in 2004. As Potts comes in to bowl now to Welch, that's left alone outside the off stump, and that's because back in the day you couldn't actually access your BBC emails from outside the office, and secondly, they used to be hosted on the BBC Weir website, so it all made sense back in the day. Richard off to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. The next one for Radio Newcastle will be in about 35 minutes time, as Potts, with 35 on his back, comes running in, and that's worth a shout, and that is out. He struck again, and Welsh has gone for 2. He's taken 3 wickets in his 3 overs this morning. What a job he's doing here. LBW to Matty Potts. It all started when he got Assad caught behind for 66, couldn't get his bat out the way of a short one, which body lined him really, and just clipped the edge of the bat on the way through to the keeper. Then Kimber bowled for 4, pulled Potts onto his leg stump, and then Welsh LBW for 2. So they've lost 3 wickets for where are we, 12 runs. Eight added there, and Welch on his Leicestershire debut heads back in after 9 deliveries. And they trail now by 252. He's taken 3 for 7 in 2 overs. By my maths, that's 3 for 7 in 2 overs. Harry Swindell's the wicket-keeper batsman is the new man.
Cracking stuff from young Potts. 19.5 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 33 now. Ben Rain comes across and has a word with him. He's got short back and
local
sides.
Knowledge.
Well, got that as well,
Yeah.
but Potts, very, very short hair at the back and the sides. He's got a bit left on top, not quite a peaky blinder cut, but he's bowled very, very well this morning. And as I say, got to a certain extent the rewards for his efforts yesterday.
Here he comes then to Swindell's. Oh, nearly played it behind. He was way out the line of, way into the corridor of uncertainty there, Swindell's. And the whole slip cordon went up as one, but there wasn't the click they were hoping to hear.
That was a very nervous jab, wasn't it, from Swindell's, well outside the off stump, and Ackerman comes down and has a quiet word, it being the end of the over. Ackerman needs a partner. Well, Leicestershire have made a big thing about the lower middle order digging in and forming partnerships, and that's what's going to need to happen this morning. We are still 6 overs away from the new ball. Who needs a new ball? Matty Potts is making the old one work for him. Out of the slips goes Beddingham to mid-wicket, because it is Ackerman who's on strike, and Borthwick is going to leave just himself at slip, but he looks inclined to give Ackerman one almost. He's dropped a point back to the sort of 3/4 the way back to the boundary. He'd quite like to get Swindles on strike.
Essex are racing along now. They're now 17 for 4. The target's 84 apparently.
Ten's down there. In goes Gibson and Bowles, slightly short. Up on his toes is Ackerman. Back down the wicket on the offside, picked up by Gibson, who's playing his part in... I talked about partnerships batting, but partnerships work in bowling as well, and he's playing his part, young Ollie Gibson here, by keeping things very tight if he possibly can, keeping the batsmen honest, not giving them outrun, not letting their confidence increase. Yes, Ackerman, who's a fine player, got one away in the previous over. In goes Gibson and Bowles to him again, very straight again. Ackerman, nice high left elbow, defends down the pitch on the onside this time, rolls out to Chris Rushworth at mid on. The Durham crowd is increasing nicely now. Well, they were from the start, but they are thoroughly engaged. We're only 34 minutes into play and 3 wickets down already for Leicestershire. Gibson is in and bowls to Ackerman again, very straight. Again, Ackerman, back foot defensive shot out into the offside, picked up by Jones. No run. Eckersley and Borthwick deep in conversation. Wicketkeeper and slip as soon as that ball was played out into the offside. 145 deliveries Colin Ackerman has faced now for his 68 as Gibson is in. Bowls to him. He's looking to drive on the front foot, but he's quite straight and not quite far enough up perhaps, and pushes it firmly, but only as far as mid-on where Rushworth picks up and then just checks the bottom of his bat slightly. Didn't quite get it in the middle. Again, it didn't sound quite right. Gibson is in and bowling. Line and length again. Ackerman is forward, back down the pitch towards Gibson, who just lets it brush the fingers of his right hand as it trickles past him. 5-dot balls for Gibson, coming to the end of his 13th over. Tails really up now, Durham, because Rushworth will be on soon with the new ball. In goes Gibson and Bowles, and a flashing drive from Ackerman bounces past the reaching point. Dixon can't get there. Peterson has to run across from third man. There's all sorts of chaos out there as the throw comes in. It's relayed back towards the stumps. There's hesitation between the batsman momentarily about going for a third. Ackerman eventually went, and the throw was relayed hard towards the non-striker's end. It missed, and then there was the backup fielder missed it, Rushworth, but fortunately there were 2 others backing up behind him. But it was one of those moments when everybody was running everywhere. Ackerman picks up 3, moves into the 70s on to 71, brings Swindles down on... I was going to say on to strike, but it isn't, because it was the last ball of the over, so that's probably good as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Ackerman keeping the strike. Swindles can continue just to have a careful look. Potts, though, is back.
Potts in. Ooh, leading edge from Ackerman back to the bowler, who's looking to try and turn that down the leg side. It's come right off the edge of the bat and bounced back to Potts. $179 for 5 on a really murky, misty, eerie day here. Potts bounds in from the Finkel end and bowls. This has turned to rain at mid-on. Used to get days like this along the coast when the sea frets roll in. I remember once being on the golf course at Whitburn on the cliffs with my mate Chris, and this sea fret rolled in, and then out of the gloom this man just came walking down the fairway with this big rain mac on and a big hat, carrying a bag, and we froze in fear. Where had he come from? What was he carrying? As Potts comes in and bowls. This is turned away this time out through deep mid-wicket by Ackerman. He's going for 2. There's a bit of a delay before the set off, but they've both got to their respective ends just. Anyway, this man just came straight down the fairway towards us, said hello lads, and then disappeared back into the gloom. Where he came from we didn't know, and where he went we hadn't got a clue. It was like something out of a movie. It's meant to burn off, but there's just no sign of it at the minute. In fact, it looks like it's got a bit more misty. There's Potts bowls. This is defended by Ackerman, who's on 73.
I remember watching Yorkshire Scarborough. I can't remember who it was against, but they had Inzman and Hack for a while, and heavy sea fret, and freezing
Yeah.
it was as well. And he disappeared into it, clad in about 18 layers, with including a bobble hat.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe it.
Potts bowls. This goes up to Rain, who just clacks the ball behind the stumps at the bowler's end. No run. The game at Scarborough when Durham beat Yorkshire in 2013, which was effectively a title decider, it was in the August, and the match changed with the tide coming in and out. All the wickets seemed to happen when the tide was in. As if the salty air sort of pricked up the surface of the wicket a bit. Is that your phone buzzing on mine there? I think it's yours. 181 for 5. Potts bowling to Ackerman. This is runs through mid-wicket. He should get at least 2 here. Being chased from mid-on by Rain. Keegan Peterson converges with him just in front of our position. And in fact, they run 3. So that brings Ackerman under strike at the end of the over. He's kept the strike. Good running from a Leicestershire point of view.
It's actually my watch, which is one of those Garmin's, others are available, but
Well, I've got one as well.
periodically it tells me to move.
Yes. Mine had set itself and it was tracking all my movements yesterday, and I realised it had been ticking away for hours, so I must have knocked it at some point. But it's good because if I get a text message when I'm on air, it just the wristwatch vibrates and it lets you know there's a message there. In fact, you can read them on your wrist.
You should leave me alone. I did 6 miles before breakfast this morning. Now, Ackerman is keeping the strike, and again, that probably is good news as far as Leicester are concerned. Swindle's getting a chance to have a period of adjustment to the conditions. Gibson is in to Ackerman from the Lumley end, who is reaching forward. Thick inside part of the bat, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Borthwick bouncing around, rolling maybe he's going to have the over before the new ball. Looks like it. Looks like he's going to have a little trundle. The skipper. As I say, Gibson has been good, and Potts has been brilliant. Gibson is in and bowls thick inside edge onto the pad, and it trickles out towards gully. Borthwick scampers across from slip and flicks the ball at the stumps sideways on, misses them, but Ackerman, who'd only taken a step forward, just steps back into his ground. Ackerman on to 76 now. Awful lot depends on him as far as Leicestershire are concerned. They need him to battle through the morning. Gibson is in, bowls to him. Nice high left elbow, forward, back movement, rocking almost movement from Ackerman, as then he plays it firmly out into the offside. Jones, the tall Jones, is again the fielder. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's new bowling coach, walks in front of us, carrying a cup of almost certainly coffee. The Fonz, as he's already known, in goes Gibson and Bowles, line and length. Forward goes Ackerman.
What was the Fonz's catchphrase?
I know it was Happy Days, wasn't it, the programme?
He ended up being vox popped during a general election in London on the national news. Can you remember that one? Somebody stopped to ask him his opinion, and then he answered the questions, and then it later emerged it was the Fonz.
Henry Winkler, that was the actor's name, I believe. You'll correct me if I'm wrong. In goes Gibson, and it's cut away off the front foot, driven away really. Square drive from Ackerman out towards deep backward point. The single is taken, and after a long, that isn't over it. No, there's one ball to go in the over. He's nearly done it again, Ackerman, keeping the strike, but Swindles is now going to have to face his second delivery. Seems quite a while ago when he faced his first from Matty Potts and jabbed most unconvincingly at it as it went through outside off stump. Will he do a little bit better? Basically the best part of 3 overs later. Looks around him. 3 slips are the close fielders as Gibson is in. Bowls to him and he leaves. That is, from his point of view, a much better way to play the ball outside off stump early in the innings. End of the over from young Ollie Gibson. 14 overs, none for 36 for him. Leicestershire. Oh, and a little bit of blue sky starting to appear above us. Just sort of little breaks in breaks, but just thinner, lighter cloud above us.
So the sun's burning down through the layers.
Steadily getting there. End of the over, 185 for 5. The Foxes.
It feels a bit sea fretty, doesn't it, really? But my wife rang me from the lakes this morning, and it was the same there as well. Liam Travaskis is going to get a twirl. There's 3 overs before the new ball is due. He bowled briefly last night because I've got his name written in my pad.
He bowled a fair few overs, didn't he, last night? Wheeled away for quite some session, really. There was nothing there for him, really, but nobody got him away.
He's got his white-framed sunglasses on. He's from Cumbria.
Yeah, 10 overs, none for 22
10 overs, was it?
last night.
Slow left arm orthodox. Round the wicket he comes. Defended by Ackerman. Big stride forward from him. He's faced 160 balls now for 77. 185 for 5 the score on here at BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Leicester. Keeper standing up, got 1 slip in place in Bedingham. Borthwick's come out the slip cordon and gone into mid-wicket. The ball is played back to the bowler though by Ackerman. 2 on the deep on the leg side. Keegan Peterson, hands in pocket. Deep mid-wicket. Got a long leg out there as well. Mid on and mid off have dropped back a little bit. As Travaskis bowls again. Ackerman defends once more. Got a deep extra cover on the boundary as well. Backward point and a cover. Travaskis bowls. Ackerman again defends. This is Travaskis' 16th first class game. Made his debut in 2017 against Worcestershire. As he comes into ball once again. Ackerman drives at that one and is going for a quick single, and the plans work there. There's 1 ball left of this over, so effectively Ackerman's taking strike once again for the next over. Yeah, Travaskis' debut was Worcester 2017, and then his next match was 2 years later at the start of the 2019 season in Derby. He's got 16 first-class wickets. Best figures 5 for 78 in the final game at Bristol last season on a threadbare track that was shorn of just about anything. Swindles to face his 3rd ball of the innings. He's yet to get off the mark. Got a short leg in place for him now, and he defends.
Borthwick have one? Looks like it. He is. He's going to have we're going to have an over of leggies. Maybe just the one, because there are only 2 overs until the new ball becomes available, and the blue sky increases above our head, and it gets noticeably lighter as a consequence. Will there be anything there for Scotty Borthwick? He's going to be bowling to Ackerman. Swindles had a very good season with the bat last season. Bit of a breakthrough for him. Best part of 700 runs in 19 innings, 693 in fact, with a best of 171 not out. That was at Taunton against Somerset. Started against Overton, but Overton then got called up by England in mid-match, basically, and disappeared. In goes Borthwick, tosses it up, it's swept by Ackerman out towards deep backward square. Borthwick had already turned to the umpire with his hand in his hair, but he's a good sweeper, is Ackerman. But we can assume from Borthwick's reaction he took that one off the stumps. When the bowling is from the Lumley end, we're at deep third man. Oh, well, obviously a deep third man, but we're far from being behind the bowler's arm, so, or behind the batter. We have to glance at the stream from time to time just to confirm impressions. Borthwick is in to Swindles, who is forward, reaching for that a little bit. Didn't get there. Bounced up but didn't turn, so he was able to go through with the forward defensive, push it out into the offside. No run, 187 for 5. Just a single slip as Borthwick is in, tosses it up, and Swindles looking to drive but doesn't really put any weight into the shot, steers it out into the offside. Jones fields. Rushworth is starting to warm up at mid-on as Borthwick is in, and he's going to get off the mark on that occasion. Swindles, as he steers it wide of Jones out towards Keegan Peterson, who's out there at deep-ish extra cover, about 3/4 of the way back towards the boundary. So Swindles off the mark. His 6th delivery brings Ackerman back down on strike, and Borthwick is in. Ackerman is forward, back down the pitch to the Durham skipper. Rain is also starting to warm up, so we might be about to get a double change. Potts, you kind of feel, if he's not too tired, might deserve an over or two with the new ball. In goes Borthwick and bowls. Ackerman plays the ball back up the pitch to him. Presume Potts might finish off his spell from this Finkel end of the ground. End of the over, obviously. 188 for 5. The deficit still plenty, 240. And of course, with those 3 wickets, Durham have picked up their first bowling bonus point and are approaching a second. They've got 5 now for the game. Leicestershire still just 2. They're 12 away from their first batting bonus point. And it will be Travaskis to continue from the Finkel end. Last over, probably for him.
I think we might have just dropped off the internet, so I'm trying to get it sorted. 188 for 5, and as Travaskis left arm round, bowling to Swindles. Ball played out towards short extra cover, no run there.
Local boy, Leicester boy, Harry Swindles has taken over the gloves from Lewis Hill.
Comes around the wicket and bowls. Big stride forward. In fact, he's played that down on his back knee. Back towards the bowler. In comes the bowler again. Defended. Just rolls short on the leg side. Travaskis in. Ooh, playing a miss. Swindles has made a lot of space for himself there to try and cut. He was trying to be aggressive, and he's missed the ball entirely. Into the keeper's gloves it goes. And Travascus shakes his head in disbelief that he didn't get a wicket there. Bit of a rash shot. He's forward to this one. Got a silly point in there as well. Under the tin hat.
Graham Fowler's been very outspoken about the ECB on Twitter. Former Durham connections, of course.
Yeah. Travascus in again, bowls, and that is defended. It's a maiden, could have been a wicket maiden. Stewart says the sound's gone as well. So will Durham take the new ball?
I'm sure they will. Tweet us if you can still hear us at Fox's Cricket 22 or at Marty Cricket. I fear, however, we may be talking to nobody. Hopefully you can still hear us on the stream at least. Rushworth is taking the new ball, so just the single over from Scott Borthwick. 2 runs conceded. Another key period. We thought the first hour would be important in that Leicestershire wanted to get through to the new ball without losing a wicket. They lost 3, or have lost 3, and the game has taken on a very different aspect. Ackerman is still there though, and while he is there, Leicestershire have hope. He's going to be facing on 79 not out. Harry Swindles has faced 12 balls for his single. He's watching on. Oh, it's Rain who's going to be from the Lumley end, so Rushworth has decided he's going to have a go from the scoreboard. Who'd put up Rushworth.
Have they taken the new ball?
Yes, they have. Rain is in and bowls. Ackerman is forward, driving pleasantly, firmly, but a good tumbling stop at mid-off by Chris Rushworth means is no runs. Borthwick reveals his blue thermal underwear briefly in front of us at second slip. Electric blue. Before pulling his trousers back up. Rain is in and bowls. Forward goes Ackerman. Thick inside part of the bat, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Bit of distance for mid-on to make to the ball means Ackerman can pick up his single and move on to 80. Brings Swindles down to face. Again, I was going to say his former teammate, but whether they were ever in the same side, they must have played together once or twice.
We're back on the internet apparently, according to Chris Good. It's been reconnected via... Oh.
And Peter says, and Bradley both say Stream and the BBC app were working throughout, so... all very strange out there this morning. Rain picked up a wicket yesterday. Is in to bowl to Swindles, who's taking a couple of little steps down the wicket there before defending back past the former Fox, pushing it out towards mid-on. No run. Gibson, the fielder, at mid-on, back in his Durham cap and long-sleeved sweater. Nine, 4, 5. Excellent first hour for the home side as Rain is in to Swindles, who's going to pick up another run there as he leans across and turns middle and leg delivery out towards deep backward square. Shadows being cast by the players, that's a good sign. The sun is threatening to break through properly now. 190 for 5. Scoreboard taking its time to tick over. It's either lightning fast or glacially slow. And at the moment, it's glacially slow. It's probably something to do with the Wi-Fi.
What's slow?
The scoreboard at the moment hasn't taken Swindle's run yet. Rain is in to Ackerman. Big stride from Colin Ackerman, getting to pretty much to the pitch of the ball and pushing it out to Jones at cover. In fact, it has frozen.
Elizabeth's emailed, and the email is entitled Successful Saturday. She says, "Good morning, Martin and Richard, from a cool and cloudy Hamilton. Great start by Durham, and especially Matty Potts. Hopefully Oliver Gibson will open his wicket tally, because he certainly deserves to."
Morning, Elizabeth. Yeah, he bowled very well in partnership with Potts. He sort of backed him up, didn't give the Leicestershire bowlers any out, or Leicestershire batters I should say, any real out balls. Rain is in. Bowles, who lifts at Ackerman, banged it in, and Ackerman jerks his head back as it goes through to Exley. End of the over. The scoreboard, as I say, is frozen solid. 2 balls into the over, but it is 190 for 5 with Ackerman on 80 and Swindles on a couple. It's the top of the hour. I'll go to my update.
Giving it a bit of clapey there was Ben Rain. Elizabeth goes on to say, further to previous discussions on having no coverage over lunch and tea breaks, she said, despite the UK no longer being in Europe, surely your working hours must contravene some working time directive. She said, I for one do not begrudge you your well-earned breaks, and you never even mention that you give an additional sustenance with the donation of cake, unlike TMS. As always, enjoy your commentary, says Elizabeth. I think there were cakes at Cardiff last week. That might have been mentioned by one of the commentators. But yeah, well, I certainly time-wise we get the time back where we can. But they're long days, quite often on air for about 7 hours, and particularly in a game when there's just the two of you. Used to do it on my own at one point. Chris Rushworth in with a new ball from the Finkel end, bowling here to Swindles, who is on 1. The main scoreboard remains on 189 for 5, but it is 190. 81.1 overs gone. Ackerman 80 from 171 balls. Swindles is 2 from 15. We've got remaining today 81.5 overs, which is a lot of cricket to come. Rushworth bowls and played by Swindles out into the covers this time, no run. Picked up by Matty Potts, who's taken 3 wickets today. He took 3 for 7 in 2 overs this morning. Played across towards mid-wicket, no run there. Well, Leicestershire started the day on 159 for 2 and were quickly in trouble as it became the Matty Potts show. He took 3 wickets for 7 runs in the space of 2 overs, crucially getting Assad caught behind off on 66. Louis Kimber was then bowled as he played onto his leg stump on 4, and he got Nick Welsh, the debutant, LBW for 2. So Leicestershire at the moment 190 for 5. Swindles has 2. Ackerman, the captain, has 80, and they currently trail Durham by 238. Dots so far, 4 of them in this over from Rushworth as he comes in. Right arm over and bowls. Played out through mid-wicket by Swindles for 1. He moves on to 3. Leicestershire are 9 away from a batting point. Durham are 1 wicket away from their second bowling point. They got 4 batting points yesterday. Leicestershire picked up 2 bowling points. Durham were 398 for 7 when the cut-off for bonus points came at the end of the 110th over. Inside edge here from the batsman onto his pad there, Ackerman. End of the over, a maiden. And there was a run in it. There was 1 single in it, wasn't it? That brought Ackerman on the strike there. So 5 dot balls and a single. Rain from the Lumley end coming into bowl to Swindles. It's gone off towards fine leg for 1. Are we Swindells or Swindles? Where are we with that one?
He's a obliging young man and doesn't mind, basically,
Right.
but I've tended to call him Swindells.
Right.
And I haven't had any complaints as yet. Swindells, I think it sounds a bit better than Swindles anyway.
Yeah. The great rock and roll Swindles then. He's at non-striker's end.
Rain is in, bowls to Ackerman, drives firmly back to Rain, who puts out his right hand, stops it and stings a little bit, and drops down on the pitch next to him.
Oh, Essex 33 for 6 now.
You'd almost say Somerset were the favourites to win that then, wouldn't you? No? They need another 50 or so, or just under.
Yeah, 51.
4 wickets
Well, I
left.
said they were coasting at 17 for 4. After being 4 for 4.
Rain is in, bowls to Ackerman, who leaves outside off stump. Warmer now here at the Emirates Riverside. Although the sun has gone in again, but it is lighter. Now it's little patches of blue around, altogether more pleasant, and a good crowd in again, especially in front of the Health Club. Rain is in and bowls, a bouncer, wide a little bit as well, and Ackerman just sort of bobs at the knees. Didn't really need to do so, but did so instinctively. Umpire O'Shaughnessy holds up a finger, one for the over. Scoreboard is back with us after that brief hiatus when it froze. 3 slips, or first, second and fourth really, as Rain is in and bowls to Ackerman, who's pushing slightly across himself as that one zeroes in on middle, pushing it out towards mid on, picked up by Ollie Gibson. 192 for 5, 176 when the third wicket of the morning fell, that of Nick Welch. Great spell from Matty Potts, who picked up all 3 wickets to fall this morning with the oldest of old balls, which made it all the way to 80 overs. Rain is in to watchful Ackerman, who plunges forward, pushes the ball out towards mid-off. It's the end of the over. A good one from Rain. 1 for 51 from him. He picked up the first wicket of Leicestershire's first innings. Sam Evans caught a little bit of extra bounce, caught at second slip by the skipper Scott Borthwick before tea yesterday. Now 192 for 5. Swindles on 4. Ackerman on 80.
Footy-wise today, all the people of Manchester and Liverpool are being bussed to Wembley because there's no trains. The FA Cup semi-final at the traditional time of 3:30. As Rushworth comes in and bowls. Pushed away off towards the covers, no run there. So the M6 will be busy today, won't it?
Each team got 34,000 tickets, and the FA have kindly provided enough seats for 5,000 on the bus. 5,000 out of 68,000. Why it wasn't held somewhere in the north?
If only there was like a really big stadium in Manchester that held about 80,000. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Yorks tries a Yorker, but it's fended away by Swindles and away through mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot. Just moved his back leg to give him a bit of room there. In the Premier League, I presume Newcastle are playing tomorrow because they're not playing today. Spurs against Brighton, Man U against Norwich, Southampton, Arsenal and Watford, Brentford. In League One, 3 matches today, all could have impacts on where Sunderland are in the table. Rotherham, Ipswich, Wigan, Cambridge and Milton Keynes Dons against Sheffield Wednesday. There's the sort of fixtures that you want all the sides to lose, really. There's Women's FA Cup semi-final today as well. West Ham against Man City.
That was a nice shot from Swindles, a wristy clip away through mid-wicket. That'll make him feel more confident. He moves on to 8.
4 runs away from a batting point here, Leicestershire, as Rushworth comes in. Ball played off towards point, no run there. Scottish Cup semi-final today as well. Hart against Hibs. Ooh, that'll be a spicy encounter now. They're kicking off at 12:15.
That'll be on police instructions though, won't it?
Possibly.
They will have
Where will they be playing?
Edinburgh Derby. Yeah.
They should play at
Probably
Murrayfield.
Glasgow
shouldn't they? Yeah, they've probably dragged them to Glasgow. And the big one in Scotland in the Lowland League, East Stirlingshire against Berwick Rangers. Rushworth in. Ball's turned towards fine leg. It might go for 4, that it will, and that's the batting point up on the board. 204-5 in the, what are we, 84th over?
Correct, yes. As is sometimes the case, the new ball in its early incarnation is not looking half as threatening and is easier to get away than the old ball.
Goes to the boundary quicker, doesn't it?
Double figures now for Harry Swindell. He moves on to 12. Maybe the sort of slightly better conditions are making life a touch easier for the batters too.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's thudded off the pad and drifts off towards square leg. It was going down the leg side. Slightly high for a shout as well, really. Rushworth in. Last ball of the over. Played up to mid-off end of the over. So 8 runs from it in the space of 2 fours. Second ball and 4th ball.
Pleasing symmetry. Lots of noughts on the board. 200 for 5. Ackerman 80. He will be on strike against Ben Rain, who has 1 for 51. To go with his unbeaten half-century when Durham batted. Rushworth 1 for 38. Potts has been the destroyer this morning. Rain in from the Lumley end. Ackerman 2 slips and a 4th slip as well. Bowls and turned off midland leg out towards mid-wicket, off leg stump really out towards mid-wicket. Trevaskis picks up and underarms the ball to Gibson at mid-on. Ackerman on to 81. And 4th slip becomes 3rd slip. Peterson, who stood that a little bit wider for Ackerman, is now conventionally at 3rd slip, standing well in front of Borthwick at 2nd. Beddingham at 1st as Rain is in and bowls slightly short. Nice forcing shot by Swindles, punches it away through extra cover. It's a long chase out to the deep extra cover boundary for Sean Dixon. Gets there, gets his throw away. Swindles picks up 3. Nice positive shot punched away by Harry Swindles. Moves on to 15 of 27 balls. So after, let's say, a slightly nervous start, he then managed to have a good look while Ackerman farmed the strike. I don't know how deliberate it was. As Rain is in and bowls, Ackerman is forward, defending out into the offside, delivery off stump out towards Jones in the covers, and there's no run, but it helped Swindle settle a little bit. And early days, but he's looked positive and confident since. Again, Peterson goes to fourth slip, so there's a gap at third. As Rain is in to Ackerman, defends, back front, back down the pitch. Middle stump delivery. Down the pitch on the onside. Gibson walks across and picks up. 204.45, almost halfway. Well, not almost actually. The deficit's still 224. Durham, remember, 428 in their first innings, so another 10 runs or so. In goes Rain and bowls. Ackerman forward again, pushing out into the offside. Jones picks up, jogging to his left. Chooses this time to throw the ball back into Eckersley. Then almost hands it to Borthwick, who examines it very carefully and polishes it very carefully. Just 4.5 overs old, this ball. It's not doing too much for Messrs Rushworth and Rain at the moment, but once the lacquer is off, might just swing a little bit. Rain is in and bowls to Ackerman, who is caught behind. He's taken the edge. It did swing a little bit. Ackerman cannot believe it. Huge wicket that for Durham. Ackerman stayed at the crease for a while in dismay, and then he turns and trudges off, but he went for the firm push drive. It just swung enough, took the outside edge, went through low to Eckersley. Ackerman gone for 81 off 182 balls. Rain has 2 for 55, and Leicestershire are 204 for 6.
And they trail by 224. Good innings from Ackerman though, defiant. The partnership. Oh, hang on. 28 the partnership.
Second bowling bonus point for Durham as well, and it has been almost perfect morning as far as they're concerned. 4 wickets taken. There is the confirmation of his dismissal. 182 deliveries faced. Might be 183 actually. Let's have a look, see. 182 and 7 fours. Ed Barnes to the wicket then. Battled away there, Ackerman, restraining himself, but he went for the drive. Well bowled by Ben Rain. 2 important wickets for him in the innings. Evans first up, and now Ackerman. Leicestershire are down to the wicket-keeper and the first of the sort of bowling batters, so to speak, in Ed Barnes, the young Yorkshireman. He's a doughty batter, but actually in that innings when Swindles at the other end made his 171 not out, Barnes looked set for 100 himself. He got to, I think it was 80 odd not out. I'll check that in a minute. Rushworth.
Here he comes. Keeper standing up, into the keeper's gloves it goes as Swindles pushes at it.
Yeah, his best 83 not out. Also against Somerset at Taunton for Ed Barnes in at 8. Probably a 9 really. Big job to do if Leicestershire now are to avoid the follow-on. If Durham choose to enforce it? Looks like that is going to be an option, or could be an option for Borthwick.
In comes Rushworth. It's driven up towards mid-off. Collected by Rain, no run there.
Steve Roberts optimistic on Twitter. With Newcastle playing Leicester tomorrow, will the Foxes have a sporting double by the end of Sunday?
204 for 6 at the moment, and that's played towards backward point. A diving stop there from Travaskis. A good stop as well, because that was away for 4 otherwise.
I've got a job on to do here, Steve, to save the game. 4 wickets for Durham this morning. They began Leicestershire on 159 for 2. So they've added 45, but lost 4 wickets in so doing.
Rushworth to Swindell Spoles. Oh, that pops up and wraps the glove. That's a little spitter, that one, wasn't it? In comes the bowler, turned away, down towards long leg for 1. .205 for 6.
Kesley standing up to Rushworth, or was, to try and keep Swindles in his crease. Goes back now for Barnes, who is less inclined to bat out of his crease.
Leicester up here tomorrow, are they, at Newcastle?
Apparently, yeah.
Rushworth in. And that's down towards third man. It's being chased by Travaskis, but the ball is racing towards the boundary rope and does so. Crosses over in front of the Health Club. 4 runs. The vacant third man.
Barnes in his first 2 innings of the season, 38 runs, 23 and 15 against Worcester. So double figures both times, but need that and more Leicestershire on what is now a pleasant, well, what is it now, early afternoon in Durham. 209 for 6.
What's that all about tomorrow? 2:15 kick-off. Newcastle against Leicester. 2:15.
TV, I suppose,
Yeah.
they dictate.
How do people know when they're meant to be turning up at games these days? They're all over the place now, aren't they?
Because of the other FA Cup semi-final, I suppose,
Possibly.
to do with TV. In goes Rain and bowls and startles Swindles. What did that?
It's hit something on the wicket there, isn't it?
Yeah, he ducks underneath it, and then it wanders forward, does a spot of gardening.
There'll be commentary of that one tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Leicester. At the traditional time of 2:15 on a Sunday.
Swindle 16 off 33. Still 38 minutes until lunch as Rain is in. Swindle shuffles forward, a bouncer that is hooked down towards backward square. Manages pretty much to keep it down. Rushworth runs around and picks up, then underarms the ball. That gives you an indication of the shortness of the boundary on that side of the ground. He manages to underarm it all the way back on the full to Eckersley, more or less behind the stumps. Swindles picks up 1.
That wicket of Ackerman, it just moved on him right in the last second, just wobbled away.
Yeah, super bowling again from Ben Rain. 2 for 56 now for him. He is in and bowls to Barnes, who squared up a little bit by that one. defends. Comes off a thickish outside edge, bat in front of pads, out towards mid-off on the walk, and then retreats to short leg and leans on his bat as Travaskis polishes the ball down on one knee at mid-on. Peterson back at a conventional third slip as rain is in to Barnes, who is turning to wide-ish mid-on that occasion. Stepping across, rather. Rain bowling straight. 210 for 6. Awful lot of work to do to get to the follow-on, Leicestershire. I think if it were to become available to Borthwick sometime shortly after lunch outside off stump from rain, doesn't move too much, Barnes lets it go through, I think he'd be inclined to enforce it.
Essex 47 for 6, need another 37 to win.
Tense down there in the West Country. Rain turns, top of his mark, off he goes and bowls to Barnes, so slightly short of a good length, and played back off the back foot by Barnes to Rain, who then throws it back over his head, the batsman's that is, to Eckersley behind the stumps. End of Rain's over. 20 overs for him now, 2 for 56 his figures. Swindles has 17, Barnes 4, just that one scoring shot off his first ball. Played not inadvertently down to third man, but thickish off the edge through the vacant gully area. Otherwise, defensive all the way for the young Yorkshireman, 210 for 6.
Rushworth bowls, and that's a thick edge, and it's away down to the vacant third man slot again. How many more fours will go through there before that area is filled up? Swindles with the runs. In comes Rushworth bowls, defended by Swindles, runs up to Rain at mid-off.
Indication from Swindles then that might just have been a little bit of movement, might have straightened a bit. Eckersley again standing up to Swindles, so he can't shuffle down, or is not inclined to shuffle down, negate that extra movement. Potts beginning to swing his arms again.
Rushworth played along the ground to mid-wicket here by Swindles. Bit more blue sky now, Richard. The haze is burning away eventually. Which avenue did you go down for lunch?
I always go the veggie option, so...
What was it today?
I can't quite
sort of zoned off. I have zoned off when he reads that bit out.
There you go. It'll be something interesting, I'm sure.
Rushworth bowls. Forward comes the batsman, defends, rolls up to Ollie Gibson at mid-on, no run. Sun shining now.
I did note that apple crumble was on the menu as a pudding, but I said, can I do that as well? I just got a smile in response rather than an affirmative.
Well,
so
apparently
I didn't bother.
The food they bring us these days is what's on the menu in the members' room.
It's very good. Yeah. It's jolly good. Very appreciative. Thank you very much to Durham CCC.
214 for 6. Leicestershire as Rushworth bowls. That pops up a little bit as well on Swindles, and the keeper jumps backwards in startlement there. The ball's fended away. What's the crack with Leicester this year? Is it still the leg of lamb and that kind of thing?
No, I'm afraid not. Alas, we have been banished to the meet.
The meet?
And yes, it is a very, very different arrangement this season.
It's taken me all the way back to the summer of 2000 when we used to get our lunch there. Rushworth, into the keeper's gloves it goes. A little plain and miss this time from Swindles outside the line of off stump. He was interested, nearly got an edge to the keeper there. End of the over then, 214 for 6. It's coming up to 12:30, so Richard's doing an update for BBC Radio Leicester. The next one for Radio Newcastle will be just after 1 o'clock, and that will of course be when we're at lunch here in Chester Street. 4 runs from that over, that first delivery which came off the edge and went to the vacant third man area for 4. They're trailing now by, they're halfway. They're exactly halfway, 214 for 6. They trail by 214. Rain in to bowl to Barnes. Barnes plays the ball gently up to Potts at mid-off, who gives it a bit of a polish. Louise Corcoran's planning to watch the Women's FA Cup semi-final on the TV while having us on her stream on a tablet. As Rain comes in and bowls, defended, and mentions the 5,000 bus seats for 60,000 plus fans heading to Wembley. .214 for 6. In comes Rain and bowls. Ball played away by Barnes behind point and down towards the boundary in front of our commentary position, chased by Sean Dixon, who throws it back on the turn, only as far as roughly about point where Keegan Peterson picks it up and relays the ball back up towards the bowler's end. I think one of the things I'll be watching later when I get in is the highlights of Paris-Roubaix. One of the best one-day cycling classics. Hell of the North on the cobbles, along a lot of the old roads which were built during the First World War along the French-Belgian border. Rain to Swindles, played up to mid-on, no run. So about 29 minutes now to lunch. Leicestershire with the 3 they've just added are now 211 behind Durham. And they're not far away actually, the 279 mark for the follow-on. 217 for 6. Whether Durham would enforce it now, having been in the field for the best part of 90 overs. This is the 89th. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, I was speculating on that. If they were to get these 4 last wickets quickly, they might, but if it goes on deep into the afternoon, less inclined to do so. Rain in, bowls a bouncer that just leans away from Harry Swindles. So how tall do you reckon he is? About 5'6", something like that. I think he gives himself 5'8" in the cricketer's who's who. But I'll have a look. See, not the tallest young man.
5'7" in Playfair.
There you go. 5'8" in the who's who. So
Whoa,
he's
himself gained an inch between 2 books.
He has.
I've had him on the rack.
Well, he won't fill in the Playfair, will he? But he'll fill in the who's who.
Yeah.
So he's squeezed in an extra inch. Bless his heart. Leg slip or leg gully. Peterson has gone to from third slip as Rain is in. Swindles using his feet to get out of his crease. Rain bangs it in a little bit and Swindles up on his toes, riding it out towards backward point where Dixon picks up end of the over. If it's the end of the over, I must have nipped in and pinched your...
No, it was your
apologies
over.
for that.
It was your over, wasn't it? Yeah, as long as I don't give him an inch and he takes a mile, that's all I would say. Height-wise. Today it's 110 years since the Titanic sank. Former editor of the Northern Echo was, I think, on board at the time.
Did he survive? Was he one of those who got on a boat, or...?
I can't remember. It was the 150th anniversary of the Northern Echo last year, so I bought the supplement and there were all different stories in there. Of course, quite a few did get off, didn't they?
They did. Potts back on to replace Rushworth. Didn't quite settle into his usual immaculate rhythm this morning. Potts, who bowled quite beautifully for the first sort of hour, really, to take 3 quick wickets, has 3 for 38 now from 21 overs, and fully deserves a chance to get a 5-for.
Here he comes then, bowling to Barnes, who's on 7. And that's played away nicely through mid-wicket for 4 by the looks of things. Well, could be cut off, or will it go for 4? It's gone for 4. Michael Jones has run about 100 metres to try and cut the ball off. It's just beaten him to the rope, and then he's run about another 30 to try and stop. He ended up going behind the covers, which are parked to our right-hand side.
Timed that one nicely. Ed Barnes used Potts' extra pace.
Yep.
And,
just veered down leg side of it as well, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Nice shot.
He can play a bit, Eddie Barnes. In a way, it's sort of got him his place, in that he's... If there's a sort of debate as to who's to be the third seamer, he is a useful seamer, as you've seen, but and he's improving all the time. But his batting has gained him an extra brownie point or 2.
Potts to Barnes again, and this is played out into the covers. Rain dives on it. It's 1 run though. He died on the ship.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
sorry to hear
10 years ago, the then Northern Echo editor Peter Barron took to the stage to pay tribute to one of his most famous predecessors in a musical to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic. William Thomas Stead was one of the paper's first editors. He died on the ill-fated ship as he prepared to cross the Atlantic on a crusade for social justice. I wonder if anybody listening was there that night to see that performance from Darlington Operatic Society.
Ground bathed in sunshine now. Very pleasant it looks too.
Potts to Swindell's. That's gone off town towards long leg for 1.
Over the halfway mark, at least, Leicestershire, in terms of Durham's first innings.
Hearts 1, Hibs 0. The Scottish Cup semi-final. Sun is shining here in Chesley Street now as Potts comes into bowl. Bump ball back down towards Rushworth at mid-on. I think it'll actually be very pleasant out there now, Richard. Rather than now a cold room in the shadows.
Yeah, there aren't many complaints about coming up here, but just the positioning of this. We could just do with some sunshine getting in somewhere.
Through the back window, maybe.
Yeah.
Wedge the door open. 223 for 6. Potts with a bouncer. Is that a no ball on height? No. The man with his dog in his
yes,
pushchairs down there.
his stroller.
Lady with a couple of dogs to our right.
I'm going to try and catch them at lunchtime. As I went down at tea, but they're gone. So determined to find out what breed.
The dog barks at anybody who walks along towards. Every time somebody walks along the stand, the dog barks at them.
The longer-haired one, is here, but he's gone for a walk with somewhere.
Joe will be here somewhere with his dog as well. Pots in, defended. Runs back to him. Doesn't appear to be anybody in the players' family room today. The far end of the pavilion. Maybe one person inside, but no one on the balcony. Maybe it's a little bit too chilly to be outside. There's a few people in one of the boxes in the centre of the pavilion stand. And a few members wrapped up against the cold on their balcony just below.
Swindells, 12 to Barnes, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6. Leicestershire will be desperately hoping 10 overs into this new ball that these two can get through until lunch, which is still 20 minutes away. Ben Rain.
Essex 56 for 6 now. Having a stroll in the park that now, isn't it?
Picked up Ackerman, determined to try and break this partnership. He is into bowl to young Swindells bowl. Swindells is forward, and then a little bit of a flourish, having just blocked it out towards mid-on. Wanders towards umpire Ben Debenham, sees umpire Ben Debenham jogging towards him for some reason, despite the fact there's no one between the two of them. He decides, umpire Debenham that is, to move across to point instead.
That escalated quickly. It's now Hearts 2, Hibs 1.
Rain turns, big splodge of green on his trousers and bowls, a little bit short and whipped away by Swindells, pulled away down towards deep backward square. Potts runs round from wide long leg, gets to the ball despite the nearness of the boundary to the batter, to the pitch, and it is just a single to Harry Swindells. He moves on to 23, brings Barnes down to face. Unfussy in technique. Ed Barnes keeps it simple as Rain is in and bowls to him. On towards middle and leg and turned by Barnes. The top part of the bat out towards mid wicket. No run. Peterson is sort of rehearsing pulls at third slip where he's inclined, one of those players who's inclined to sort of give the captain advice, what he thinks about getting a certain player out. He goes down hands on knees as Rain goes in and bowls to Barnes. You could see him again rolling his fingers across the seam a little bit there. Rain trying to get it to bite a little bit into the pitch while the seam is prominent. Didn't really do so. Barnes turned it out into the leg side. No run.
They've added 20 runs in 6 overs, these two. That's with the new ball as well, isn't it?
Looks nice out there now, really. The outfields with the brightness of the green in springtime. Rain is in and bowls, and Barnes is whipping it away off the stumps, judging by everybody's reaction around him, including that of Rain. And Barnes was called through for a single by Swindells. He was on his back foot and he set off for the run, and then it was a decent throw in from Potts out there at the non-striker's end. And had it hit, Barnes might have been in a spot of a bother. But, as I say, he's very equable in temperament, Eddie Barnes, and he never sort of seems to get too worked up about anything. Leicestershire could have done with him getting the hurry on there. But anyway, all's well that ends well as far as Barnes is concerned.
Hampshire are following on against Surrey.
Rain into Swindells bowls, and Swindle is forward, shuffling forward before the ball is bowled, really well outside his crease. Lewis Hill likes to do that when the ball is moved, or he fears the ball is going to move around a little bit. Swindles defends it out into the onside, and there's no run. Hill absent because he was hit on the hand in scoring 93 in the first innings against Worcester last week. Showed me his thumb. All sorts of shades of black and grey and bruising, and indeed it turned out, on being x-rayed, to have a little fracture in it, so he's out for a while. batted in the second innings with it just strapped up. He didn't look at all comfortable. He was taking his hand off the bat. In the brief time he was there, only scored 3, and it didn't look right at all.
In the sunshine, Potts from the Finkel end, bowling to Barnes on 13. Playing a miss there to a ball outside the off stump. Essex have lost a 7th. 57 for 7 now. They need another 27 runs to beat Somerset. Lancashire made 506 at Canterbury. Kent are now 197 for 5. Gloucestershire batting again, and they're still trailing. They're 36 for 2 against Yorkshire and trailing by 113 runs in Bristol. Hampshire have been made to follow on. They were bowled out for just 223 after Surrey made 467 at the Oval, and now 26 for 1, so they trailed by 218. Notts are batting for the second time against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge, as this one goes through to the keeper and is left alone by the batsman Barnes. So Notts, actually they were behind in that one. Glamorgan had a lead of 77, Notts now 23 for 2. And Derbyshire made 505 for 8 declared, bowled Sussex out for just 174, forced them to follow on. They're now 82 without loss. I see a season of struggle and toil for a young Sussex side this year. There's Potts bowls, playing a miss this time from Barnes. He's playing slightly down the wrong line there.
Swindles wanders down and encourages his teammate.
Paul says, I've enjoyed the fish and chips. He's got brackets with scraps.
Cod haddock?
I don't know, but it's not scraps, is it? It's batter. It's not scraps. In comes Potts.
3 in a row.
And yeah, 3 playing misses in a row there from Barnes, just outside the line of off stump. He says the Addiction aren't a Jane's Addiction tribute, but a soul pop covers band. Well, there you are.
I suppose you can have scraps of batter.
Well, we call it batter in this section of the world. They're known as scraps down the A19 and in Yorkshire, and I think in some parts of the country bits. But it's batter, isn't it? Potts in again, and that's the 4th ball in a row where he's beaten the batsman.
Super stuff from Potts this morning.
That was so close to the stumps. It must have had a sniff. How does he follow this up now? Bowled 5 balls here in this over, all dot balls. 4 of them have been absolute pearlers. He's got his dander up, this 23-year-old. Can he get the wicket on the last ball of the over? Barnes has faced 21 for his 13 as Potts comes in, and that is a leave outside the off stump.
Swindles holds his bat up in and taps it in, applauding Barnes, but it's Potts who deserves the applause, really. He's absolutely been the pick of the bowlers this morning in every possible respect.
3 for 44, another maiden from him. He's bowled 23 overs, 8 of them have been maidens. He took 3 for 7 in 2 overs this morning.
There's a lady below us in an absolutely spectacular coat. I think, did you say your name was Anne?
No, that's not Anne.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
that's some kind of
almost like tie-dye or something like that.
Tie-dye hippie job from
different coloured
Afghanistan
sleeves and fine piece of work. So Rushworth swapped ends. He just didn't quite get it right from the Finkel end this morning. He's going to have a go until lunch, I suspect, from the Lumley end. Should get a couple of overs in from that end. Bright sunshine now, and the ground looks a picture.
She looks like she just walked off the set of The Serpent. Did you see that BBC drama last year?
I didn't. Rushworth is in with Eckersley standing up to the wicket to Swindles, and it is slightly short of a length. Swindles plays it comfortably enough off the back foot. Eckersley rising behind the stumps, holding his gloves high. It would have reached him at well above waist height had it not been interrupted en route by Swindles' bat.
Yeah, it was a drama series on BBC One last year. It was based on a real life events of people on the hippie trail in the 70s.
Rushworth is in, Swindles is forward, and having played the forward defensive, then sinks to one knee rather stylishly.
Are you a bit limited on what you can see when you're away in the winter? Can you still?
Oh no, I get far more on the various satellites than when I'm in this country. A lot of them seems to come through Ireland. The satellites.
Oh, right, yeah. So you get lots of adverts for Irish farm machinery.
Well, when there is an advert, it is sometimes tends to be for sort of Irish supermarkets and things. In goes Rushworth and bowls and played off the front foot. Didn't get to the pitch of it, but sort of drove it out into the offside. Swindles punched it out, rather out towards deepish extra cover. Rain running a long way back from wide. Mid-off gets to the ball ahead of Jones, and Swindles picks up a couple, moves on 25, 227 for 6. But yes, I get also, and sporting channels from all over the world, which can be very interesting.
Super sport and whatnot.
25 off 50 for Harry Swindles. 2 slips go down as Rushworth is in. Bowls to him, it leaps up, and he plays it really well off the gloves, drops it down at his feet. Eckersley, heart was in his mouth then, and he almost had the ball in his mouth as well, I suspect, there, as it leapt up.
Hey, we've seen 2 or 3 deliveries like that today, haven't we? That's come up chin high off a length.
And I suspect Eckersley will be extremely glad that that Swindles managed to glove it down into the ground, because
he has got a helmet on, Eckersley, but even so, that would have
clanged his
smashed
visor
into the helmet, wouldn't it?
I suspect Rushworth is in and bowls, and Eckersley is very much up on his toes now and didn't really get up too much, and it was played off the front foot by Swindles out into the offside. But yes, I think we can say Eckersley is wary now.
Craig Overton is that finished now?
Pulled off the
65 for 8. Craig Overton's got 12 wickets in the match.
The miracle of Taunton, that'll be called. In goes Rushworth and bowls, turned into the leg side in the air for a foot or two from Swindles. Again, he's trying to get forward to Rushworth. It's bravely done by Swindles, and end of the over.
Remember a game at Taunton, I never even got on air on the final morning. It was the 3rd day. Durham lost 5 wickets for 6 runs in about 17 deliveries. The ball was going round corners. And there was nothing in the guidelines at the time about excessive spin. And the only thing back then was excessive bounce or seam. Durham had done quite well on the same track with their seam bowling, but they changed the regulations at the end of that season. That was the season where Somerset were in with a chance of winning the title. Potts to start a new over from the Finkel end. Played out into the covers, no run there by Barnes. And Somerset complained when Middlesex and Yorkshire met in the final game at Lords, and there was a run chase. Middlesex won the match, but Somerset prepared some wickets that year which were very questionable, and even on that occasion Durham lost. The Durham coach John Lewis didn't want to be drawn into a conversation about the state of the wicket, but the Chris Rogers, the Somerset captain, did, and this has gone towards backward point now and then. He actually criticised his own groundsman, and he said he got the preparation of the wicket wrong. It was a poor wicket and there was too much dryness, and I'm not one for going and staring at strips of grass, but I thought I'd pop out and just see how bad it was, and by that point the whole square had been flooded. So they changed the regulations the following season to incorporate excessive spin. But if Overton's got a load of wickets, then that would be Seam doing a job today, you'd think. This is played off through mid-wicket, out towards deep mid-wicket. Jones comes around to cut it off. They'll get 2. They could have had 1 for the throw there, I think, but ball's only just reached the keeper's gloves. The murk's nearly melted away now. Still a bit of wispy, sea-fretty cloud just to the north of us, but more blue on show definitely than before, and the sun is shining.
A Been missing a few tweets. Apologies about that. Bradley Robson, any information as to whether Chris Wright can bat in either innings? I'm informed he's moving an awful lot better today, so I'm pretty sure, Bradley, that he will bat, especially if the follow-on needs saving.
Potts in. Yorker length ball played back to him along the ground by Barnes. Bit of a bump ball, I think, back to the bowler.
On which subject? Steve Roberts tweets, don't worry, he says Hendricks will save us with another batting masterclass. 16 not out for Bjorn Hendricks. Saved the follow-on with Chris.
64 balls or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was in the second innings, yeah.
In an hour and a half or something?
It was. He saved the follow-on with Chris Wright in the first and then saved the match with Hassan Azad in the second.
Potts with a bouncer and it hits the helmet and it's bounced into the slip corner. It's come off the bat.
Glove, I think.
The glove.
Yeah.
That was a vicious delivery. That's the end of Barnes for 15. It was spilled at second slip and I think caught at first. I thought it had smacked off his helmet there, but it's come off the glove. A rapid delivery there from Matty Potts. Caught by Borthwick / Beddingham. Old Potts, it says. There you are. So it ricocheted up and Borthwick palmed it up into the air and then Beddingham took the catch. You don't see that on a scoreboard normally, do you?
No.
The two players being attributed to the catch.
I think just one gets it.
Yeah. It's bounced off Borthwick and Beddingham takes the catch. So
it's caught Beddingham.
Yeah.
Via Borthwick, bowled Potts, who has been frankly sensational this morning, really, for Durham. He's now got 4 wickets this morning, and not one of them have been lucky. He has earned each and every one. Barnes battled away, but that was too good for a lower order batsman, essentially. Just rose on him. He did his best.
It was a snorter, wasn't it?
Yeah. Gloved it out towards Borthwick, who palmed it up, and Beddingham completed the job.
25 added there. 93.5 overs.
That follow-on, which we've talked about, still a distance away. 50 runs basically away still.
So who's left to...
Hendricks has come out.
Then.
So he's been promoted from number 11. They may be still hoping that Wright doesn't necessarily have to bat, but Potts this morning really has been outstanding. Four wickets. He's got 4 for 46, but he started, I don't know what he's got this morning overall. It's something like 4 for 20, something like that.
So there's Will Davis and Chris Wright left then?
Yeah. In the pavilion, that is.
Yes. Yeah.
Out there, Swindles, Hendricks.
It's Hendricks facing Potts. Oh, playing a miss. You didn't know much about that. That's gone through to the keeper. Oh, nearly caught the edge there on the way through. What a cracking performance from Matt Potts today. He looks so quick and strong, doesn't he?
It does. It's been brilliant. Brilliant from him. You'll get a really big round of applause. Scott Borthwick's clapping him on the way back to his fielding position at that sort of wide, long leg. There's the applause for him. He's made it happen for Durham this morning, and he's put his side in control. Every prospect of having the option of enforcing the follow-on. It's going to be Rushworth. He hasn't got a first-class 5 for yet then, Matty Potts, so...
I was just about to look at that.
4 for 32 is his best, so... Hasn't got that, but another wicket will give him it. Rushworth is in, reaching in front of himself a little bit there is Swindles, pushing it out into extra cover, and there is no run, because he's standing back now.
That's Potts' 50th championship match, I think. Wicket, sorry.
He deserves a 5 for the way he's bowled this morning. Well, and yesterday, frankly. He bowled beautifully yesterday as well. But he's got the rewards this morning. Rushworth looking to back him up is in and bowls to Swindles, who's just dropping it out towards point. Peterson scampers up from third slip, picks up and flicks the ball up the stumps, but Hendricks had made his ground. Now Hendricks is waving the pavilion, not sure why. He doesn't seem to be in any difficulties out there. The bat looks tiny in his hand as he reaches down and checks the guard. He's the most even-tempered of men, Bjorn Hendricks, and he wasn't the slightest bit sort of unnerved by the two situations he found himself in as a batsman last week, so this won't concern him. But I say Leicestershire were very pleasantly surprised by the way he batted last week. He said he'd had one net since coming back from South Africa and had been out about 15 times. Rushworth is in, bowls to Hendricks, who calmly turns it out towards mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least one there as Rain is in pursuit, slides, stops the ball but doesn't pick it up cleanly, so Swindles makes one into two on behalf of Hendricks, who is off the mark with that 232 for 7. Almost 1 o'clock, so this will be the last over. 3 balls to go. Tend to be on at the end of the news at 1 o'clock, so I think it'll be alright. Goes round the wicket and bowls. Hendricks is beaten, bounces and leaves him and goes through into the gloves of Eckersley. 2 balls to go. Durham's morning most decisively. 5 wickets fallen in the morning. 4 to Potts, 1 to Rain. 159 for 2. Leicestershire at the start of proceedings with 2 very well set, apparently, batsmen. But 232 for 7 now. Still best part of 50 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. Rushworth is in. Hendricks is very late on that one, just dabbing down on it. It trickles down towards the gully. Peterson moves across from third slip to field.
Essex are nearly there, 82 for 8.
Some game, that.
Yeah. Wonder if the pitch inspectors are heading down the M5.
So how many more do they need? Just a couple?
2, isn't it?
Just 2, is it? Rushworth is in and bowls. Hendricks defends, keeps it out, and that is lunch. 232 for 7 with Swindles 26 not out, Hendricks 2, and Potts should be leaving Durham off the field.
What a morning it's been for him. So they trail by 196. And they have faced now 95 overs, 15 with the new ball. Update coming in a moment for BBC Radio Newcastle listeners, but what a morning for Matty Potts. Absolutely perfection, rapid bowling. He's taken 4 wickets today. Assad for 66, Kimber for 4, Welsh for 2, and then Barnes with that bouncer there, which he gloved the first slip and second slip. Borthwick couldn't quite hold on to it with his second slip. It spooned up in the air off his hands and Bedingham took the catch. Well, it's been a cracking morning from a Durham point of view, and indeed Matty Potts, who's taken 4 wickets. He got the first 3 today. Crucially, an important one of Hassan Assad at the start of the day's play, caught behind for 66. He then got Lewis Kimber, bowled him for 4, Nick Welsh LBW for 2, and just moments ago, on the cusp of lunch, a bouncer to Ed Barnes. He couldn't get out the road of the ball. It came off his glove, went to the slips, bounced out the hands of Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, but landed in the hands of David Bedingham at first slip. So he departed for 15. Ackerman, the Leicestershire skipper's gone for 81, caught behind off Ben Rain. And at lunch, Leicestershire are 232 for 7 on day 3, trailing by 196.
Welcome to Chesterley Street, the home of Durham Cricket. My name is Max Whittle and I'm convinced that this club is trying to sign me because, thanks to Votu Motors, I'm here today to be tested in every way possible by ex-New Zealand international James Franklin. And yes, I will be going up against some of the Durham first 11. Just how does this coaching staff get the best out of their players? We're about to find out. So what have you planned for the start of pre-season every year? You sit down and you plan for the players. What's the first thing you do?
We obviously assess them, we look at where they're at, and then from there we can sort of come up with individually tailored plans to sort of cater for that individual player. So for example, all guys will get exposed to this sort of stuff, but it might be that they get additional sessions here and there. We might cater for that more in the gym compared to somebody else who might need to improve their fitness, for example, their aerobic fitness.
Hit the ground and react. Project forward, extend and project forward.
I am marching. I am marching. Let's just keep going. Less than 3 seconds, yeah? Yeah! All right, last go. Don't stop running at the end. You're getting faster, Max. You're getting tired, Max. I'm done. And we're going in the gym now.
Yes, today the lads are on week 6 of their programme, so they're quite tired to be fair after 6 weeks of hard work. The plan is today to sort of get them to push their strength to a level where they feel they can get to from a 3 rep max perspective today. So no 1 rep maxes, we don't really test, that's too risky. Obviously the speed always comes first, that takes priority. So imagine if you do strength before speed, you'd be knackered into that session. So the key thing is we get the speed bit, the fast stuff done first, and then we go into the more heavy, slower stuff in the gym afterwards.
Next time, I'll be getting padded up and facing a few balls in the nets with James Franklin and try my best Ben Stokes fielding impression.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers, industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Oh, hello, hello. Nice to meet you. What do you call Mr. So I've just cold and everything, and the lady next to us has been nice to me. And something else. With salad. I mean, I've got so I'm going to go find well, John's sitting there putting it so anyway, see you later.
Welcome back to Chesley Street. Afternoon session on day 3 about to begin here. And Leicestershire 232 for 7. Whether or not they will pass the follow-on target of 279 remains to be seen, but having bowled 90 odd overs now, Durham, I can't imagine they'd be in a position where they'd want to enforce the follow-on. So in that case, if they were to bowl Leicestershire out soon, they're then going to have to come in and bat today and take the day up towards this evening. And probably have a similar scenario to the Worcester game, Leicester-Worcester last week. We shall see. It's been hard graft on this track getting the wickets. Matty Potts has had a blinder so far.
He has. He deserves his maiden first-class fifer. But he's not initially going to get a chance, because Ollie Gibson is going to open the bowling for Durham in this afternoon session, looking for his first wicket. You mentioned that Matty Potts had reached his 50 in terms of wickets taken for Durham this morning. One day, thinks Ollie Gibson, that'll be me. Rushworth's doing a dance at mid-on, so I think he's probably going to continue from the Lumley end.
Gibson it is then, 73 on his back, right arm over. First ball of the afternoon to Swindles is defended, it goes back up to mid-off. Essex beat Somerset in a low-scoring epic with the last men at the crease. Scrambled, I think it was Adam Rossington, scrambled a single off a leg by and came very close to being run out with the scores level, and the ball missed the stumps and ran away for 4. So they won with 5 leg byes, which is probably the highest individual score of the innings, I would imagine.
Over 6,000 people were watching the stream by the end.
Gibson again, played this time by Swindles to the covers, dot ball. Watching that particular stream on that channel on YouTube, but you can watch it on NV Play, the ECB website.
Yeah.
Both club websites. So, and then there's all those listening on the BBC website as well, and the sports app. In comes the bowler, and forward goes the batsman. Plays the ball down into the ground safely and back up to the bowler's end.
The Durham side's proclivity for downing their trousers continues. This time it's Ben Rain with his pants down, but Scott Borthwick's undies are electric blue. Ben Rain's a dark blue, a navy blue, Durham blue.
Gibson to Swindles. Oh, that whacks him midships. Gets him reeling a little bit there, the batsman. Right in the box.
Happy Easter to you, fine wine. That's a nice tweet. Just happy Easter. I found out about our friend the Barker downstairs during the interval.
Gibson once again comes in, and Swindles plays that to 2 point to Keegan Peterson. It's a dot ball.
It's a Labradoodle.
A Labradoodle.
Now, is that an official breed?
Yeah, they're popular, those.
I knew they were popular, but I wasn't sure whether it was a sort of kind of euphemism for a bit of a mix. But it is a genuine sort of Kennel Club recognised thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
A Labradoodle.
Friends have got one.
And he's called Ted.
Ted the Labradoodle.
Ted the Labradoodle, with Freddie the Labrador.
Right. They can be a bit scatty, Labradoodles, a bit bouncy. There's Gibson bowls, and that's an edge, but I don't think it carried to the keeper, and he spilled it anyway. It's bounced awkwardly just in front of Ned Eckersley, and he's trying to scoop it up as he was diving across to his right. And the pitch just in front of him. Maiden over from Gibson though to start after lunch.
get up too much. That one, and it will be Rushworth removing his sweater to continue the spell he started pre-lunch from the Lumley end. 1 for 52 for him. Sorry, you were about to say?
Yeah, the dog. Yeah. So what? There's a Labradoodle and a what?
There's a Labrador as well called Frankie.
Right.
And a little quiet Scotty as well. I didn't catch his name. I didn't hear his name.
Was he quietly spoken?
He was. He had nothing to say for himself. Unlike Ted and Frankie.
Yeah. I think you can buy a dog season ticket for a tenner. Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Rushworth to the left-handed Bjorn Hendricks, who is driving and missing, or not driving, but sort of looking to drive, sort of stroked. Even left-handers who can't really bat can look quite elegant in their shots, and Hendricks has and did, but he got nowhere near it as it went through to Eckersley behind the stumps.
There was a little bit of noise there, but I think it was his bat hitting the ground as the ball went by.
Certainly there was no reaction from any of the Durham fielders. 3 slips behind Hendricks alongside Eckersley as Rushworth charges in and bowls. Hendricks is up on his toes, defending that straight one out into the cover area. Travaskis moves to his left to field, and there's no run. Non-playing member of the Durham side has been for a net. Who might that be under that helmet? Do you recognise that individual?
Coggers. Paul Coughlin, I think. He's got a couple of bats under his arm as well.
He's watching now as Rushworth is in. Bowls to Hendricks, who drives pleasantly, but a good diving stop away to his right. That's a wide mid-off position by Ben Rain. Means no runs to be had for the big South African. Picked up his first wickets for Leicestershire in this game, having gone wicketless against Worcestershire. And looked like he was going to go wicketless for a long period here, but managed in the end to pick up a couple towards the end. Good one as well. Beddingham, McCourton bowled. Rushworth in. Bowls. Hendricks solid in defence. Nice high right elbow. Back out to Rain it goes. No run. Lovely afternoon up here in Chester Street now. See even a few vapour trails from hairy plains. There's still a little bit of haze around, but essentially we are set very fair indeed. In goes Rushworth and bowls. Hendricks again is stroking the ball quite stylishly towards mid-off. It bounces up nicely for Rain to move to his left this time and make the stop, then get to work on polishing the ball, which is still relatively new. 96 coming up to the end of the 97th over, so only 17 overs essentially bowled with this ball.
It's nice and sunny as we look at the view, but in the back lane behind the press box it's rather chilly.
Rushworth in. Bowls tucked off his legs on the back foot by Hendricks, only as far as Jones at mid-wicket, but other than that one sort of play and miss early on, he played pretty competently in that over. Bjorn Hendricks, who is yet to be dismissed for Leicestershire, 2 innings of 16 not out against Worcestershire in follow-on and then match-saving style, and now he's giving Swindles a useful accompaniment here. He's 2 not out, but he has faced 11 deliveries. 2-3-2 for 7, end of the over.
It's a cold breeze drifting in from the east, and looking at the weather forecast for the next week, once this high pressure drifts away, that's the way it's going to be next week. It's going to be rather chilly with the wind coming in off the North Sea for a few days.
Where are you next week?
Home to Notts.
Oh, okay.
So Mr. Bracegirdle will be here. Gibson second over after lunch, none for 36 from his 15 so far. 5 have been maidens, including the most recent, but the first ball of this is cut away down to third man for 1 by Swindells. That brings Hendricks on to strike on 2 from 11 balls, and Swindells has got 27 from 62. Deficit is at 195. So once that gets to 149, Durham would have to bat again anyway. Altering the fielding positions here, and they've put a third man in. Oh, there's now the left-handed Hendricks, isn't it? So now got a long leg, third man drops down, and deep square legs moved more around a deep mid-wicket. Gibson still looking for his first wicket on debut as Hendricks pirouettes in the crease, and the ball is played down into the ground and out towards the covers, no run. There's an aeroplane, first one we've seen this week.
Heading off to...
Heading into Manchester, heading into Newcastle.
I was going to say Manchester's a...
Yeah, he's lost.
He's going the wrong way.
Turn round. When we got back from holiday a few weeks ago, it's a 4.5-hour flight from Gran Canaria as Gibson comes in and bowls, and this is flicked off towards long leg for one. Quite a bit of dust coming up as the ball bounces across the field. Yeah, we were scheduled to land at a minute past 8, I think it was, and the wheels actually hit the tarmac at 1 minute past 8. To be so precise after flying so many thousands of miles. Still a lot of murk in the sky to the north of us, which the sun hasn't burnt off yet. Gibson to Swindells, played up to mid-off to rain, no run. Well, that plane that's just gone past us is over Bolden Colliery at the moment, and it's from Faro in Portugal. Jet 2 flight into Newcastle. There's a Lufthansa flight heading just over Whitburn and Sunderland at the moment. And that's Glasgow to Frankfurt as Gibson comes in and bowls. Where's the ball gone? It's right behind the batsman. He didn't know it himself. He's tippy-toeing around the crease trying to see where it's gone, but he's put it in the ground and it's more or less come to rest between his legs there.
Yeah, I don't think Hendricks is much of a lad for pitching cheeky, very quick singles. He's not a scurrier.
There was a nice little moment last night. Western Province had asked for a photograph of Hendricks and Beddingham together. So, teammates back in South Africa during the winter. Ball played down towards... Where is it? It's not. Oh,
finally.
It's gone.
Off his legs.
Someone played the shot and never saw the ball after that. It's at the far end of the ground now. 4 runs then. Flicked off the legs.
It was leg byes.
Leg byes. Yeah, gone up on the borders, leg byes. So that's the end of the over. 238 for 7. The deficit is 190.
Yeah.
Here on the BBC.
So the 40 runs still needed by Leicestershire to avoid the follow-on. But speculation, Marty thinks that unlikely to be enforced anyway, so it's kind of not so very necessarily important from Borthwick's point of view. He'll just want the wickets and the facility to make the decision. Rushworth looking to give him the opportunity, at least, is in round the wicket, and the very calm Hendricks just reaches in front of his pad. No big stride or anything like it. Dabs it out and then indicates there was a little bit of movement there. There was something there, just maybe straightened a little bit as it came sort of towards middle and leg, and suggestion from Hendricks is it might just have straightened a smidge. Saw Moeen Ali being touted as a potential England captain over the summer by some this morning. In goes Rushworth and bowls, better line and length, and just pushed out into the offside by Hendricks, with a view to then it going to Stokes on a longer term basis once he's sort of happy with himself physically and mentally, so maybe in the autumn, something like that. But Sam Billings also Being put forward by many. Don't think that would be a bad shout. In goes Rushworth and bowls, and looking to maybe just work it into the leg side. It bounces up and onto the thigh pad of Hendricks, and then goes forward. And he walks forward and picks it up and gives it to the fielder. I was once run out like that. Nearly caused a riot. Not on my part, I might add. One or two of my teammates were less than impressed, given it was a village game. It was in the middle of nowhere. Mattered not. In goes Rushworth and bowls down the leg side. Nobody gets anything on it. Might just have nobody. I thought Eckersley might have got a gauntlet to it because it went down quite slowly in the end to the finest of fine legs 4-4, but it is signalled byes, and the disappointed Eckersley concedes the extras. And yesterday we found out that when we saw the ball hit the helmet, that is the very, very first time in first class cricket that Durham have conceded penalty runs, 5 of them. And in that time, in their first class history, Durham have received 70 of them. In goes Rushworth, bowls again to Hendricks, who edges wide of 4th slip and down towards 3rd man. Went quite slowly again. I'm just watching the umpire, but no, it was a genuine edge. Don't think it was in the air as it went past Peterson. So it's just a single to Bjorn Hendricks. He moves on 2-4, 2-4, 3-4, 7. Paul Nixon and Ben Mike walking in front of us. Mike having had a net, half-dressed, in that he's got his long-sleeved white Leicestershire shirt on. Rushworth over the wicket, bowls to Swindles, who's covering up, on the move, walking forward into the shot, pushing out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I say half-dressed because he's still got his blue or blackish training shorts on, as well as his thigh pads and pads, etc., etc. I was talking to Nico in the nets this morning. I was watching as he was using that sort of it's originally developed for dogs, wasn't it, when you put the ball into that sort of flicky thing? I assume it's some sort of rubber device. I don't know what its actual name is, but coaches use it to generate pace as they throw the balls down. Maybe
I bought one to practice the batting with my daughters last year. Terrifies them. Gibson in, bowls, flicked away through mid-wicket by Hendricks for 1.
I said to Paul, what sort of pace have you generated? And he's very proud. He said, I have been clocked at 87 miles an hour with it.
Yeah, they do give you quite a bit of
spring.
Whip. Yeah. But I was just trying to teach the girls sort of defensive front foot shots at, Yorker length deliveries and that kind of thing. But they don't like me throwing it at them from 3 yards.
Don't like them.
244 for 7. Swindles places towards mid-wicket. Dot ball. They definitely do work and save your elbow a bit as well, and your shoulder.
Is there a sort of knack to it, or is it just a case of sort of throwing action that
just high it, but keep it straight? You can lob a little bit, but I prefer to high. Gibson in, and Swindles with an expansive drive and a great diving stop by Keegan Peterson at point there. That was away for 4 otherwise, and instead it's a dot ball.
Backing up the bowlers. That's what you want. As you say, that would have crashed into the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion.
It's a proper verb, that, the verb to hoy.
To hoy?
We hoy, you hoy, they hoy, he hoys, she hoys.
It's another word for a kind of boat as well, isn't it? A hoy.
Shorter delivery from Gibson, played towards the cover area. A hoy. It's not a foy.
No, there's a hoy.
There's a hoy, is there?
H-O-Y. If if it's spelled that way.
You have Foy boatmen on the river. We used to at one time.
Is that as in the place, Fowey in Cornwall? 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
I think
Foy,
so.
isn't it?
Yeah,
So maybe
they go around on the little wherry type things to, you know, take you across the 2 other bigger boats. And Gibson pulled into the air by Swindells. It's going to land into no man's land safely for him because he didn't get hold of that at all. Well, it looped up in the air, tried to hook it to the leg side. There was nobody at square leg. Had there been, then that might have been a catch for them, but he's pulled it up and behind square leg, more or less to a sort of long leg position. Well, in that line, but not the distance. Long leg came racing in, but it bounced a few yards in front of them.
He likes a hook, does Swindells, and I've seen him get out to it a couple of times, so you'll get a few more of those. Updates time.
Hendricks faces Gibson, pulls that into the air, and that's gone in a similar fashion to the previous shot from Swindells, and again lands in no man's land around about the vacant square leg position. So he gets away with one as well. Coming up to, it's just ticked over to 2 o'clock. $246 for 7. Ted the dog's not happy with people. It's the man pushing the little terrier in a pushchair walking past, which is unimpressed Ted. Rushworth round the wicket, balls to Hendricks, played up to mid-off, no run. In comes the bowler again. Ball played to backward square leg by Hendricks for 1. Things looking fairly comfortable at the moment from a batting point of view. From a Leicestershire position in this game. Scoreboard continues to tick along. They're 3 away from their second batting point now as well. Cut towards point this time by Swindells, no run, stopped by Peterson. $247 for 7. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, through to the keeper it goes. Playing a miss there. That stayed quite low as it pitched just outside of off stump. Sun is shining in Chester Street as Rushworth comes in. Swindells, bit of a false shot that time. Just said how generally batting had been quite easy, and then he plays and misses at the previous ball. There's a bit of a false shot there as the ball looped out towards the covers. So still 3 away from the second batting point. Durham 2 more wickets away from a third bowling point. Remember, Leicestershire were restricted to 2 bowling points. Durham got 4 batting points and missed out on the 5th by 2 runs. Oh, that's nipped back in sharply. There's an appeal. Chris Rushford's animated. The umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, says no. He's watching it again. It looked like a decent shout. Rushford's a bit surprised it wasn't given. End of the over. A little bit of a struggle in that over there for Swindells, those last 3 deliveries. Gibson to start his next over, his 18th, from the Finkel end. Oh, that's gone right through Hendricks. He didn't know much about that at all. I think it's gone over the stumps. Played and missed, he was nearly doubled up there.
It's shot, rather. There's 1 or 2 have just started to stay a bit low. From this end, haven't they?
Yeah.
1 or 2 did yesterday, and that one...
But just as you went off to do your bulletin, I said things had quietened down from a batting point of view, and it was fairly straightforward for Leicestershire, and then suddenly it's doing a bit again. Well, the bowlers are doing a bit. Gibson still looking for his first wicket on his debut. Hendricks plays this to fine leg for 1.
BBC Radio Leicester taking the local radio news now instead of doing it themselves, and I've forgotten it's always about twice as long as the local news, so apologies about that.
Wondering what they're trying to bring Michael Jones in. He's must be quite lonely being Michael Jones this week. He's been at the far end of the ground on his own, feeling at long leg. Oh.
There's 3 people in that stand though now.
Is there?
Yeah, you can just see them at the end there.
Gibson comes in, right arm over to Swindells, and that has gone to Jones. So he's involved immediately after being told to come in a few yards closer.
I'm surprised there hasn't been a barrage of bouncers given the way they both mishooked a couple of overs ago. Skied the ball up into the air, fell safely, but completely fortunate that the ball did fall safely in both cases.
Gibson to Hendricks. It is a short one, and that's come off the back of the bat, I think.
It did, yeah.
He looked to try and pull it, and mistimed it totally, and it's hit the V-shaped splice on the back of the bat and gone out towards the covers. No run.
Tried to sort of swat it away, Bjorn Hendricks, and swatted a bit too hard and fast. So 2 bad mishooks. Surely will only encourage the short ball.
There are 2 slips in place. There's 2 on the leg side for the pull shot. And there's 1 at mid-wicket in Ben Rain, who's going after this one. It's a single to Hendricks as he plays it up towards square leg.
Bonus point.
50 runs.
I'd be surprised if they got a 3rd, but that is a 2nd. They'll be aware of the number of overs bowled, Durham. They need another couple of wickets to pick up maximum bowling bonus points, and they have 8 overs and a ball to get them.
Gibson to Swindells. Dot ball played back to the bowler from around about off stump. End of the over then. 250 for 7. 102 overs have gone.
Hendricks and Swindells touch gloves. It's a little landmark. Came together with a score on 229. When Barnes got a really good delivery from Potts that rose at him, gloved it towards Borthwick at second slip knocked up, and Beddingham completed the catching. But Borthwick got a credit on the scoreboard. Borthwick / Beddingham. Rushworth to continue from the Lumley end around the wicket to Bjorn Hendricks, who is leaning forward studiously. No big stride from him, but bat quite close to pad. Pushing it out towards Jones, who has company now. He's come across into the covers. Keegan Peterson is having a chat at square leg to umpire Debenham. Rushworth, the sun glinting on his tonsured head, is in and bowls, and he drops his hands, Hendricks, and almost just lets it sort of hit him. And it did on his thigh, sort of thing, and dropped out into the offside. Just a safe leave in that it wasn't going to prompt a leg before shout, but it wasn't particularly safe in terms of wearing it, so to speak, but I'm sure he's well padded underneath his whites. Rushworth charging in and bowls, and up on his toes. Hendricks this time doesn't really threaten to rise too much, and under the sun, I mean, the pitch has been good anyway, but under the sun it almost seems to flatten. Everything seems to suddenly look a lot reasonably straightforward, but well, the ball, is it now 22 and a half overs old? It should still be fairly hard. Rushworth turns halfway through his 26th over, is in and bowls to Hendricks, who is behind it on off stump. Out into the offside it goes. Jones picks up. It's just speculation, but you do feel every over that Durham bowl without bowling Leicestershire makes it less likely that they would enforce the follow, that Borthwick would enforce. He might think he needs the time. Questions as Rushworth is in, bowls turned, or looking to turn it off his legs. It's a little bit too straight, it's a bit early on it, and it runs out towards mid-wicket from Hendricks there, who's 18 on the back of his shirt. It looks almost like it's been through too strong a wash. It looks a bit washed out compared to the bright green on the shirts of the other Leicestershire players, including Swindle's at the other end. I think he put it on maybe too hot a wash. As Rushworth is in and bowls to this big South African, who just leans forward and plays it out into the offside. Jones picks up, end of a maiden over for Chris Rushworth, the 6th of the 26 that he's bowled, 1 for 54. His figures so far. 250 for 7, Leicestershire. Ted is quiet at the moment, and Frankie ditto.
Ted was barking at a rival dog a few minutes ago, just before you were about to do your update.
They like this, the Durham crowd.
Chance for a fifer for Matty Potts. It would be his first. Bowled really well this morning. A lot of speed. He buttered up Assad, got him with a short one, caught behind. And then got Barnes in a similar fashion as well. Just before lunch. Also claimed the wickets of Kimber and Welch. He's 50 wickets now, including 8 in a game at Worcester, 4 in this innings. He's looking for a fifer as he comes in and bowls. And he's got it! First delivery, a poor shot from Swindells, way outside the line of off stump. He was fishing a long way out there, bat miles away from the body, and he's clipped it to the slips. And that's the first 5-wicket haul for Matty Potts, and well deserved. 5 for 46 in 24.1 overs, 8 maidens, and he has been a star performer today.
5-wicket bag, the scoreboard announces, and he's earned it. He has really bowled extremely well, particularly this morning. And he bowled really well yesterday and went wicketless. I think he was something like 17 overs for about 28 runs. Gave away absolutely nothing, but didn't have any real luck. Hasn't really had any luck this morning, but it's just changed for him. Fortune changed, the edges carried, the gloves were found, the catches were taken, and as a result he's looking at the scoreboard. 5 for 46 for him.
Fourth wicket, second slip with the catch. It was straight at him, low.
It was a poor shot, you're right there, wasn't it? Reaching
body
for
was
it.
miles from the bat there, wasn't it? I remember having a net session here with Martin Moxon once, and he was trying to explain that to me. The further away the bat is from your body, the less control you've gotten. He was leaning a long way outside the line there. Maybe with thoughts of what he had to deal with from Potts before lunch, perhaps. 250 for 8.
3 fours in those 77 balls faced by Harry Swindles, and he'll be very disappointed not to have gone on, because Hendricks was doing a good job for him, really, providing sort of solid support at the other end. Davis comes out ahead of Wright, so it'll be really interesting to see where the Wright bats. I think if Leicestershire were nearer the follow-on, what are they, 28 away at the moment, Wright would definitely bat. But if Davis goes quickly, it'll be interesting to see what happens, whether they'll send him out. 250 for 8.
For the first time this season, I'm having to use my correction pen in my scorecard. Potts in to Davis. It's edged sort of into the body there and trundled off towards the slips. Landed a few yards in front of the diminutive Keegan Peterson at third slip.
Bernard, hello Bernard. He doubts that the follow-on would be enforced. He thinks bat makes more sense to bat against, set a target in excess of 350, 400 in the last innings.
What's the deficit? 178. Comes Potts once more. Davis turns it round towards deep square leg for 1 run.
I'm inclined to agree, Bernard, but be interesting. I mean, Borthwick, has he been in this position before? Do you know what sort of captain he is in that respect?
I don't think he'd force it on, because they've bowled 104 overs nearly. And I think they'd probably find on this track, with bowlers who've been out there for a day now, they might not have the impetus, or as Hendricks plays this one, what's the word I'm looking for, out into the covers, just the zip to get the 10 wickets needed,
The energy, almost.
Well, yeah.
Excuse me. On the other hand, he might fancy a day off tomorrow and think his bowlers can finish it off today.
I can't tell you what the absolute answer is, because I haven't got a clue.
It's fun to
theory.
It's fun to speculate.
Yeah. Potts to Hendricks. Hendricks forward to that one. It rolls out into the covers.
Work out how many balls Hendricks has. Famous last. That's tempting fate, isn't it? But to work out how many balls he's faced now without being dismissed. But so I made a note of it in the first innings against Worcester. 16 not out, partnership of 48 with Chris Wright. I didn't make a note of how many deliveries, I'd have to look it up.
Oh, now that's a short one, which has glanced off the face of Hendricks' bat, looped over the slip corner and away for 4. He's trying to rock out the road of it.
I think it's reasonable to say he wasn't in control, though, was it? Big Buren. In a way, he played quite well, didn't he? He guided it over the slips or anything like it, but just leant back and thudded into the bat below his nose. Potts very nearly had a 6 for. 5 for 51 now for him. Hendricks into double figures again. 16 not out, 16 not out, now 13 not out. Will Davis would normally have expected to come in at number 11, his first appearance of the season for Leicestershire, so obviously his first innings, 7 innings last season, 54 runs. Rushworth is in, bowls to him, he's up on his toes and defending competently enough, out into the offside, off stump. 3 not out in that time, so that sort of dragged his average up to 13.5, and his high score was 42. I'm trying to remember who that was against. But like all tail-enders, 99% of them, he can bat a little bit if you play to your limitations. 2 slips and a gully for him now as Rushworth goes in and bowls. He looks to turn him off his legs down into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the pad, bounces back down the pitch towards Rushworth, who ignores the ball disdainfully, stalks away, and it's Michael Jones who comes walking in to pick it up.
Yeah, you just mentioned Bernard's tweet, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
We're inclined to agree, Bernard, but it's going to be interesting to find out. Rushworth is in. Davis is solidly forward, firmly out into the offside.
May well not come into the reckoning anyway.
Well, still need another 23 to 24 runs, and yeah, we shall see. That would wouldn't maybe solve his dilemma if he's in any sort of dilemma. Borthwick might just take the decision away from him. A lead of 148, say, he'd probably do him nicely. In goes Rushworth and bowls. Davis again is forward, pleasantly, solidly enough, bat next to pad.
Not 63 for 3, still 14 behind Glamorgan's first innings total.
That would be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it, if the Glammies win at Trent Bridge?
Brace will have to put his open top bus away. What was I going to say?
He's anticipating automatically winning promotion, is he?
Some 1 or 2 people were trying to rib him the other day.
Rushworth. 2 balls to go in, the over is in, and bowls short, pulled away very nicely, hooked away really by Davis down to the square leg boundary for 4. He has been working on his batting, the Staffordshire man. Davis swivelled nicely there, and maybe he's been moved up to number 10 for a reason. He moves on to 5, 2, 5 and 9 for 8.
Rushworth needs 1 more wicket for 550 in Championship cricket. Yeah, I was going to say was the whole Chris Wright thing as well. Durham will know that it's likely Leicestershire are still going to be a bowler down.
Oh yeah, he won't be able to bowl.
So
the question is whether he can bat. Yeah. So they could anticipate scoring quite quickly. Rushworth is in to Davis, and it's rising up towards the body, but again plays it perfectly competently up on his toes, defends it out into the offside. End of Rushworth's over, just the 4 from it, that single hook shot from Will Davis. 259 for 8. Rushworth 1 for 58. He's had to play a second fiddle for once, Chris Rushworth, to the bowling of Matty Potts on this occasion, who has been hugely impressive. He looks in a buoyant young man, Matty Potts. He's always laughing and joking, clowning around. And he is now talking away to Rushworth and Rain. Preparing to bowl again to Bjorn Hendricks, who can expect, I suspect, 1 or 2 short deliveries.
At 250 for 8, when the last wicket fell, Durham were taking a wicket every 31 runs as Potts is in. Hendricks plays it back to him along the ground. And then if you look at overs bowled now, so when was that? That was 103 overs. Every 12 to 13 overs a wicket, so still quite a lot of mist around us, isn't there? To the north, hazy. Potts comes in. Hendricks whips that one down to Third man. Jones cuts it off. Oh, Hendricks falls over. Should have been 2. Should have been 1 for the throw, but he was still on his knees as the throw came back in.
From what we've seen of Davis, I'm sure he's got a reasonable amount of confidence in him. So he faced 8 balls, 5 runners though, and he's played them all pretty competently, so why not? That said, Borthwick is going to post a short leg to Davis. Potts is quicker than Rushworth, of course. Short ball might be a different thing. And Borthwick holds up his hands and asks Matty Potts to wait a minute. Potts had taken a couple of steps in his run-up, but Borthwick still changing the field.
Potts comes in and bowls. Oh, pops up in the air, and he's got a caught and bowled. Did well there. He was on his toes, and that's the end of Davis for 5. He's got 6 wickets now, and Leicestershire are 260 for 9. Covered some ground there to get to that, didn't he? Because it was just hovering in the air.
He did, but again, you know, that's the bowler's wicket. I know he caught it as well, but it's been really top-notch fast medium from Matty Potts in this game, today in particular, but in this game overall, and that was another one.
He's more or less on the crease line there when he takes the catch.
It looks like Chris Wright is going to come out with a runner. With now he's got 6.
Yeah, it's a new announcer today. I was talking to him this morning. It's his first day in the gig.
Could have done with that announcement after he'd taken his 5th, really. Because he's now got a maiden 6 for. And he could get a maiden 7 for. As Chris Wright comes out, as I say, with a runner. They're all of a height, so at the moment, until one of them turns around, I can't quite see who it is.
Trail by 1 at 6-8.
Looks like it could be Louis Kimber, actually. It is Louis Kimber. Has come out to do the running for Chris Wright. Be interesting to see how well Wright moves. Paul Nixon said he was moving much more comfortably this morning, but he really did limp off on the first morning, didn't he? He looked in a real amount of trouble, but seems to be okay at the moment. He's doing his squats and his limbering up exercises.
.260 for 9. They trailed Durham by 168. Right facing Potts. Let's hit him in the pad. There's a big appeal. Not out.
Maybe just going down. Potts liked it, as you would expect. Not so strong an appeal from behind the stumps. Grins as he walks back. Potts at Rushworth, who might have said something.
Here he comes again. It's a short one, and it swings awkwardly as it heads towards the keeper. And then Eckersley trying to get across to his left-hand side, can only get part of his glove on the ball, but he manages to stop it racing away. Still short of that Follow-on target of 279 by 19 runs at the moment. Leicestershire.
They might fancy it, you know, Durham. They might.
Might be up to what Matthew Potts says as he comes in here. Bowls. Oh, playing a miss from right. What would you do? End of the over.
Yeah, tweet us. Let us know at Marty Cricket, at Foxy Cricket 22. What's the consensus of opinion? To enforce or not enforce? That is the question. If the question has to be posed. Oh, it's coming up to past.
Travascus coming into the attack. Travascus is preparing to bowl from the lovely end of the ground, left arm over here to the left-handed Hendricks. Short leg in place and a slip. He comes in and bowls, and into the keeper's gloves it goes. A sort of half-hearted tap there from Hendricks. Try and play at the ball. wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on email if you want to email us as well. Hendricks plays and misses at this one from Travascus. Travascus' sunglasses glistening in the sunshine here as he bowls. In comes the bowler again, and that's driven out past point for one towards the boundary. That brings right onto strike, so he has to swap over with Louis Kimber, his runner. I believe he hit his groin on day one. 9.2 overs he'd bowled when he limped off. Decentish crowding again today. And the sun is shining now here in Chastity Street. And Travascus is bowling now to right, who paddles it round the corner. It loops up in the air and lands safely behind the wicket keeper. And gets a single, and if I've played once with a runner years ago and I hurt my back, and it was so confusing because he instinctively set off for a single there, then realised he wasn't meant to, and then he started heading back to his crease as Hendricks was arriving alongside him, so it all got a bit confusing. So the ball was retrieved by David Bedingham first slip, got it to the keeper who broke the stumps anyway, just to make sure, I suppose, because it wasn't that obvious as to who was meant to be where there, or who was where. In comes the bowler again, and Hendricks plays this one down into the ground. No run. .232 on this Saturday afternoon, Easter Saturday. In comes the bowler. Hendricks dabs it away, end of the over. So Wright will face the next over from Potts. As Potts looks for a 7-fer. Best bowling figures in head-to-heads. It's belongs to the Indian Test player, Durham's best figures, Manoj Prabhakar, who took a career best 7 for 65 at Grace Road in 1995. The host still won by an innings and 91 runs. Neil Killeen took 7 for 85 in a draw at Grace Road in 99. And in 2019, Bryden Cast took an then career best 6 for 36 at Chesley Street. So at the minute, Potts has 6 for 52. Hendricks is having treatment to his hand now. Oh, has he dislocated a finger there? And if so, how? Physio's just having a look at him at the moment. So, if Potts could get a 7th quickly, he basically can't concede more than 13 runs. If you get a 7th without doing that, then he would have the best figures for Durham against Leicestershire in the county championship game. Hendricks has received his treatment on his finger.
Yeah, he did it yesterday, didn't he? He had it all bandaged up. Was it day 1 actually, or day 2? I can't quite remember now. I think it was yesterday morning, but it may have been the first day. It didn't seem to affect his bowling, although it was his bowling hand that Will Garvey had to plaster up. Passed Will on the towpath yesterday. We were going in separate directions, running at about 7 o'clock in the morning. Didn't see him this morning. Ha! Could have been on opposite sides of the weir.
So you're not on the John McVicar trail this morning?
Isn't that across the river, the wet
Twice.
way?
Down the Ginnel from the prison and then across the river twice.
It involves swimming, doesn't it? At some stage. So Hendricks is, I think, okay now. Is it the me?
It's my end, isn't it? It's Potts. Here he comes, bowling to right. Right, jabs the bat down on the ball as loads of dust comes up as the ball goes through to the keeper.
Do you think the fact that Wright took off for that single?
Yeah, I was just saying how confusing it is. Have you ever batted with a runner? Because I absolutely had no idea where I was meant to be standing.
Well, were you batting or running?
I was batting because I'd had a back spasm midway through an innings, and so I'd have a runner.
But the fact he took off for it,
yes.
It seemed to be okay, didn't
Yeah.
it? It didn't look too bad at all.
Potts again, and that was going down the leg side. Potts gave up halfway through the appeal there.
He's moving pretty freely. I don't think he'd bowl again in the game, but this is perhaps why Paul Nixon has indicated that they're reasonably hopeful he'll be okay for the game against Derby, which starts at the Upton Seal on Thursday.
Just saying, when you were off air there, Manoj Prabhakar, took 7 for 65 for Durham at Grace Road. So Potts looking for a 7th here. That one's gone along the floor. And Wright remembers this time it's not him who's running, it's his runner, so he sends him on his way. 1 run just behind square leg. So he's basically got to get another wicket and now not concede 12 more runs, and he's got the record figures for Durham against Leicestershire.
Oh, has he now? A great day for him. A day to remember. I honestly don't know how an umpire can give a run out with a runner. You know, everything is so far apart. It's kind of a guess. Has to be a guess.
In comes Potts, bowls to short one. It's hooked out towards deep square leg by Hendricks for 1.
So Hendricks, 16 in every innings he's played for Leicestershire now. 16 not out in every innings he's played for Leicestershire.
on strike. Plays the ball across towards the covers. No run. "15 away from officially avoiding the follow-on here at Leicestershire. Last ball of the over from Potts. Drilled back past him for 4. Nice shot from right. Slightly over pitch and away it went. Not allowed to do that. So, 2-6-8-4-9.
Chris Wright is another perfectly competent lower order batsman. 32 and 15 against Worcestershire. A three-way chat between Kimber, Wright and Hendricks. 10 more needed by Leicestershire. Hendricks on strike to Travaskis. Will he try and go big? Travaskis tosses it up, tries to tempt him. Hendricks just strokes it out to mid-off. Rain has been pushed back, not quite to full long on. He's about 3/4, 2/3 of the way back there, as Travaskis is in, clipped by Hendricks. Not entirely sure he meant it to go straight along the ground to Borthwick at mid-wicket, but that's where it went. Just the one slip. Beddingham. Dixon is usually under the lid at short leg, and indeed he is this time as well. Travaskis is in. Quicker delivery, indeed. I'm not sure how Hendricks was trying to play that one, whether he just sort of let it hit the face of the bat outside off stump and it dribbled along the ground towards Beddingham at slip. Travaskis, sunglasses on, bowls to Hendricks, who wafts at one outside off stump and misses. It was a very sort of casual shot indeed, and Dixon takes off his helmet at short leg and goes in to waiting second slip, it would appear, alongside David Beddingham. Well, not alongside, because he's a foot or so in front of him, next to Beddingham. Travaskis is in. Back, oh my goodness me, goes straight through him. He went back and tried to force out into the offside. Whether that actually turned back in and it went past the inside edge, I'd have to have a quick look at a replay at that one. But either way, it wasn't taken cleanly by Eckersley. Travaskis is in and leaning forward. Hendricks pushes it back past Travaskis on the onside, seeing that Rain is that distance back, realises there's a comfortable single to be had and takes it. Moves on to 17, 269 for 9, and means he keeps the strike. So Wright, who, as I say, marching, he looks relatively free of sort of discomfort for this sort of three-way chat at the end of the over, and marches off to square leg. Because Hendricks has kept the strike.
Gibson back into the attack here. 10 away from avoiding the follow-on. From a statistical point of view, Gibson still looking for his first wicket on his debut.
Paul on the stream, yay, maximum bowling points, which we neglected to confirm. So 7 bonus points.
Yeah, this is the last over for bonus points now, isn't it?
7 bonus points for Durham, so could be looking at a 23-point game if they're going to enforce the win.
Gibson bowls. First ball is defended, it runs away up to mid-on. Off the bat of Hendricks, who's on 17 from 50. Gibson on his mark. Comes running in, right arm over and bowls. And Hendricks absolutely swats that away for 4. Straight back past the bowler, in between him and mid-on. That was a baseball shot.
Was it clubbed away, wasn't it? Big Buren, he moved into the 20s. 21, not out of 51 balls. 1 maximum, and the follow-on is saved. Perhaps that's what he's thinking. And we'll all be coming back tomorrow, whatever happens.
Yeah. Six away from reaching 279.
Perhaps he's going to struggle to get another batting bonus point with just 4 balls to go.
Gibson in. Oh, and he's trying to swat that one through the leg side, and he's played and missed. It's gone straight through to the keeper. Did that bounce over the stumps? Trailing by 155. Gibson, short one. Gone through to the keeper. Hendricks rocked back and had a second thought about trying to dab that over the keeper there. Waft of the bat. Played and missed. Two balls left of the over. Yorker length delivery this time, dabbed away and up to the bowler's end, no run.
Buren Eric Hendricks, that famous test match, was the only one he's played against England, took a 5 in it. He scored 9 runs, there was a 5 not out in it. Overall in first class cricket, he's got 797 runs at 10. He's just one average behind
Rushworth. Goes back into his crease this time and plays it towards mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So the 4 from it, the agricultural 4, the rest were dot balls. 2-7-3 for 9.
Eckersley, he's got his cap in his teeth and he's carrying 2 helmets, one of which he hands to Sean Dixon because he will go in at short leg for right, perhaps for Travaskis, although Travaskis theoretically trying to turn it away from the right-hander, so he's going to go in at silly point. Makes rather more sense. He was always going to go in at silly point. In goes Travaskis and bowls, right. Again, looking sort of unencumbered by injury. Steps forward and defends. Travaskis bowls and right clips it neatly with good foot movement off his toes down towards mid-on where Rain picks up again. Takes a sort of couple of steps down the wicket in so doing. No sort of obvious limp. Travaskis is in, right is forward, thick inside part of the bat. The ball rolls behind square. Out towards Gibson. 19 overs, none for 48 for young Ollie Gibson. Travaskis is in. A leave from right, but he kind of left it almost from the arm. He made no attempt to play it whatsoever, but even so, Dixon leapt into the air at silly point, anticipating a late decision to try and crash it through him. Travaskis is in. There is a big waft, and he could be caught. Running around by Rain at long gone. He's taken the catch. Running towards long gone, about 10 yards. Not a great shot from Chris Wright. Lofted away, and now he is limping as he heads off the field. So Wright goes, caught, Rain, bowled Travaskis for 6. Leicestershire are all out for 273. The deficit is 155. It is up now to Scott Borthwick and Durham to decide what to do next. We might be able to tell from whatever goes on to the pitch. But anyway, well bowled Durham today. They've picked up the 8 wickets they needed, courtesy mainly of Matty Potts with a maiden 6, a maiden 5 for come to that. Very much in control now, one way or another. They're right on top with a lead after the first innings have completed of 155.
Didn't half hammer that one into the air, didn't he? Was up there a while.
Hendricks unbeaten again. What did he finish with? 21.
21. So 2 batting points there, wasn't it?
Just the 2, yeah. Right. Leaves, but Potts leads Durham off the field. Applauded by all and sundry.
So Leicester have taken 4 bonus points, Durham 7. Let's get the bowling figures for you then. Rushworth 1 for 58 from 27 overs, of which 6 were maidens. Potts 6 for 58, and he's bowled 27 overs as well. The screen's just jumped down, and he bowled 8 maidens. Ben Rain took 2 for 61 in 22 overs, 3 maidens.
Right, Leicestershire are coming out to field, looking at them. So, follow on not enforced.
Gibson none for 48 from 19 overs, 5 maidens. Travaskis 14.5 overs. He took 1 for 26. There were 3 maidens, and Scott Borthwick only bowled himself for 1 over. Yeah, 1 over, none for 2.
I'm not sure I like the new announcing too much. The voice is a bit strident. You might just have to...
It's his first day in the job.
Yeah, tone it down a bit.
Eh?
Might just need to tone it down a bit.
At least you can hear him.
Okay.
Very clearly. Just got confirmation there from the scorer's room. The follow-on has not been enforced. So the lead's 155. There's still 52 overs left in the day. Similar scenario to last week. Durham back to the end of play today. Declare and give themselves a day to try and bowl Leicestershire up.
It'd be interesting to see how long he gives himself, how many he'll want. There are still 52 overs to be bowled today. Take off 2 for the change of innings. 50 overs. Whether we want to get Leicestershire back in tonight, might want a little burst at them. But in 40 overs, 150 would put him 310. Might go really hard. Could be entertaining to see. They will have to look to press on a little bit because the pitch is still essentially good. Durham. Bedingham scored very quickly, didn't he, in the first innings, so it's certainly within their capabilities so to do again. We'll have just a couple of minutes break to refresh our cups of tea, and we'll be back with you for the start of the Durham second innings. Welcome back to the Emirates Riverside. Durham about to start their second innings in a very healthy position indeed, sitting on a lead of 155 before scoring a single run. Captain Scott Borthwick having decided not to enforce the follow on. BBC Radio's Newcastle and Leicester, Martin Emerson and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. Will Davis is going to open the bowling for the Foxes, was bounced out 3/4 of an hour or so ago by Matty Potts. Michael Jones, who misjudged one in the first innings, shall we say, looking to leave, did leave, came back, thudded into his pads and walking off almost before the umpire's finger was raised. Davis is in and bowls. Jones is turning. A foolish delivery off his toes. Not quite off his toes, but near enough. Pushing it out towards mid-on. Ben Mike is out there. Chris Wright, of course, unable to bowl. Wright didn't look too bad in his relatively brief innings in terms of movement, but having attempted to whack Travaskis over long gone and been caught by Ben Rain running backwards, he did actually limp off rather, so maybe just aggravated things a bit. Davis is in. Jones is defending, bat close to pad. It angles out towards backward point. Rhodes moves to his left there to field, and there is no run. It was Wright who picked up the wicket of Jones in the fifth over of Durham's first innings. Davis is in and bowling, and Jones is off the mark there again. This time he's clipping off his toes. This time he's threaded the needle between mid-wicket and mid-on. Wright watching as from the pavilion as Mike goes running back a long way towards wide long on, picks up a few feet inside the ropes. Jones picks up 3, nicely timed shot. The ball glinting, the new ball glinting in the sunshine that's bathing the ground. And a very pleased Durham crowd with their side very much on top. The lead up to 158. Sean Dixon down on strike. A brilliant century in the first innings for Dixon, and because it was made under really tricky conditions on that first morning. Davis is in, bowls to him again onto the legs. Again he's clipped away through the leg side. Sam Evans falls as he stops that one, but to stop it he does. Just a single to Dixon off his first ball. 4 without loss, but sort of 2 positive shots from these 2 Durham openers, and already you get the feeling that they're under instructions not to poke and prod for a while. Davis is in, riding it nicely outside the off stump is Jones, pushing it out towards wide third man, and it's going to go all the way. Rhodes gives up the chase. It was too wide. Davis, not really. Pace isn't his forte. It's got to be accuracy and it's got to be movement. And when he tries to push it through, he tends to lose his line and length too often. And that was out there to be put away and was. So 8 off the first 5 balls of the first over. Durham cracking on apace. 1 ball to go. I'm pushing my luck big time with the updates, but let us see. I don't mind living dangerously. In goes Davis and bowls. That's more runs turned off his legs again by Jones, this time straight out to Evans at deep square. The single is taken. 9 off the first over. Durham already leading by 164.
Didn't somebody once say that you should do something once a day, every day that scares you? Keep life interesting and exciting. There's Richard living on the edge. Not a bad start from a Durham point of view. I think they need to bat strongly and aggressively here and declare again before the end of the day. Well, they didn't declare the first time, but declare before the end of the day and give themselves more than a day to try and bowl Leicestershire out, because they're probably going to need that much time. It needed an X-factor type performance from somebody like Matty Potts to make the difference with the ball. First over bowled by Ed Barnes, by Davis. The second over to be bowled by Barnes from the Lumley end. Brilliant sunshine here in Chester Street now. Most of the haze has burnt away, and quite a pleasant day at the moment. So Jones is on strike on 8. As Barnes bowls, played to mid-wicket, no run there. Michael Jones was out LBW in the first innings for 5 to Chris Wright. He pulled his bat up above his shoulders and the ball thudded into his pad. Suggestion that had Alex Lees been fit, he would have been the one to step aside for the debutant Keegan Peterson. As this one's turned away down the leg side towards fine leg. It's a leg by. Peterson, though, only got 3. He played on dragged the ball onto his middle stump, and then Scott Borthwick was out for 2. Durham with 34 for 3 after 17 overs on the first morning before a partnership of 231 from Sean Dixon and David Beddingham. Dixon made 120, his highest score for Durham. Beddingham 191, and they were eventually all out for 428. Barnes to Dixon, who drives at that one and bobbles out into the covers. No run.
We do now know we're going to be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
What do you think he'll want? 350?
Yeah. Quicker 361. In comes the bowler. Ooh, played back towards him by Dixon. He dived and couldn't quite get it. Now it's ricocheted off another fielder halfway towards the boundary behind the bowler's end, and a third helps himself to the ball as well. 1 run for Dixon. It's chased down the ground there by Colin Ackerman in the end.
So the quicker they get to 200, the more time Durham will have. I wouldn't be surprised if he wants a little burst tonight, 4 or 5
I
overs.
would have about 10 overs tonight.
Yeah. Because the pitch is under the sun again now, so that will help.
Barnes to Jones. Jones forward to this one. Plays the ball across towards the leg side. A couple of wickets across, no run.
But that would mean getting these 200 runs in sort of 40 overs. So they have to score at 5 and over to give them sort
but
of
they
10
are a bowler
overs.
down, aren't they? That's the thing, I think.
Yeah.
It comes to Durham's advantage, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. But it could be entertaining, the next 40 or so overs.
Jones waits, and the ball's played to Ackerman. No run at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So I open the window. What do you reckon?
Well, sure, if you want. I'm quite happy, yeah, surely.
Yeah.
12 without loss after 2, so they're getting that more than 5 and over. They're getting 6 and over. at the moment. The window's resisting, folks, but Martin's managed it in the end. Bit of fresh air. Davis obviously will continue, having conceded 9 from his first over, just 1 from Barnes. Davis from the Finkel end already. Leicestershire just the one slip. They're very much on the defensive as Davis is in and bowling. Lovely straight drive, but half stopped in his follow through, at least slowed down by Davis. Dixon, however, sees it's still going to bisect mid-on and mid-off Ackerman and Mike, and so calls his colleague Jones through for the single.
Made a nice noise, that, didn't it? Out the middle of the bat. Did they manage to fix that camera that you destroyed yesterday?
They did, yeah. All is
don't have to
all
make
is well.
Don't lose your no claims bonus on your insurance.
Davis is in and bowls forward. Goes Jones, carefully defending back down the pitch to Will Davis, and there's no run.
So it's back on the table again. It should be on the windowsill. The windowsill's wide enough to have the little tripod in, isn't it?
Azad is at second slip, the only close catcher, although Welsh is at a shortish mid-wicket for the chipped clip that goes in the air. In goes Davis and bowls. Welsh is on the ball now as he defends on the back foot, and it rolls out towards mid-wicket. Without loss. Durham, they lead by 167, effectively 167 without loss. Martin's going to move the tripod bravely, which means all sorts of realignment as Davis is in and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before. Stayed low, but it might have been a little bit of an inside edge. Umpire O'Shaughnessy either way shakes his head. Jones is reprieved, but indicates that it stayed a touch low. This is the end, the Finkel end, from which the occasional, very occasional delivery, but nonetheless occasional, has stayed low. That one did. Davis turns in and bowls. That one goes too low as well, outside off stump, and Davis has his hands on his head. It was taken on the half volley by, or not taken cleanly by Harry Swindles behind the stumps, but again, and I don't think that Durham, although not much fun for the batters at the crease, will be too dismayed at seeing a little bit of variable bounce starting to emerge. Interesting also that it's Davis and Barnes who open the bowling, not Hendricks. Is Hendricks actually out there? In goes Davis and bowls. Line and length delivery, gets a forward defensive press from Jones, and there is no run.
Finger injury, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's been okay. He was, you know, he incurred it a long time sort of ago in the game. It's had a bit of treatment during it, but if
just the physio, I think you were doing an update and the physio was out on the field pulling at it as if it had been slightly dislocated or something.
It's his bowling hand, but he continued bowling with it, obviously. He didn't leave it behind anyway.
Well, if Leicestershire are 2 bowlers down, they're going to be in the right
Indeed.
fix.
Indeed. 3 overs, Durham 12 without loss.
Leads 167 as Barnes comes in, right arm over from the Lumley end, driven at by Sean Dixon. It runs down behind backward point for 2.
Yeah, both Parkinson and Mike are out there, 12th and 13th men, and no Hendricks.
Sam Evans fielding that one. David Beddingham's returning from a net session. The oyster catchers are flying by. That's the peep noise they make. Durham 14 without loss in their second innings here on the BBC. Dixon cuts at that one and it rolls very slowly back towards the bowler. At Mardy Cricket on Twitter. Durham bowling out Leicestershire to give themselves a 155 run lead, so they could have enforced the follow on. They've decided not to after they'd bowled 111 overs. Barnes in to Dixon. Dixon back into his crease, defends his stumps. The ball rolls away safely on the offside. Just wondering what you would have done. Let us know. Would you have enforced the follow on, having seen your bowlers bowl 111 overs on a fairly flattish wicket? I said in my end of innings report on the BBC Cricket Live feed that it needed an X Factor type performance from somebody like Matty Potts to make the difference there, because Barnes bowls, Dixon goes for a quick single. He's got to get a move on. It's a throw at the stumps coming up from point to try and get the ball and have a go at the stumps was George Rhodes. He didn't actually hit the target at the non-striker's end, but it's going to take some doing to bowl Leicestershire out again, and Durham only have to look at the scorecard from last week when Leicestershire batted all of the final day against Worcestershire, and the job Hassan Assad did for his 104. Batted the final hour and 20 minutes, was it, with Hendricks, something like that?
Yes, indeed. 26 and a half overs.
Barnes to Jones. Jones turns that along the floor through mid-wicket for 1.
I'm not sure my heart would be up to another session like that tomorrow afternoon.
Imagine if they'd been on a stress monitor down at Somerset Essex today, the commentators. Essex won with the last man at the crease. They're only chasing 84. Overthrows in the end got them victory. Last ball of this 4th over. Dixon forward. 2 noises there. Was it pad first, then bat, or bat, then pad? There's an appeal, and the umpire says no. I think it was both at the same time. There was plenty of bat in the noise.
He's one of the better umpires, Ben Debenham, and yeah, I'd always trust him. 16 without loss, 171. The lead. 46 remain today. Possibly 44. Umpires having a word with each other, not sure about. Cherry bakewells or custard creams for tea? What do you fancy, Steve? Davis continues from the Finkel end, is in, and bowls reached for that one a fraction. Jones, as it came back in, came off a thick inside part of the bat, got plenty on it, runs out towards deep mid-wicket. Evans, who might get through a fair amount of work in the outfield this afternoon, and post-tee, gets to the ball, but a single is all Jones can squeeze in. Moves on to 10, double figures for him.
I'd go Bakewell Tart.
Of those two?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd agree. As long as it's a proper one.
Yeah.
Davis is in and bowls straight and covers up Dixon, pushing it out into the offside.
Had a lovely Christmas break in Bakewell when my oldest daughter was 4. It was her 4th birthday on the Christmas Eve, so 2011. And the amount of shops in Bakewell that claim to be the original Bakewell Tart shop is quite something.
You want to go down Melton Mowbray High Street,
Oh,
see
yeah.
all the original
I've been there.
pork pie vendors.
Yeah.
Davis, that little bustle at the start of his run, then gets into it and bowls, and driven very pleasantly indeed by Sean Dixon to the extra cover boundary for 4. Classical from Dixon, who looked in very good touch in the first innings. He continues to do so in the second. He joins Jones on 10. The Durham openers both into double figures then. 21 without loss. The lead 176.
Mark Steele's in Town, which is a series which has been running for about 12 years, or 12 series on Radio 4.
Davis is in. Dixon gets a ball that pops up off his thigh pad, really. Took the bat and the hands away from it as it came back in and just bounced a little bit, but popped it up off that thigh pad.
Yeah, it's a fantastic series. I've been listening through lots of them during the winter on the BBC Sounds app, but one of the recent episodes I heard, he'd gone to Melton Mowbray, and he said a town that doesn't really like to mention what its pork pies and what it's famous for. But Stilton cheese is made there as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not made in Stilton.
Davies is in and bowls outside off stump. Low it goes, allowed to do so by Dixon, through to Swindles.
The first one I heard, because I follow Friday Night Comedy on the BBC app, and it came up one week, and I'd never come across the series before, and the first one I heard was he was in Blythe in Northumberland. It was absolutely hilarious, because he spends quite a bit of time in the town where he's doing the stand-up gig, and does a lot of research and talks to a few of the local characters and whatnot. Very much worth a listen.
Davies bowls outside off stump, chopped away, cut away. The back foot again, rather stylishly by Dixon, out to the point boundary where Callum Parkinson, under a wide-brimmed Leicestershire sun hat, is fielding. And I suspect if Wright is off permanently, and well, we'll find out about Hendricks in due course. But he hasn't appeared yet, and won't be allowed to bowl when he does until he's served the amount of time he's been off the field, which leaves not many options for poor Colin Ackerman. Barnes, Davis, Ackerman himself, Rhodes.
Barnes then bowling to Dixon on 11. 22 for none on the BBC. Dixon plays the ball back to the bowler. You lived near Melton Mowbray, so you've probably been there lots of times.
Yes, a few times, yeah. It's kind of not on the way to anywhere, if you know what I mean.
It's that cross-country section from sort of the back end of Nottingham, Leicester, isn't it? Across.
It is, yeah.
The only time I've been there, I was working for 5 Live in London for a couple of months on attachment in 2004, and it was a dank, wet January or February afternoon, and I'd driven up the day before to Nottingham Forest for Joe Kinnear's press conference as he became the new manager. As the bowler comes in, and this is played out into the covers, no run there. Were you at that press conference?
I did an interview with him for the Sunday Times earlier that week when he got the job, and it was the most foul-mouthed press.
Oh, you're telling me? Well, it was. I was standing there at the front, and the language, and it was live on TV, and the Sky Sports News reporter kept telling him, "You're live on TV," and he's like, "Oh, yeah, sorry, folks, sorry, I forgot about that," and then just more of the same. And in comes the bowler again. Oh, that stays low, and Dixon does well to keep that away from the stumps. Cramped up a little bit there, but he keeps it away, just plays it to short mid-wicket. So on the way back, I was driving back down to London, and I decided it was sort of late afternoon, it wasn't quite dark, so I drove down past Rutland and across that way and called into Melton Mowbray to buy a pork pie. And I'd have to say, I've had better pork pies. One of the guys works on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway and gets some lovely pies from a little shop in Goatland. In comes Barnes, played away up to mid-on. No run for Dixon. There's this theory, isn't it, that Guinness is only good if you drink it in Dublin. And I don't buy into that either.
The days when I did eat meat, I remember, again at Scarborough, funnily enough, in the morning they used to bring warm pork, trays of warm little pork pies, so that the jelly was all sort of runny and
nice.
Probably sounds revolting, but enjoyed them at the time.
Barnes in, and Dixon hits that firmly, but straight to mid-wicket, no run there. I think the nice jellies, if the jelly's done properly, it's an important part of the pie, is it not?
At Melton, they sort of, I don't know whether they experimented with it or whether that people have always done it, but they had different sort of toppings on them, so you could get them with a sort of blue cheese topping. I remember those, and sort of various sort of tarty fruit toppings and things. But Leicestershire in trouble here, aren't they? If there's no Hendricks as well, really in trouble.
This is defended by Dixon this time. It runs off to point, no run there. Maybe you're better off talking about pies for the next few minutes. Take your mind off it. It is a beautiful area, that though. That the drive across towards Rutland and the little village at the above the lake at Hambleton, where all these cottages look like they're Cotswold stone. And there's a pub there called the Finch Inn, where you used to be able to sit in the back garden and look down on the lake. But the last time I went,
Finch Arms.
Finch Arms. I took my daughter there. We were on our way back from a game at Northampton about 3-4 years ago, and we stopped there for lunch, and it was a lovely warm day, and I said, "Oh, go and sit in the back garden and have a look at the lake." And somebody's built a house right out the back now, and you've got no view of the lake anymore, sadly. It's a nice area, though.
Davis, his 4th over from the Finkel end is in, bowling straight, and Jones steers it, pushes it firmly out to mid-on. I swam across it last year.
Did you?
Oh yeah, they do. You can every weekend now. They.
I hope the plug was in.
And it's where so you can do long swims on various distance swims, and it was also the venue for a triathlon I did there. It's lovely swimming in Rutland water, actually.
Probably warm, isn't it?
It is. It's lovely. Clean as well. In goes Davis and bowls down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, Jones, on that occasion. I'd rather swim there now, given what's being discharged into our rivers.
Exactly.
And indeed seas.
Yes.
Courtesy of the various water companies.
There's a little girl on a hoverboard at the far end of the ground going backwards and forwards across the car park.
Oh, cool.
It's going at quite a speed.
Davis is in bowls, and Jones is carefully forward, just leaning forward. No great stride. He's quite a tall young man. He practices a bigger stride as he steps forward to that one, but ended up just leaning on it, pushing it out into the onside, and there's no run.
Oh, she's doing pirouettes now.
When you say hover, is it?
It's a platform. So you've got 2 big rubber wheels, and you stand on a platform, and it has is it an altimeter in it or something? If you lean forward, it knows, it can sense that, and it moves forward.
Davis bowls. Jones is edging. No, he looked back, which sometimes is a sign there's a little edge, but it went past the outside edge, held its own off the seam, bounced into the gloves of Swindles, but it beat the bat, didn't flick it as it went through.
And if you lean forward, you go forwards, and if you want to stop, you sort of stand upright, and it gradually breaks, and then you can actually go backwards on them by leaning backwards, and then if you sort of lean to the left, it will go to the left, and lean to the right, it'll go to the right.
You've appalled Dr. Karen on Twitter. I'll tell you why in a second, after Davis comes in and bowls outside off stump, creeps along the ground, and Jones sort of got in position to crack it away, drive it away off the front foot rather expansively, but he would have had to dig it out there outside off stump, and stopped well by Swindles. But again, these are kind of good signs as far as Durham are concerned. Horrible if you're out there, but the likes of Potts and Rushworth will be quite pleased to see this variable bounce from the Finkel end. Davis is in again, bowls, and that one doesn't creep. It's a perfectly normal delivery on off stump that is blocked out by Jones, and it's a maiden over from Will Davis. 4 overs, none for 16. Yes, Dr. Karen, hello. She says, shock horror. There are no better pork pies than Leicestershire's. She says, brackets, Quenny Borough's butchers are the capital's best. A Leicestershire tradition.
Regards Karen, MD of Quenny Borough's Butchers.
A Leicestershire tradition, she says, is pork pie for breakfast on Christmas morning.
Right.
That is something that I haven't experienced yet. But anyway, there you go. That's what Dr. Karen thinks.
I'm gonna disagree with you as Barnes comes into bowl. This is played away up to mid-off this time. Yeah, Sean, who works on the North Yorkshire Railway, there's some little butcher's shops around Goatland and Gromont, around that area, Leelholm, and he often comes back with a nice big pie on a weekend, and cuts it up and hands out a few bits in the pub, and it's delicious, and it's better than anything I have tasted in Melton Mowbray, or claims to be from Melton Mowbray. So there you go. Barnes once more comes in and bowls. This is played by Dixon out to the deep point area for 1. Not to say that the pies in Melton Mowbray aren't nice. There are, there's nothing wrong with them. But I don't, in a pork pie, I like the meat to be a bit redder and darker than just sort of anemic grey.
I don't know whether Quenny Borough's Butchers is actually in Melton or not, or whether it's actually a place. Dr. Karen will tell me.
Barnes comes in and bowls. This is defended by Jones, no run there. Stilton at one time, it's all bypassed by the new A1 now, isn't it? But at one time there was he used to come right past the entrance to Stilton Village, and sometimes he used to pop in there. Melton Mowbray is just a few miles away from there.
When I was at Oakham, when we did a game at Oakham a couple of years ago, somebody brought us a pork pie, neatly sliced. It was jolly nice.
Jones plays this off towards the square leg boundary for 1. You mentioned the Oakham Festival. There was a group of journalists from who I used to work with up here who were cricket fans as well, and every year they used to go and have a week at the Oakham Festival, and they always thought it was the best week of the year. So there was a guy called Doug Watson who I worked with at North News and Pictures, and Clive Crickmer, who was the Daily Mirror's correspondent for the northeast of England, who was from South Shields, who was a big cricket fan, and a sports writer called Colin Dybel. And the three of them used to have a pilgrimage there every year. Pulled by Dixon, and that's away towards the pavilion. I didn't see where it bounced.
Neither did Callum Parkinson at deep square. It was 4, I think. Did it go the distance? Oh, just hit the bottom of the grass between the rope and the advertising hoardings. There is
the way the sunlight is, how bright it is on the grass there, and the shading of the grass. It's difficult to pick up the rope around the front of the pavilion.
I was going to say, Bjorn Hendricks is on the boundary now, just practicing his bowling, so that's at least a hopeful sign as half past approaches.
Anyway, Dixon made sure of that one. It was a half volley, and he pulled it out through deep square leg for 6. In comes the bowler again, and forward comes Dixon. Plays this to mid wicket, no run there. Pie stories, if you want to tell us your tales of piedom, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, weircricket@yahoo.co.uk, or you can email. Sorry, that was the email. Or you can tweet. What was it? Fox's Cricket 22. Where are the best pies? Big spider just appeared on a web outside of our window. It's huge. Coming out to get its lunch. Yeah. It's living in one of the weepholes in the window frame. 30 for none. New over from Davis, bowling to Jones, who's on 11. That's defended. Ends it back at the stumps at the bowler's end. See what's going on in some of the other games. Sussex 162 for 2 against Derbyshire, following on after they were bowled out in their first innings for 174. In comes Davis. This has gone towards the gully area. It bounces down there off Jones's bat. So they're still 169 behind. Sussex lost their opening game last week to Nottinghamshire. Somerset have now lost 2 out of 2 as well. Lost to Hampshire and then today to Essex. Notts have got a slight lead against Glamorgan now, but they are 4 down in their second innings. They're 118 for 4 and lead by 41. That is at Trent Bridge. They're here next week. Davis right arm over to Jones. Jones pushes the ball out into the covers. Short extra cover, no run there. Picked up by Louis Kimber. What else? Surrey bowled Hampshire out for 223 and then have enforced the follow-on. They're now 161 for 4 in their second innings, so they trail by 83. Gloucestershire have still to catch up to Yorkshire. They're in their second innings. They're 4 down, 125 for 4, and still trail Yorkshire's first innings total of 376 by 24. A little bit of a attempted ball there from Davis, which Jones was fishing outside of his off stump. Didn't connect to it though. Kent are following on in Canterbury. They're miles behind there. They were bowled out for 260 after Lancashire made 506, and they're now 7 for 1 in their second innings. They struggled last year, Kent, ended up in Division 3. In comes Davis. That's fended off by Jones to short mid wicket. The lead at the moment from a Durham point of view is 185. They're 30 for none in the second innings, having amassed a first innings lead of 155. And if you're just joining us, Matty Potts taking a career best 6 for 58. He took the first 4 wickets to fall this morning and then came back to get a couple more after lunch. Davis in, defended by Jones. That one nips in sharply and Jones stands firmly to it and fends it away. Came in, went on middle stump, having pitched just outside of off there. A maiden from Davis, his second in a row. The murk has not really burnt off fully. We've got a little bit of blue sky behind us, but looking north still, grey murkiness. A lot of haze in the sky. In comes Barnes to the start of a new over from the Lumley end, and Dixon smacks that high into the sky, and that's gone for 6 into the lower tier of the pavilion. He's pulled that over deep mid wicket, and he really didn't half give that a mullering. It's gone about 7 or 8 rows back.
Wow.
That was rather aggressive. A mighty smite.
They want to crack on.
From the
These
verb
two
to smote.
He's having a chat to Davis, but there's a few hands on hit, a few teapots out there from the Leicestershire bowlers, but Parkinson just isn't picking it up. He's sort of gesturing helplessly.
That was miles behind him.
I know. I don't mean he could have picked it, but he said he didn't see it, and he didn't see a couple earlier either.
He
looking
needed a
from
cherry
that
picker
side
there, though.
No, he wouldn't have got it. But what I'm saying is he didn't have a clue where it had gone anyway. So.
Paul says the best pork pies in Hartlepool, Morell and Sons in York Road.
Other pork pie purveyors are available.
Many are available.
Sorry.
Barnes again to Dixon. Dixon plays this one towards point. Yes, we have no fear or favour of any pie manufacturer at all.
No, any who want to send their pork pies in.
No, that's not happening either. That's definitely against the guy.
Happy to sample.
Producers' guidelines. Proud moment for my nana years ago. My granddad used to do cartoons, cricket cartoons, and a few of them got printed in the Cricketer magazine, I think it was. And he was invited to the Test match special commentary box at Headingley, early 80s, and went armed with one of my nana's chocolate cakes. This is played away into the covers this time by Jones. They were legendary chocolate cakes around the Durham Senior League. There's probably not a player in the era who didn't have a bit of my nana's chocolate cake. A proud day indeed. And then all those years later I was sitting in the same commentary box thinking, this place is tatty. Holes in the wall. Used to get in using a knife. Nobody knew where the key was anymore, so they used to pick the lock with a knife. And then that was the old rugby stand. They've knocked it down and built that brilliant new stand now. Driven by Jones up to mid-off. No run there.
Just worryingly from Leicestershire supporters' point of view, Hendricks, who was practicing his bowling on the outfield, behind, obviously, the other side of the rope, has gone back in now. So we'll see whether it reappears in due course, whether they think there's any point, really, making things worse, potentially.
2 balls left to go of this over, and Dixon's gone after him again, and that's another 6. Deep mid-wicket. That's 3 he's hit now off Barnes's bowling. All gone to the same spot, just in front of the members' balcony in the pavilion. Shortish boundary, isn't it? What we're talking about, maybe 70 yards there, 75 yards, something like that.
Talking about butchers, Barnes is getting a bit of a butchery now. Kimber's going out to deep mid-wicket. I can confirm Parkinson did pick up the flight of that one because he followed it through the air and turned and watched as it flew high over the boundary. Leicestershire completely on the defensive now. Not only has Kimber gone out to deep mid-wicket, Azad is coming down here to third man, so 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. Ackerman maybe about, no, he's going to stay at deep-ish mid-on, and Evans is at deep point. It's just a matter of trying to slow things up as far as the Foxes are concerned.
Hang on, that was Jones who hit that one, wasn't it? Not Dixon.
Beg your pardon, Jones.
Yeah.
Still butchery.
Yeah. Here comes the bowler again, played by Jones out to mid-wicket. There's been a single, second ball of the over after that first 6. I would say that boundary's about 70 metres maybe. Wouldn't be much more than that, I wouldn't have thought, looking at the shades of the grass and counting them up.
So 14 off the over.
It's the lead now, is it 190 now?
It is. Yeah, going to be 320 ahead, 340 ahead, well before the close at this rate. Not the day to be a bowler. Davis turns, sees that Jones isn't quite ready, is now, so he turns again. Runs in and bowls. Jones defends perfectly normally out into the offside and walks away towards square leg. Should be tea now, but we are good, best part of half an hour away, aren't we? 7.5 overs still to be bowled.
Davy Baywatch says, why on earth did Durham not enforce the follow-on? Because they'd bowled 111 overs on a fairly placid pitch. Would be my answer.
Davis in again. Whippy turn off his legs by Jones down towards long leg. Barnes is in from there. Throws. Good throw. So just the single. It will only be held against him if Borthwick, that is, if Leicestershire managed to hang on, I suppose, but the result might have been the same in those circumstances, whatever Borthwick had done. Davis in past umpire O'Shaughnessy and bowls down the leg side, gestures at it. Sean Dixon doesn't get anything on it, tumbles away to his left, swindles and makes the stop. Not the day that Leicestershire hoped for, or hoped they might have at the start of today. Lost their 8 wickets too quickly as far as they were concerned, and now very much under the pump. 2 bowlers down as Davis is in, bowls, and that one comes back, bounces a little bit, and Dixon, having stepped forward to play a forward defensive, takes his bottom hand away from the bat in so doing as it rises up.
An email from Gordon Rose, who says, hi Martin, we're Durham fans watching from Minnesota. 95 years ago today, my mother Mary was born in Newcastle. She and my father grew up in and around Chesley Street. Please give a birthday shout out to Mary today, Saturday the 16th of April.
Davis is in, played firmly away off the back foot by Dixon into the gap at point, out towards Parkinson on the point boundary, takes 1.
Happy birthday, Mary, then, celebrating 95.
Many, many congratulations.
5 more and she can raise her back to the pavilion.
Does she like cricket?
He doesn't say. Where's Minnesota? Is that in the middle bit? Is it?
Corn country. In goes Davis and ball stays a bit low. Hands started to go into the air. Played it well. Jones in the end adjusted on the back foot and dabbed it down towards backward point. And there is no run. But if she's a Newcastle girl, then she might. She might. Depends when she went, I suppose.
She might still be here.
Oh, this is true. Yes, I'm assuming the whole family, but there you go.
Maybe.
Yeah, indeed.
I've just done a Google for Minnesota. It's come up with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I wonder what they play. Well, it is. It's right in that middle bit there, between South Dakota, Iowa, Wisconsin. It's the farming belt.
Yeah.
Flew over there once. Nothing but farmland for mile after mile after mile. The odd massive thunderstorm as well. Barnes coming in. The ball to Dixon, who goes for a quick pushing run to point. Gets a single. We were on honeymoon. We flew from New York up to Chicago and then across to Calgary. So it was that section from Chicago across to Calgary where we flew over there. And I remember looking out the plane window. There was just nothing. The odd farmhouse here and there, but nothing for miles. And when we landed in Calgary, we went up to Banff in the Rocky Mountains and had a few days there. And we went on this horse trek up the mountain one day, and there was another couple there, and they'd driven across from Toronto and had hardly passed a soul for days in the car. Barnes in. This is turned by Jones across towards deep mid-wicket for one.
Paul Coucher. His missus loves steak and haggis pies.
Oh, I don't mind a bit of haggis, but you know, being semi-vegetarian, it's got to be free range, and you know, died of natural causes.
Lewis Knowles. Pork and black pudding pies are outrageous.
What, nice or bad?
I don't know.
Barnes in. Quick single on the leg side here from Dixon. Barnes goes to retrieve it.
No single saving fielders on the leg side at all. No.
They're all on the boundary, but they all need step ladders as well. We've got 3 on the boundary for the hook. 49 on the board now from Durham in just 11.3 overs, so they're rattling along here. Run rate is nearly 5. You said they'd need to go about 5, and it's 4. Around about 4.5 at the moment. Pork and black pudding, that sounds can.
Sorry, I won't read that one out.
49 without loss, leads 204. Here comes the bowler. Jones going for a quick single, just plays the ball up towards mid-on. Leads 205, there's the 50 up in 45 minutes, 11.4 overs. So they got to the 200-run lead in 11 overs, didn't they? And now they're 50 up in 11.4.
Yeah, just what Borthwick would have wanted off 70 balls.
Dixon drives, and it spills out the hands of the fielder in the covers, who is Ben Mike, I think.
It is, yeah.
From it leaving the bat, they were bouncing out of his hand. I never saw where it was in between. I don't think it was a catching chance.
He hit it hard down into the ground, and it bounced a long way. It kept a bounce, really.
Last ball of this 12th over. As Barnes comes in and bowls. Dixon pushes it up towards mid-on, goes for a quick single, throw at the stumps, misses. From Ackerman, bounces over and past the target.
I can confirm that outrageous in these in this context does mean good, because Lewis follows up saying that pork and black pudding pies are blinking beautiful. So outrageous clearly is outrageously good. Davis and Barnes at the moment, unless Ackerman turns to spin, are just going to have to keep going. They're both bowled 6 overs. Davis 6 overs for 18. Barnes, who has been treated quite roughly. It's kind of his own fault for letting the batsman get under the ball on the leg side with a short leg side boundary, but that's the boundary they're targeting. He's conceded 32 from his 6 overs. Davis turns. In and bowls. Dixon solidly forward. A good line and length delivery that just threatens to come back in a bit. For some reason the feed isn't using the sort of camera directly behind the bowler's arm now. We're using one of the slightly angled ones. Not quite ideal. The lead over 200, 206, 37 overs after this, as in goes Davis and bowls. Turned off his legs off the back foot out towards... Oh, good throw from Welsh, who hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Dixon had comfortably actually made his ground. But I think that's the first time Leicestershire have hit the stumps with any of the throws at them so far in this match. We were quick to take the positives. That was one. Davis is in and bowls on the back foot, just dropped out into the offside by Jones. Rhodes scrambles across from backward point to make the stop. Does well to get to the ball sufficiently quickly to prevent any chance of a quick single, and Swindles acknowledges as much by running across and telling him so.
Liverpool are winning 2-0 and the M6 coach journey derby to Wembley.
Is that today? I thought it was City. In of course it is. In goes Davis, dropped again out into the offside. This time finer of a backward point by Jones, and it's Swindles himself who runs across and has to field and gets there, but throw not great from him, nowhere near the stumps, and the single comfortably taken. So the 4 trophies they could win, couldn't they? That's still on. On that basis. Davis, 2 balls left in his 7th over, is in and bowling, driven straight back to him by Sean Dixon. Davis fields in his follow through, so Dixon stays on 30, Jones has 22.
Harlequins have gone out of Europe, knocked out by Montpellier at the Stoop. Needed to overturn a 14-point deficit. Montpellier win 60-59 on aggregate.
Whew.
That's a tight one.
I forget the second legs. Leicester against Clermont. I think that starts at 5 or 5:30. In goes Davis and bowls, driven off the back foot without getting near to the pitch of the ball, but trusting it. As it bounces up, it is Dixon, and he picks up a single to finish the over as Parkinson fields on the point boundary.
There's a protest outside Man U's ground ahead of their game against the Glazers. People are going to stay outside for 17 minutes to mark 17 years of the Glazer family ownership.
Oh, I'm sure that will drive them out.
There's a few banners and protesters there and some red flares, which are the marine flares rather than the trousered variety.
That'll worry them, won't it?
Yeah.
They're multi-billionaires in America. No flag on the castle at the moment.
No, there hasn't been this week, has it? Barnes is continuing. None for 32 from 6 overs, 1 maiden so far. Played away by Dixon. Adding to the covers to Louis Kimber.
We are using the static camera at the Lumley end. I don't know why we can't from the Finkel end. It's just starting to warm up, but well, as I say, very, very limited options for poor Ackerman at the moment.
In comes Barnes. Dixon pushes the ball to point. It's a dot ball as George Rhodes collects it.
Genuinely looking around, there isn't another sort of seamer. There are all the batters who bowl a bit of spin, if you know what I mean. So Lewis Hill bowls a bit of seam up, but obviously he's not playing in this game because he's injured.
Barnes up to the stumps, driven by Dixon, and he hasn't got hold of that, has he? Because it just looped in the air beyond the bowler, but then dropped behind him and between him and mid-on. Had he got a hold of that, that would have been away. Sun is shining in Chester Street. A few people in the stands in t-shirts now as the bowler comes in. Dixon drives it back along the floor and a good reflex stop from Barnes. I think probably best part of the ground is in the front of the County Durham stand on our right hand side, because protected from this southerly breeze, sort of southwesterly breeze at the minute.
Shirt sleeve order for quite a few of them in there.
Well, in the back lane, out the back of the media centre, during the lunch break, the sun had just gone in and it was quite chilly out there. 2 balls left of the over. Dixon pulls that out through mid-wicket for 1.
Was it for the first time just a little bit agricultural from Dixon, but perfectly safe, because as I say, all the leg side fielders, with the exception of Ackerman at deep pitch mid-on, are actually on the boundary. 55 equals 210 of the lead. There are 4 overs after this until tea.
I forgot about tea.
It will be taken late.
Barnes, Dixon down the track, smacks it back over his head. That's gone for 6 into the car park at the far end.
That is Jones.
It's Jones again, sorry, Jones. Yeah, sorry, Dixon just... So they hit 2 6s each then. Dixon had just dragged that one out to mid-wicket the ball before. I'm so used to seeing him swinging and going after the ball. Yeah, so Jones hits that one, and Dixon will be on strike. That was the end of the over. Jones has 28, Dixon 32. Opening stand of 61. 4 6s so far. And they've come out with intent, Durham.
Yeah.
And taking advantage of the fact Leicestershire are 2 very good bowlers down at the moment as well.
This is going to be painful watching for Leicestershire supporters, I feel, for a while. And it's tough on young Barnes. Well, Davis is being taken off now, so his punishment is over. 7 overs, 2 maidens, and none for 21 for Will Davis. And George Rhodes, with his very occasional off spin, is going to have a go from the Finkel end. Ackerman will start to bowl, I would guess, from the Lumley end next over up. But they certainly, I don't think, will be playing for tea. So 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders on the boundary as Rhodes goes round the wicket. Just worked off the stumps, but only as far as mid-wicket. Dixon.
We're at Cow Corner here, by the way. I'm just wondering
You're
about
anticipating a catch.
I'm just,
I'm looking forward to seeing you take it.
Well,
just there.
You would have seen me run out the road of a Hales 6-throw window at Trent Bridge.
In goes Rhodes. He goes back and cuts it away there, Dixon, wide of the diving point. Mike can't get there. Parkinson runs round, picks up in front of the Health Club. 2 runs taken. Dixon on to 34.
Yeah, Alex Hales hit Ryan Pringle through our window on the 3rd floor at Trent Bridge.
It's a fair old hit, that, isn't it? Rhodes over the wicket. A little reverse paddle from Dixon, neatly played down to very fine 3rd man, but good work down there by Mike. Puts in the slide and throws, so just 2 more to Dixon. But playing a shot a ball now, these 2 openers.
Ruthless at the minute, isn't it?
Butchery. Rhodes waits for Mike to get back in position at backward point. He is in down the wicket, chipped just over his head by Sean Dixon. Rhodes leapt into the air and his fingers were, an inch or 2 short as he tried to grasp the ball. Dixon laughs and Rhodes, who's, as I say, a very amiable young man, grins too. Single taken. Dixon gets away with it, moves on to 37. He's chipped it back, tantalisingly out of reach. Rhodes did his very best to get there. And he steps and bowls short-ish and just pushed out towards mid-on, and it's going to get out towards mid-on as Ackerman dived across, got a left hand to it but couldn't actually stop the ball. Davis comes running in to field, and it's a somewhat disheartened already looking Leicestershire side at the moment. They are under the pump and they know it. 67 without loss. 2-2-2 the lead. Rhodes in, waiting for it in the creases. Dixon works it away off leg stump down towards Sam Evans at deep-ish mid-wicket. No, he's at deep mid-wicket. Normally he would be on the boundary on the other end of the ground, the other side of the ground. He's sort of 15 yards in on that side of the ground, the Castle side of the ground. Jones keeps a strike, moves on to 29, 68 without loss. Did he get 2 then? Anyway, so 29 to Jones, 38 to Dixon. Dixon it will be on strike because it's the end of the over. Ackerman is bringing himself on. Ooh, top of the hour.
The throaty, gurgly noise you just heard there was a big motorbike leaving the ground. Looks like a big Honda Goldwing. But it sounded like Holly Davison. Ackerman bowling to Dixon. Dixon with a single as he plays the ball. Oh no, not another injury. Plays the ball over towards Ben Mike, I think it is, fielding. It's slightly wide mid-on. He got the ball, and as he leapt up to throw it back to the stumps, he sort of collapsed on himself and went down, and was then holding his knee for a moment or two. He's now picked himself up. Ackerman right arm round from the Lumley end. Jones pushes the ball to mid-wicket, and Mike is called into action again. 1 run. Ackerman, faster delivery to Dixon. Dixon pushes the ball up to a long off for 1. They've got a long on and a long off for him. Are they going to stay in the same positions now for Jones? Looks like they are. Jones on 30, Dixon on 40, Durham 71 without loss. Jones plays it to long off for 1 as well. Ooh, a little popper there for Dixon. He came down the track to Ackerman and it came right up high on the slice of the bat and ended up just more or less fending it back down into the ground. Just managed to get his top hand over the ball there. No run. And he's got a top edge here. He could well be out. And there's a fielder coming in off the boundary. Oh, he's dropped it. Welsh puts down the chance. And well, a life there. That's the end of the over. So Dixon with the hook shot got a top edge when he was on 40, put down by Welsh off Ackerman at the end of Ackerman's first over. Rhodes bowling now to Dixon. Dixon just plays the ball beyond the bowler's grasp and gets a single. Rhodes, right arm over, tapped back to him along the floor by Jones. Needs 229 now. 74 without loss here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Leicester. A little paddle around the corner, and there's a man there, no run. Reverse paddle from Jones. Got too much bat on it and played it straight to the man at gully. Rhodes walks up to the stumps, then steps, played the same shot to the same place again. Richard Ray just doing an update for Radio Leicester, reminding people that Chris Wright and Buren Hendricks are not on the field here. Two of the best bowlers missing for Leicestershire. And Durham trying to take full advantage as Jones plays a full toss from Rhodes downfield to more or less our commentary position, really. Will Davis fielding just outside the window down below us at long on. Bowler comes in. Dixon with a little leg side shot to deep mid wicket for one. One over to go to tea. .76 on the board now. Lead of 231. Ackerman is dropping fielders out to long on and long off, and deep mid wicket. He comes right arm around the wicket from the Finkel, the Lumley end, and Dixon looks to try and cut that one, leans away from the ball and plays and misses. Keeper breaks the stumps, but Dixon was in his crease. Will Gidman, one of the Durham coaches, is just lined up down below us with a bowling machine and a big battery which looks very heavy. Dixon down the track to Ackerman. Shifts the ball straight back to the bowler.
Question for you and the Durham listeners, Marty. Did you ever play a game called Jingles?
Jingles, no.
Which they were just talking about on BBC Radio Leicester. A game was going on.
Ackerman again. That's defended.
I think it's an old game. It might be called different things elsewhere. It involves each person throwing a coin towards a wall from a certain distance, and the person whose coin ends up nearest the wall takes all the money. But it wasn't something I was familiar with, I must admit.
I bet they play it with pies in Melton Mowbray, do they? Ackerman in. Dixon forward again, trying to attack the bowler, but again finds the bowler. Yeah, it's sort of like a granderised game of shove halfpenny sort of thing, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, apparently. As I said, I've never played. You kind of flick them, but anyway, there you go.
That's defended. One ball before tea then.
I suspect Leicestershire wish they were playing Jingles at the moment rather than cricket, because at the moment they are having something of a horror show.
Last ball before the break. Dixon whips it away through mid-wicket for two. No, change their mind. Jones says no, go back. So that's a decent little session that of 18 overs there from Durham, having bowled Leicestershire out earlier for a 155 run lead. They bowled them out for 273 with Matty Potts career best figures of 6 for 58. The 200 run lead then came up inside 11 overs as Durham reached 50 for none after 11.4. Dixon dropped by Welsh at square leg on the boundary top edge when he was trying to pull an Ackerman delivery. He was on 40 at that moment in time. It was the last ball of Ackerman's first over, and Durham head off 77 without loss at tea from 18 overs. It is. The lead is 232. We will see you in 20 minutes.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome to Chesterley Street, the home of Durham Cricket. My name is Max Whittle and I'm convinced that this club is trying to sign me because thanks to Votu Motors, I'm here today to be tested in every way possible by ex-New Zealand international James Franklin. And yes, I will be going up against some of the Durham first 11. Just how does this coaching staff get the best out of their players? We're about to find out. So what have you planned for the start of pre-season every year? You sit down and you plan for the players. What's the first thing you do?
We obviously assess them, we look at where they're at, and then from there we can sort of come up with individually tailored plans to sort of cater for that individual player. So for example, all guys will get exposed to this sort of stuff, but it might be that they get additional sessions here and there. We might cater for that more in the gym compared to somebody else who might need to improve their fitness, for example, their aerobic fitness.
Hit the ground and react. Project forward, extend and project forward.
I am marching. I am marching. Let's just keep going. Less than 3 seconds, yeah? Yeah! All right, last go. Don't stop running at the end. You're getting faster, Max. You're getting tired, Max. I'm done. And we're going in the gym now.
Yes, today the lads are on week 6 of their programme, so they're quite tired to be fair after 6 weeks of hard work. The plan is today to sort of get them to push their strength to a level where they feel they can get to from a 3 rep max perspective today. So no 1 rep maxes, we don't really test, that's too risky. Obviously the speed stuff always comes first, that takes priority. So imagine if you do strength before speed, you'd be knackered into that session. So the key thing is we get the speed bit, the fast stuff done first, and then we go into the more heavy, slower stuff in the gym afterwards.
Next time, I'll be getting padded up and facing a few balls in the nets with James Franklin and try my best Ben Stokes fielding impression.
Welcome back to the Emirates Riverside Stadium. Final session on this third day of the LV Insurance Championship fixture between Durham and Leicestershire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC Radio's Newcastle and Leicester in this instance. Martin Emerson and Richard Ray, your commentators for the games. for the game, even get in touch with us at Marty Cricket on Twitter, at Foxes Cricket 22 for Leicestershire supporters. We're cricket@yahoo.co.uk for those who wish to email. I think it's fairly safe to say that Durham are very firmly on top. 77 without loss in their second innings off just 18 overs, which means that they lead already by 232. 32 overs remain in the day. The general feeling is that they'll want 370, 380 ahead before they start to try and bowl Leicestershire out again on what is an essentially very good pitch. That said, in the afternoon session, a few have kept low from this Finkel end of the ground where we're situated on the first floor of the media centre at this fine ground. Not so much from the Lumley end, the far end of the ground, the north end of the ground. Umpire O'Shaughnessy's waving away, semaphoring away at the scorers to make sure that they are ready to go. George Rhodes resumes the attack from the Finkel end, is in and bowls, just pushed out into the offside. There's a momentary hesitation, but Jones responds to Dixon's enquiry, and the quick single is completed. Ackerman it was who, not Ackerman, Kimber who it was who came in and underarmed the ball at the stumps, or into the gloves at least, of Harry Swindells, but the speedy Jones had comfortably made his ground. Rhodes is in again to Jones, who goes back and works it wristily out into the leg side. He's bisected the fielders, so thought about a second, but Jones had to go back. He was sent back in the end as Evans came in on to the ball and got his throw away, so just a single apiece to start post tee. Rhodes just a couple of steps and is in and bowls. Forward goes Dixon, working it towards mid-on. Rhodes scrambles across, makes the stop, and no run assumes. Rhodes is in and bowling down the wicket, this time pushing firmly through mid-on to make sure there's no chance of Rhodes getting across is Dixon. Picks up one, moves on to 46. Unless the scoreboard's actually getting ahead of itself. No, it isn't. 80. He moves on to 46. 80 without loss. Rhodes bowls. Worked into the leg side wristily by Michael Jones, out towards deep mid-wicket. Evans comes jogging in and fields. Just a single on that occasion. This, the pork pie debate rages on.
Still.
Yes. In he goes, Rhodes and bowls, driven out into the offside through the vacant mid-off area down to long off. Nick Welsh, who dropped a chance, skied hit by Sean Dixon on 40 off Colin Ackerman, a deep square leg, got underneath it but couldn't hang on. Not that I think it would have made too much difference in the overall scheme of things, but he'll be mortified at not having clung on. 82 without loss at the end of the over. The lead now 237.
If lots of people are still messaging in about the pork pie debate, you're earning your crust, aren't you? I'm having to read them.
Very good.
He's off to do his 4:30 update for Radio Leicester. No more updates today for Radio Newcastle though. Ackerman bowling to Dixon from the Lumley end. Dixon on the back foot cuts that out in towards the covers for one. Pleasant sunshine outside, but still a little bit of a cool breeze. If you're in the lee of the County Durham stand though, there's a few people upstairs in that stand as well. It's rather pleasant in there in the sunshine out of the breeze. Oh, thick edge there from Jones. Bounced off the keeper's gloves. I think that was an edge which has been put down when he was on 34. So Ackerman could have had both. Could have had Dixon and Jones either side of tee. Ball goes out to deep extra cover again from Dixon, 1 run. Jones plays this delivery from Ackerman back to the bowler along the ground. He collects it on the strip adjacent to where they're playing on the leg side. 3 singles and a dot ball so far in this over. Ackerman right arm round, comes in. Jones goes down on one knee and cuts nicely, puts it past Gully. Deep extra cover coming round to cut it off just down below our commentary position. 1 run. 2 runs, sorry. Last ball of the over, and he plays the same shot again down on one knee. This time it's cracked out towards deep extra cover for 1. So Durham was 77 for none at tee and a lead of 232. 30 overs left in the day now. Leads 2-4-3. Give themselves a good solid start here, and they've been going along at 4.5 and over. Remember, Leicestershire are without Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks through injury. Hendricks, you know, had a finger problem. Rhodes to Jones from the Finkel end. Start of a new over. Jones plays the ball out into the covers to Lewis Kimber. Comes the bowler again. Again, he finds Kimber. Short extra cover. There's a man on the cover boundary. There's fielders at long on and long off, and deep mid wicket, deep square leg. That square leg nearly got called into the offing there. The ball was turned around. You've got a leg gully as well in Hassan Assad, who managed to sprint across from leg. Sort of deep leg gully to cut that off at square leg. 1 run. Here's another quick single from Dixon, and he gets to 50 for the second time in the match. 66 balls, 1 4 and 2 sixes. So a lot of singles run there. Played by Jones now out towards deep mid wicket for 1. Rhodes to Dixon, played up to long on to Ben Mike, the 12th man, or 13th man. He's covered in mud and red smears from the ball.
I do love a presenter not too sure about his cricketing terms. It goes Ackerman had forced off the back foot by Dixon for 1. So Durham, he said, they're 92 with no outs. I said, yeah, basically. I think
Probably terminology we'll all be required to use in a few years' time.
Sounds a bit baseball-y, doesn't it? No outs. Maybe it's a hundreds term.
We've already gone to batter.
Jones A bit lagging behind Dixon in terms of scoring rate. Forces that one away off the back foot, out towards wide, long off. Barnes runs around, picks up, gets his throw away quickly so that Dixon, who had advanced in the hope of a second, has to retreat into his ground. Lovely during the tea interval just to sit outside and bask in the sun for a few minutes. Ackerman is in. Back cutting is Dixon, strongly out towards the cover boundary, in front of which is Sam Evans. Gets a good throw away, so just a single. 3 singles off the first 3 balls of Ackerman's 4th over. None for 15 for the Leicestershire skipper. Did have a catch dropped. He is in and bowling very short. Chopped away but didn't time it as he would have liked to have done. Jones rehearses the shot because it ran straight to Kimber at extra cover. Just basically determined not to give anything to loft high over the mid-wicket, the short mid-wicket boundary. Ackerman is in, bowls flat and again slightly short. Back goes Jones and plays firmly out too long off. Barnes comes in to meet the ball. Single taken. At least with these 2 bowling, it should improve the over 8 is level anyway, but it should improve the finishing time. In goes Ackerman and bowls. That one is onto the leg side, and it's just flicked away rather than pulled hard away by Dixon. Takes 1. He moves on to 54, keeps the strike, end of the over 97 without lost the lead now over 250. Presenter on BBC Radio Less asking me how many I thought Durham would want. I think now probably 370, 380 might be in Borthwick's mind. The quicker they get to that from his point of view, the better.
Rhodes, where's that gone? That's a reverse sweep from Dixon out towards what is effectively the point boundary. So the new cricket season has begun in the North East in the club level as Rhodes bowls. Played away by Jones up to Mike at long on for 1. In the North East Premier League Premier Division, Burnett Field 84 for 3, chasing 231 to beat South Northumberland. Burnmoor 114 all out. Did they finish as champions last year? I'm trying to remember. Felling 69 for 5. Felling was where Sean Dixon was playing this time last season. This is defended and turned round the corner for a single and brings up the Durham 100. Good start then, 100 without loss in 22.3 overs. So that means the lead's 255. .79 Dixon's got 56 of those as Jones defends this one on 43. Benwell Hill made 176 for 8 in their 50 overs against Hetton Lions at Hetton Lions. The Lions are 104 for 2. Here comes the bowler, played by Jones, up to Mike at the long on for 1. Chesley Street all out for 125 at Newcastle, who were 117 for 7 in the 32nd over. Sunderland, newly promoted, 98 for 3, chasing 253 at Tynemouth to win. And Eppleton up against it, against Whitburn at the Village, as Rhodes comes in and bowls. Played away by Dixon for 1, down to long on again. Whitburn made 214 for 9, and Eppleton are 73 for 5. So that's the Premier Division. Quickly rattle through Division 1 for you as well. Gateshead Fella 46 for 6, chasing 168 to beat Castle Eden at home. Lanchester 55 for 2 in the 16th after Crook made 167 all out. Seaham Park 129 for 9. 46 overs, Ashington yet to bat.
Ackerman is in from the Lumley end. Down the wicket goes Dixon, hitting over long on and clearing long on. It went a little bit straighter than I thought it initially was going to, but another 6 for Dixon. He went sashaying down the wicket.
Oh, what a good bird.
Lofted it high over, a very straight long on in the end. A spectator kindly advises.
The sheeting hanging off the end of the health club, which is providing part of the side screen at the far end of the ground.
Advises Will Davis where it's gone. He manages to find it.
Found it now. Probably dinted.
Yeah, I was going to do that great puff of sand as the ball landed on the outfield when thrown back in, and it has to be shown to the umpire Ben Debenham in this case to confirm all is well. Feeling a bit battered, but all is well with the ball. 108 without loss. Ackerman is in again. Dixon again down the wicket this time, turns his wrists on a more leg side delivery so that it runs out along the ground all the way to Callum Parkinson, who's at deep mid wicket, and the single is taken.
All Collingwood Shotley Bridge 137 for 1 have beaten Blaydon by 9 wickets. Blaydon 136 all out.
Ackerman staying around the wicket to Jones, who just goes back and calmly works it to square leg out towards Nick Welsh, who's out there at deep backward square, just backward of square.
Ashthorpe's Washington 60 for 3, chasing 145 to beat Sacriston. And Philadelphia, who we were talking about yesterday, 211 for 7.
Ackerman is in. Fuller delivery, just waits for it, Dixon, and with that 6 early in the over, they can just pick off the bowling from here on in, and he picks up another single into the leg side.
Philadelphia 211 for 7 from their 50 overs. Willington are 10 for 1 in reply at Willington.
Ackerman bowls, looking to cut, little chop off the bottom of the bat, goes between the wicketkeeper to his leg side. So Jones slightly fortunate not to chop on there, but at this stage, no sort of oohs and ahs from the Leicestershire fielders. They're just looking to get through this. A little bit of torture being applied by the Durham openers. 112 without loss. Ackerman in. Dixon is waiting for that one and just playing it out into the offside behind square, more or less straight to Rhodes. So a dot ball, a rare thing. 11 off the over, 10 off the over, got 6 and 4 dots and 4 ones and a dot. 10 off Ackerman's over means Durham are 112 without loss of 24, leading now by 2-6-7.
Chris Sharps tweeted his picture of some pints of beer. He said, "I'm on my first bike ride of the cricket season on the North Yorkshire Moors, accompanied by BBC Cricket, now taking the mandatory stop at the New Inn in Cropton."
Near Pickering.
Yeah, had a look and ride out near Pickering. I think he might be staying in Pickering this week because he does have access to a house there, and rides around the Dalby Forest, which I've been around on a mountain bike before. Saw Elbow there in concert about 3 or 4 years ago as well. Very nice night out there in the middle of the forest. Will Davis coming back into the attack. 7 overs earlier and none for 21. 2 maidens. It was Barnes, I think, who the bowlers really took a liking to with the short leg side boundary. The batsman took a liking to with the short leg side boundary. Durham are ahead by 267 now at 112 for none. 24 overs gone, 26 remaining in the day. Should there be a change of innings, there would be 2 lost as a result of that. As Davis comes in, right arm over, it's gone down the leg side to the keeper. Davis bangs in a short one, but it doesn't really get up off that short length, and it's played by Jones out into the covers for one. Dixon on strike on 65. Pulls at the ball going down the leg side and fires it down the long leg. 1 run.
Every fielder now on the boundary with the exception of Ackerman, who's at, curiously, a shortish mid-wicket. Kimber, who's at extra cover, and Rhodes, who's at backward point. The rest scattered hither and thither on the boundary.
Jones on strike. He's on 47, looking for his half century, and he's thumped that out towards us. The bike is right behind it. 1 run. Long on. Hear Mike's footsteps across the ground there. Chris says it's a lovely day for it. Dalby Forest this morning, Farndale this afternoon. Only downside, still very patchy 4G. And he says I'm staying in Pickering for Easters.
Used to live in Kirby Moorside, which
did you?
Yeah, that's
it's nice out there.
First house, Broadby.
John Murray, the football commentator, lives around that area. Slower ball from Davis down the leg side it goes. I once did some green laning up there. You come out of Kirby Moorside and head up the hill, and when you get to the top there's this Drovers Road that goes right across the top of the moors. Takes you, I think, all the way up towards Carlton Bank at the northern end. And we drove along for a while and then came down through a farmyard and in through around Billsdale. Davis balls. That's fired down the leg side. The keeper spills it. It's a wide signalled. So they get the wide and a bye.
A waste of everybody's time, really. Has to bowl it again.
Did you ever see cricket at the Spout House in Billsdale? Did you ever go there? The Star Inn, was it? Star Inn?
The Star Inn's at Hareham. Still is, I suppose.
Yeah, it burnt
down indeed. Yeah, it was. Yeah, top notch at the Star.
Davis again, balls, short one. Dragged down to long leg by Jones, who moves on to 49.
I remember playing
and we'll keep
Billsdale
strike.
My village side Broadby once. Incredible field it was. The longest grass I've ever played. It barely see your boots when you trod into it.
Was it at the Spout House?
Could have been. It was a long old time ago.
The Spout House was the most bizarre cricket ground I've ever seen. I stopped there one evening with my wife when our 2 oldest were quite little. I think it was my birthday. It was a summer's evening.
Stone walls all around the field.
Yeah, well, we were sitting in what was meant to be the beer garden of a pub, and the pub was really the kitchen of a farm. And all these cricketers turned up in cars, got out carrying all this kit, and I said, "Where are you all going?" And they said, "To the cricket ground." I said, "What cricket ground?" So I followed them through between all these cow buyers and barns, and there was one wicket chiselled into the side of a hill which had about a 30-degree slope on it, and it was a big occasion. It was the opening of their new pavilion, which was a shed that had been donated by some landowner, I think.
Sounds very familiar. Certainly there was a heck of a slope on the ground. So
apparently if you hit the main road at the bottom, it was 6 and out in the Billsdale League rules.
That's some fun in those days. Barnes is coming back on. He's replacing Ackerman at the Lumley end of the ground. 118 without loss, 273 the lead. They have cracked on, these Durham openers. In goes Barnes and bowls. A flashing
50.
drive for Jones to bring up his half century. It's come off 72 balls, just the 1-4, but 2 sixes as well.
Same as
Michael
Dixon,
Jones.
that wasn't it? 1-4 and 2 sixes.
Well played to him. Friendly circumstances, but they all jolly well count. Both Leicestershire's opening bowlers out. Wright and Hendricks as Barnes is in. Dixon plays a very similar shot without getting to the pitch of the ball, sort of flashing drive out into the offside. Again, Evans out there on the cover, or covering the cover boundary, because he's not actually on it, is the fielder. Another single.
Jones got 337 runs in 8 championship games in 2021, including 2 50s. His highest score is 82 at Notts in 2020, and 81 against Glamorgan last year, and 78 in a win at Worcester.
Barnes, fair of hair, comes in and bowls, chopped hard down into the ground off the bottom of the bat by Michael Jones, and he looks down and then up as the ball bounces up, and it's Swindles running in from behind the stumps who fields, and there's no run. I could easily get 3 figures today, but it's going to be quite tricky because he could kind of be forced to give it away in a funny sort of way by going for his shots, but we'll see what happens. 120 without loss. Barnes bowls short and thrashed away off the front foot out to Evans by Jones again. 3-man game at the moment. Single taken. 3 singles off 4 balls, which is a result as far as Leicestershire are concerned at the moment. Barnes 7.4 overs, none for 42 though, 5.5 in terms of runs conceded. Barnes is in, bowls, goes for the big front foot drive, crashing drive. Dixon doesn't connect for once. It just bounces through to Swindles, and there is no reaction whatsoever from sort of anyone out there, to be quite honest. Batsmen, bowlers, fielders, wicketkeeper. Everybody waiting as Barnes in, bowls, just comes back a little bit on Dixon as he goes back, rocks back and tries to cut it away into the offside, comes off the bottom of the bat, bounces down towards Rhodes at backward point, and there is no run. That was a fairly respectable over from Eddie Barnes, just 4 runs from it, 4 singles and 2 dot balls, 121 without loss. The lead 276, 24 overs remain today, take off 2 for the change of innings, 22. If he wants 10, say, at the end of the day, could be 12 overs. Do well to get 100 off those 12 overs. Be interesting to see at what point Borthwick decides he needs to get bowling, but he would like to nip one out tonight. I'm sure we'll have a chance so to do. Ball's wandering on Dixon, 2 centuries in the game.
Davis coming in the ball to Jones. Finkel end. Jones plays the ball out through mid-wicket for 1. You're going to come back for 2, no 1. Yeah, going back to the Spout House, I don't know if they play there anymore now, but the night we were there was quite a crowd because there was the unveiling of their new, quote, pavilion, which was a shed. And a photographer turned up from the Northern Echo, Mike Amos, who was a features writer for the Northern Echo. Was quite fond
Northern
of
League man, isn't he?
Yeah, the Northern League, former chairman of the Northern League. Yeah. He used to like the odd write the odd article about the Spout House and the Billsdale League. And that's pulled hard by Dixon down towards long leg. It's cut off way down the far end of the ground for 2. And Mike brought his memoirs out last year, which I was reading. A very funny book.
I'll have to look out for that.
It's hilarious. It's really good. But there's a chapter about the Spout House and the Billsdale League, and apparently Prince William, when he was based at Catterick and in that area, or visiting the landed gentry, turned out for the cricket team a number of times under a pseudonym. Bouncer through to the keeper. I can't remember if he used the name Harry Windsor or something like that, but there was a scorecard up on the wall because he got some runs in a game.
Hopefully they've all got pictures and things, you would have thought. That would be something of which to boast to one's grandchildren. I played with the future king.
There's actually found some photographs of him playing there. Davis in, bowls, Oh, that's going to be a wide? No? Well, the batsman, Dixon, rooted to the spot, but the ball was delivered well wide of the stumps and he was stretching a long way to...
Just a random on the stream says, let's be thankful to Durham Cricket because without the county channels we'd have to pay for these live streams. Now we get them free, thanks Durham Cricket. But you have to also thank the ECB, random dark oak.
Yes, in comes the bowler, slower ball, going down the leg side, thuds into the pads. A leg bye will be signalled as Dixon runs to the bowler's end. Yeah, the ECB have put a lot of funding in, and they've also provided this camera in our room, for instance, and a number of fixed cameras around the ground now. I think they have 3 or 4 that have been sent to them by the ECB, remote cameras.
Yeah, they're at all the grounds now, so although the ECB gets a lot of stick in some respects, but you do have to sometimes acknowledge that they're doing a good job in some respects.
In comes another bouncer. Is that a no ball? No?
He's turning.
It is. It looked totally unplayable to me. Thought so.
Head height.
Well, I found Mike Amos's column about the Spout House. It's in Billsdale between Stokesley and Helmsley in North Yorkshire.
Yeah, I remember it well.
He wrote about it and he said, it's a 1 in 7 hillside. Prince Harry played twice. And they played cricket there for 170 years. Davis again in. Oh, good Yorker attempted ball there and dug out by Jones, who flicked his feet out the way as he leant on the ball with the bat and steered it away out through mid-wicket for 1. End of the over. 128 without loss.
The other thing just around him is that it's not just sort of provision of cameras and things like that. The ECB also, in a way, sort of pay for our services such as they are, because the fee that the BBC pay to broadcast them is reduced for each commentator, so that each county has a commentator, because the BBC otherwise would struggle really to afford to pay for a county commentator for each county. So credit, I think, has to be given where credit is due.
Yeah, well, when they started this service in 2013, the previous year, some of us did commentaries and others didn't, so
exactly,
there were black holes to disappear down in certain parts of the country.
Barnes is in, bowls again, that front foot flashing drive, this time from Jones. Evans has to run around towards deep backward point. It's a mighty throws required. I'd be dislocating all sorts of things trying throws like that. Almost javelin throws the way the guys do it now. They're massive follow-throughs from these long throws. Anyway, Jones picks up a couple, moves on to 55. And there'd definitely be another one for the throw in Spout. If in the Billsdale League, I suspect it would be 3 fields away, wouldn't it? If it was 80 yards away. I remember those. In goes Barnes and bowled, and calmly this time turned off his legs by Jones for a single into the leg side.
The thing I remembered about it, at the farmyard end, it was fairly sort of flat run to the stumps if you were bowling, but if you were coming in from the other end, the bowler had to sort of run up a hill and then jump onto the wicket to bowl. That was quite a challenge, and if you were far enough up the hill, because of the slope past the way the wicket was chiseled into the side of the hill, you could just see the tops of the heads of people on the far side.
Barnes is in, bowls York, a good one, and well dug out by Sean Dixon. Yeah, I do remember now, the more you talk about it. I only played there once, it was just the once. It must have been a cup game.
Well, the Spout House was the building next door, which was a beautiful old thatched building. I remember as a kid bowling in there once. We were on our way to Scarborough or something, and there was a guy actually doing the thatching one summer afternoon there. Must have been about 1980 or something like that.
Time is on your side. That is a lovely drive up
it's
from
gorgeous,
Helmsley. Up here. Barnes is in and bowls, slightly short outside off stump. Cut away, and that one I think will beat Evans, who puts in the day. He got there, but he could only just sort of deflect the ball slightly. The momentum of the ball was such it carries on over the ropes and under the covers. Nice. Need if it's gone right underneath one of them, he's walking round. It's gone into the sort of concrete wall underneath the advertising hoardings, so he's able to pick it up.
God, that was a teaser, wasn't it? He never gave up, and he got a hand on it, but it was probably maybe the last centimetre of his longest finger. One of the things that did happen, of course, and which has changed the look of Billsdale last year, the transmitter set on fire and had to be pulled down last summer. So they've put a series of smaller transmitters up in the area.
Why did that change? What do you mean change the look? Is that
Because the transmitter was right on the top of the hill and you could see it from miles, the mast.
Oh, look, as in... sorry, I
Yeah.
thought you meant L-U-C-K, as in rather than L-O-O-K. Barnes is in and bowls down the leg side. Dixon doesn't get anything on it. Barnes' hand went to his chin for a moment there, as though it was quite close to the leg stump. I suspect it wasn't quite that close. 135 Durham now without loss. 280 then the lead. 22 overs left after this ball in today's play, and of course a minimum of 96 tomorrow. Barnes in, bowls, and again not quite sure where that had gone, went for the drive. Dixon came off the bottom edge. He looked around him, it had gone towards leg gully, well wide of the leg stump, but even so not quite where he was intending to hit it. Got away with it though. End of Barnes' 9th over, none for 50 for him, none for 23 for Davis off his 9. He's been rather more economical. 136 then the score. 291 the lead. It's top of the hour, but I don't need to go do anything at the top of the hour because that's when the rugby programme starts. They want me just before kick-off at 5:20.
Well, I'm just reading this article here from Mike Amos in his backtrack column.
What's his book called then, by the way? I'll have to look out for it.
I've forgotten the name of it, but
have a look on your shelves when you get home tonight.
The Spout House cricket team is no more. Driven by Dixon up towards wide long off for 2 off Davis. He moves on to 76, 138 without loss. So it says this was in 2019 when he wrote this. Spout House, custodians of Christendom's most vertiginous cricket ground and one of its most magnificent, has resigned in mid-season from the Feversham League. Though there's talk of continuing in a couple of local cup competitions, the likelihood appears that stumps have finally been drawn at the Hillside Heaven, 1 in 7, where Prince Harry twice played. In comes the bowler. That's gone down the leg side again. And then he adds, though sheep may safely graze, cricket worldwide will greatly be the loser. Spouts in Billsdale between Stokesley and Helmsley in North Yorkshire. The ground, a home of cricket for 170 years, long familiar to backtrack readers. Spout of this world, said one headline. Up and tundra, another. The slender television mast high across the moors could never have transmitted anything so improbable or so glorious, we wrote as cricket at Spout House.
Depends when the game finishes tomorrow, but you're making me want to drive down and see Old Horns now.
Bouncer pulled out through deep mid-wicket by Dixon. Down towards our corner of the ground. I'll run 3 here. Yes, he says in his South African accent to Jones. 3 ran. He moves on to 79. And Jones gets strike on 56. 142 for non-Durham. It says here, more conservative, the Darlington and Stockton Times once called the Creel Cowping Ground unusual. He says that's like calling Joss Butler useful.
We used to have to...
What is Creel Cowping? I've never heard of that. Got no idea what that means. Some Billsdale slang perhaps. In comes the bowler. Jones drops this one short on the offside and goes for a quick single as the keeper comes round to collect.
Farmer used to fence the sheep off from our ground at Broadby, with about an hour to spare. He was very good at doing it in time. But then he started growing wheat on one side of the ground, and there were fairly short boundaries on the side anyway. But once that wheat got above a few inches, trying to find the downpour is hours. Good days though, a lot of fun.
It's a lovely area on those north moors, isn't it? I mean, a lot of people don't venture up there and don't know it's there, but you walk a ball around just wide of off stump, flicked away at full length by Dixon, leaning a long way out, and actually the ball has bounced on the ground and with the bat, face of the bat, pushed it out into the covers for one.
Did well to reach it, didn't he? We had our wedding reception at the Feversham Arms in Helmsley.
Did you? Stayed there. In fact, I think there's a lad who I went to school with who's the manager of that now. In comes the bowler again, another short one, guided off down towards third man, this time by Jones. 1 run. I tell you what's really nice. The scoreboard there. The
300 lead.
Yeah, that's it, 300 lead. So that's in the 29th over.
21 after this ball to go today.
Whoa. What do you reckon? I think Durham could be bowling tonight, you know.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
should.
if they keep going at this rate,
yeah, I would have 10 overs.
That would give them the 380 to 400 ahead, to be honest.
Dixon plays this one out from Davis out through mid-wicket. Good running from these two. They're going to get 2 runs, and the throw back slammed in by Colin Ackerman, smacks into the stumps at the bowler's end, and it had Michael Jones leaping in the air to avoid being hit by the ball as it shot under his legs, but he was well in.
Ackerman meant that, didn't he?
Yeah, he was a bit angry, isn't he? Is it it's not Bramham House, is it? The big country house in Helmsley.
Just outside?
Yeah.
It's Duncan
Park, yeah. In the summer, and I think it's normally the first weekend of July, they have this big steam festival there.
They do, yeah.
And it's brilliant. And there's lots to see and do. There's all kinds of show stalls on and that. But in the evening, when the show's finished for the day, all the steam engines drive in to the centre of Helmsley and they all park up in the marketplace. And
but they're popular with it.
Well, it just draws so many people in, and everybody's outside the pubs having a pint, and just a great atmosphere. It's lovely.
Get your fresh tarmac down and get a bit of extra work.
Yeah, try and avoid the soot landing on your head from the steam engines.
Barnes, who must be loving this. I'm not sure he is. 9 overs, none for 50. He's going to be bowling to Michael Jones on 58 now, and almost no fielders within the same parish now, as Barnes is in and bowls and whipped away down to deep mid wicket by Jones, and it is returned to wicketkeeper Harry Swindles. Azad is over there at deep mid wicket. A rare outing to the boundary for him. Every Leicestershire player now is effectively a boundary fielder, with the exception of bowler and wicket keeper. Just trying to make, they could run 2 a ball essentially now, as Barnes is in cut out towards deep backward point where Louis Kimber is the fielder, so just 1 on that occasion, and rolled back up to Barnes by Swindles. Carnage, 149 without loss from approaching 30 overs now. Jones on 59, bobs at the knees and then lifts his bat as Barnes goes in and bowls to him. A Yorker down the leg side, flicks the pad. No, not out leg before. There's a momentary confusion between the 2 batters because the leg bye has been completed. And then it had gone actually behind Swindles a few feet, and Jones thought there might be a second. 150 up for Durham Cricket. Durham Cricket. Of 29.3 overs. 110 minutes. 178 balls, so just under your 6 and over. Just over 5 and over. Barnes is in and bowling wide, but Dixon, seeing everything pretty well now, steers it out into the offside towards deep extra cover. Ackerman fields, overthrows Swindles, but Mike manages to back up, and it is just 1. Trying essentially to keep it to 1 a ball, Leicestershire at the moment.
Ooh, a 95th minute winner for Brentford over Watford. The Bees are now up to 11th in the Premier League. And it leaves the Hornets 6 points from safety. A sting in the tail there at the end of that one.
Barnes is is into Jones, who's driving fairly conventionally out towards Ackman. So it will be just the one as Leicestershire's captain comes in to meet the ball as it rolls over the far end of the square. Single taken, 152. The ground is quiet. We're all waiting to get to the point at which Borthwick beckons his players in. We're a good, at least I would think, 8 to 10 overs away from that point yet. As Barnes is in. Bolt hit down towards long on, should be caught, and is caught. Dixon isn't going to quite get 2 centuries in the match. 2 very contrasting innings even for Sean Dixon. 84 off 96 balls he has gone for. Barnes gets a few consoling pats on the back for having picked up the wicket. Nonetheless, a very good match for Sean Dixon. Follows up his outstanding first innings 100 with a rumbustious 84 to put Durham in a position when they are not too far away from declaring. 2 for 1.
Who took that catch?
Long on, it was Will Davis. Yeah. So the lead now is a 307. There will be 2 off for the change of innings, remember, as well. So if he takes 8 overs, something like that, that would give him the 10, wouldn't it?
I wonder if it would be more prudent here to put Beddingham in next.
Yeah, it's a decent call.
Rather than bringing Keegan Peterson at his normal number 3, just to keep the run rate going. Whitburn have beaten Appleton by 134 runs. That's emphatic. Appleton 80 all out. Newcastle have beaten Chesley Street by 3 wickets. First results in the top division of the North East Premier League today. Normally, the league doesn't start for a couple of weeks at least, and after the county championship season started. But right, Jones is on strike because it was the end of the over. George Rhodes replaces Davis. Jones plays the first ball out towards mid-wicket. Peterson sets off for a single. He's told to get back because Ackerman is there, loitering. Comes in again here, and that's an attempted reverse sweep. It's gone behind the stumps and gets a run. I think it came off his glove. So by the way, though, Dixon's got a 204 in the match, then, hasn't he? So
he has. Say, contrasting images. Images, I've called it images again. Innings, contrasting innings. But they presented contrasting images, if you like.
Oh, an edge from Peterson. It's gone down towards third man who would be on the discs in a one day. No run.
Right, Keegan, this is something different is expected of you. This is from the test match.
This one's played softly towards short mid-wicket.
Is he a member of the South Africa one day side as well? Sure, to be quite honest.
He's found Ackerman in the last 2 deliveries. Well, I've got down with it being first class as 7 tests. Peterson plays this out into the covers, no run.
To what extent hitting out is his natural game is, but at the other end, Jones is kind of going nicely, so he doesn't need to slog or anything like it. But they will expect pretty much a run a ball, I would imagine, in the Durham dressing room at the moment. 19 overs remain. The lead today. The lead 308. Leicestershire tactics, from their point of view at the moment, are proving reasonably effective in that they're sort of slowing the run rate, everything down a little bit. But it is a pure defence from the Foxes at the moment. Eddie Barnes, who managed to pick up a wicket in his last over, will continue from the Lumley end. He's going to be bowling to Michael Jones. In he comes and bowls. Jones gets a good length delivery, just leans back and punches it out into the offside, out towards Ackerman at deepish extra cover. Will Durham declare, asks Viper C78, and go for the win, or sit and get a draw? I think they'll declare, Viper. I think that at some point the declaration will come, I'm sure. Paul Coucher thinks 10 overs at the end is what Borthwick will want at Leicestershire, which would give him
the highest
6.5 more.
The highest successful run chase on this ground was Yorkshire against Durham, 339 for 6 in 2013, but it was a bit of a freak event.
Barnes is in to Peterson. Bit of normal cricket as a length ball is defended by Peterson out into the offside.
People kept shouting for Paul Collingwood to declare. He went and printed off all of the stats that he could get his hands on. Nobody had chased down a score as high. Joe Root made 182 and swung the game in Yorkshire's favour, but he was monumentally lucky because he should have been out 3 times in his innings.
Barnes in again to Peterson, who's pushing past the reaching Ackerman at straightish extra cover out towards mid-off and taking the one.
He was he should have been run out, but the umpire got in the wrong position and couldn't see. He gloved one behind to the keeper, and the umpire said it came off his shoulder, and he was out LBW as well and not given. So he rode his luck on that occasion. He was eventually out, stumped I think it was, or bowled in the last over with about 5 needed. But
Barnes casting a long shadow is in again to Jones. Full. Jones waits for it, dabs it out towards backward point, takes the first quickly, but Kimber equally quick to the ball, so just the one. It's like when Peterson got his treble century against Leicestershire at the Oval, he was dropped 5 times, but that's Leicestershire's fault, nobody else to blame. But, 156 for 1. Run rate just under 5 now. The lead 311. Barnes into Peterson. Good full delivery. Peterson is very careful, very compact and neat. Relatively small man, just pushing it back to Barnes. The field has been brought in for the new batsman. Mike Jelfs. I like this person that thinks Durham should just go for a draw. Yes, Mike, a long-standing Leicestershire supporter. As Barnes is in to Peterson. Again, another good delivery. Peterson is pushing firmly at it, goes down the wicket on the onside, out to mid-on. Good over from Eddie Barnes. Just the 3 singles from it. 156 for 1. The lead 311. I have to pop and do that 5:20 update.
Andrew Ashmore's asking, would it be enough if Durham declared with about 10 overs to go tonight? Well, it depends what rate they're going on now, but they'd have to imagine that by doing so they'd have at least 350 or more on the board, lead-wise, and back themselves to bowl Leicestershire out. We know that these pitches here have flattened out as the game's gone on. Certainly that was the case last year, and it is a newish square, but Rhodes bowling to Jones. Jones plays the ball inside the fielder at short extra cover and up to long off for 1. He moves on to 64. Peterson on 1 from 8 balls. That's what I'm saying. I would have brought Beddingham out now and had him join Jones in the middle, keep the momentum going. Peterson down the track to a Rhodes full toss and taps the ball back to the bowler. When Peterson arrived here the other day to play for Durham for the first time, he'd only been in the country a matter of hours. In comes the bowler again, and he's got this one away through mid-wicket for 1. He had tried to get on a flight in South Africa, but couldn't. Had to get another airline internally to then fly, I think, to Amsterdam, and then Amsterdam here. So he arrived at about 4:30 on Wednesday afternoon and had his pads on and was out in the middle the next morning with very little preparation time. This is played by Jones up to long on to Ben Mike for 1. So at least he'll have had a chance to have a few nets now since the start of this game on Thursday. He's here for 7 county championship matches. He plays this up to Mike for 1, up to long on again. Here's the diminutive. I don't have his height in the play fair. Defended this time by Jones, and that is the end of the over. 17 overs to go tonight, then the lead is 316. You're listening to BBC, 315, sorry, BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Leicester. "5'6", I'm told by Sam. Sachin Tendulkar was quite small as well, wasn't he? And James Taylor. Barnes from the Lumley end to Peterson. Peterson flicks that down to fine leg for 1. Sun is shining here in Chesley Street. We've got a stiff southwesterly breeze. The wind is going to change direction next week for the Nottinghamshire game. I'm told we're going to get cold winds coming in off the North Sea. And it's doubtful we'll get anything better than about 10 degrees next week. Lots of cold air being sucked over from Scandinavia, and that sea's like a giant fridge at this time of year. Barnes into Jones. Jones plays this off towards square leg for 1. Had Durham been continuing to go along at 5 and over as they were, then I think a declaration with 10 overs to go would probably have enough on the board, because they'd then be backing themselves to do a job and bowl Leicestershire out. Barnes, oh, Yorker length ball to Peterson, going down the leg side. Hit him just above the ankle, going down the leg side by the looks of things. $162 for 1. Peterson cuts, ball goes out through the covers for 1 run. Well, they've had 3 runs in 4 balls here. The run rate's just fractionally dropped below 5, 4.8 at the moment. Liverpool were 3-0 up in the semi-final against Man City and have ended up winning 3-2. Notts are 178 for 7 now. Tom Moores has gone, caught in the slips for 30, and they lead by Glamorgan by 101 in their second innings. An attempted drive from Jones, playing a miss.
Overs. The only wicket fall out of Sean Dixon, who was caught by Will Davis at long after bowling up Eddie Barnes for 18.
Barnes in. Jones drives out into the covers for 1.
When Durham declare and get Leicestershire back. Lead at the moment is 319.
And that is the end of the over. So 16 to go today. The lead is 319. There's 16 overs to go tonight. That's an hour's worth of play generally. So finishing around about 25 past 6, half 6, which is generally the norm. They rarely ever finish at 6 o'clock like they're meant to. Like hen's teeth days like that.
Apologies about that. All sorts of Tigers fans being questioned live outside the ground. In goes Ackerman, and Rhodes even bowls and pushed back past him by Jones, who's playing with himself at the moment, as is Peterson. I wonder, the 12th man came out with a fairly unnecessary drink and possibly a message. The lead 320, 15 overs after this, so would be 13 if the declaration came, which it won't after this over. Attempted reverse sweep and he semi-connects. Keegan Peterson runs out towards backward point, single taken. He moves on to 6 of 15 balls. Momentum has just dropped a fraction since Dixon was out, understandably. Really, Rhodes is in and bowls turned out towards mid-wicket. Ackerman gets to the ball, so no run there.
You would feel if Hassan Azad's, you know, he's got his eye in at the minute, hasn't he, the way he's been playing the last 2 matches.
Rhodes bowls, driven aerially out towards the extra cover boundary, very pleasantly, classically. Did it go all the way? Yes, says Ben Mike.
Did, yeah.
He's waiting for confirmation, umpire O'Shaughnessy, and that was a lovely shot.
So casual, wasn't it? He just lofted it into the air,
into the shadows down there in front of the players' changing rooms in the Don Robson Pavilion. Lovely shot. So all my guff about the momentum dropping proved to be just that. In goes Rhodes bowls and just calmly turned by Jones down through the vacant mid-on area to Mike at long on. Throws on the bounce to Harris Swindles behind the stump, single taken. So 10 off the over thus far. 1 ball to go. The lead now 3-2-8. Rhodes bowls. Back goes Peterson, turns his wrists on it, but only as far as Ackerman at shortish mid-wicket. He's on the bush there. End of the over, 173 now for 1. As I say, the lead 3-2-8. Jones has moved on to 75, so his first class career best very much within sight now.
Yeah, what was that, 85? And
I think that's what you said. 15 overs remain
82
to be
at
bowled
Notts
today. So he's only 7 short.
Yeah, he got 82 at Notts in 2020. It was the final game of the Bob Willis Trophy group, and 81 against Glamorgan last year. He also got 78 in a win at Worcester, adding 171 with David Bedingham for the 5th wicket. Bedingham making 121 on that occasion. And he made 46 against Notts last year as well. He's on strike, and he's faced 98 balls so far for his 75. Bowler comes in, that's cut hard out through, driven really through to the covers for 1.
Paul thinks 5 more big overs and then declare.
Yeah,
That would be that would give 8 overs.
James Bracey has got 100 for Gloucestershire against Yorkshire, 104. They're currently 67 runs ahead of Yorkshire at 216 for 6 in their second innings. That's his 2nd century of the season. Peterson down the track, flicks one down to fine leg for 1. Off Barnes.
Liverpool have won, but only by 3-2.
Yeah.
Oh, we should have warned you really in case you were.
I've already spoiled it for everybody.
Okay.
I would normally preface it with the phrase, if you don't want to know that Liverpool have won 3-2, don't listen to this. Driven once more by Jones out towards the cover area for 1. Single ball here, isn't it? The run rate's gone back up to 5, with help with that 6, and dropped to 4.8. First innings was about 2.5, 3 and over, wasn't it?
It was for Leicestershire. Durham scored on that first day with Beddingham and Dixon going nicely in the afternoon. That was.
I think I remember seeing Leicestershire had 2.3 on the board at one point.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Good bowling though. Potts was great this morning.
Peterson's on 7 from 17. Pushes this one short on the leg side. There's a fielder close in there who snaffles that one. Loitering in that area is Hassan Assad. Two balls left of this over. Decent length delivery there from Barnes. You could hear the extra effort as he delivered that one. It was right on a length and defended by Peterson. Jones has faced 100 balls for his 77. Durham lead by 331 on this third day evening session. How far into the fourth day will the game go tomorrow? Will it go right to the final over? Barnes for the final time in this over. Dropped down into the offside by Peterson, and that is a dot ball, and that is the end of the over. Leads 3-3-1.
It would be a brave declaration now, you would have thought. So I don't think it will come now.
Well, Scott Borthwick played in that game when Yorkshire chased 3-9, I think it was.
Did he play in the game when Durham won against Leicestershire, having followed on?
No, he was at Surrey then.
Okay. George Rhodes, the sacrificial lamb with the ball, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, will continue from this Finkel end of the ground. 8 overs, none for 38 for George at the moment. He's got a single saving fielder at both short third and sort of short final leg. In he goes and bowls, looking to turn it into the leg side. Jones doesn't get anything on it. Swindles doesn't take it cleanly. He was going to show it to the stumps in his right gauntlet. In goes Rhodes again, back goes Jones, and does successfully turn it into the leg side this time. Thinks about a second. Peterson was keener than Jones, as it turned out. It wasn't a great throw from Barnes, but they did make Peterson go back into his ground.
Oh, Hampshire look like they're about to lose to Surrey. They're 226 for 9. Still 18 runs behind at the Oval. Following on as well.
That's brought them up short, hasn't it, rather, after last week. Rhodes is in and bowls, hit hard by Peterson, but a good stop. Hit it hard down into the ground and back towards Rhodes, who dived to his right and managed to get two hands to it. Ackerman completed the fielding, coming in from mid-wicket.
Having bowled Sussex out for 174 and enforced the follow-on, it's not been such good news for Derbyshire in the second innings.
Rhodes bowls, reverse swept for 4 by Keegan Peterson. He tossed it up just outside off stump, and without the third man, quite wide. He's up there really well. She might as well stay down there. Anyway,
a big stride as you can get in for a 5'6" batsman. He stepped really hugely across to that one and thwacked it away. Sussex are 254 for 2 in their second innings following on, so they're making a far better fist of things this time around.
Rhodes is in. Peterson is driving conventionally through mid-off down to long-off for 1. Davis underarms the ball back to Rhodes. 182 for 1. The lead 3-3-7. 1 ball to go in the over. 13 to go after it. If the declaration was now, there'd be 11 left in the day. And now, a little bit tardily, I suspect, Welsh goes back from backward point to the third man boundary. Rhodes steps and bowls, and just turned calmly by Jones out towards Ackerman at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over.
Right, 3 more runs and we're into record run chase territory here, so...
Well, they're high up on their stats, Leicester. They'll be aware of that, you would have thought.
So...
And I'm sure Durham too.
If you bat 3 more overs, I mean, I'm just surmising here, I don't know what the plan is, but bat 3 more overs to 10, declare, you'd probably have a lead of around about 350-ish. That would then lose 2 overs today for the declaration, so you have 8 overs, half an hour to have a go at the opposition, try and see if you can get a couple of early wickets.
You've got 104 overs then at Leicestershire to bowl them out, so does Borthwick feel that's enough? He wants kind of maybe keep Leicestershire interested in a funny sort of way, play the few shots.
Barnes in here now to Peterson, who hits it up towards mid-on and goes for a quick single. I think it'll take most of tomorrow, if not all of tomorrow, to try and bowl them out.
In which case, you'd think he'd want at least 6 tonight and try and get 1.
I mean, they managed to bat 111 overs in the first innings, didn't they?
Yeah, different when you're really under the pump, under the cosh, so to speak. All these thoughts will be going through Borthwick's mind, or maybe not, maybe he's set already.
Barnes in, pulled by Jones down towards fine leg. Is it going to go for 4? It is. Callum Parkinson can't cut it off. There's another factor here. Jones is now on 82. You might have been told if you want your 100, go move on.
Is that equal to his, what was it, 83? Did you say
84? 82, wasn't it? So he's equalled his previous best at Notts in 2020, so...
He's level with it. Yeah, but, yeah, time is slightly limited if he just want that 100. You would have thought, I don't imagine it'll be in Borthwick's calculations.
104 balls he's faced now. The lead is 342, so we're into record run chase territory as well. Barnes bowls. Jones drives the ball out into the covers. He moves on to 83, his highest first-class score.
So the drinks are on him tonight. Davis is starting to warm up again. Leicestershire anticipating staying out there, and they're bringing the fielders in for Keegan Peterson a little bit.
Barnes in, Peterson forward, defends, no run.
I suspect he's constitutionally incapable of giving it away, Peterson. So he'll keep playing properly. Proper batter, as they say in North Yorks. It would be 10 left to Durham to bowl at Leicestershire if the Borthwick declares at the end of this over.
Barnes in, defended again by Keegan Peterson. Last ball of the over from Barnes to Peterson. Peterson plays the ball nicely past the bowler. Long on and long off converge together. The far end of the pitch. You get 1 run and he'll keep strike.
Probably isn't ideal from...
It's 3-4-4.
Durham's point of view. So no declaration, which means it'll be less than 10 overs, whatever happens. Yeah, funny sort of equation, but pretty sure I'd want Leicestershire to stay interested, just so that they're prepared to play their shots. Occasionally, at least, prepared to take a risk or two. George Rhodes, 10th over is in and bowls. Back goes Peterson, just dabbing it out into the offside, and no run to be had there because Louis Kimber is quite quick to the ball.
Surrey have won by an innings and 17 runs against Hampshire.
Rhodes bowls, tosses it up a little bit, driven, on-driven. Puff of dust as bat and ball and ground came together down towards long on. Single taken. Peterson onto 15 from 29. Jones 83 off 105. Every run here on in improves his first-class career best. Rhodes bowls to him. He plays it firmly back down the pitch to George Rhodes. Leicestershire happy enough with that. We attempt another off drive for 6. He goes back to that one, and with no fielders saving one on the offside, just pushes it out towards extra cover. Kimber comes in to meet the ball. Single is jogged. He moves on to 84, surely. Yes, scoreboard is stopped again. Rhodes is in. Bowls. Peterson back on his stumps, turns it out towards mid-wicket. Evans fields. Evans must be wondering whether he will be strapping on the pads shortly. He and Azad, Leicestershire's openers. 190, the lead 3-4-5 then, as Rhodes is in. Little reverse sweep by Michael Jones, neatly played down towards third man, and the single is taken. No movement from the Durham balcony. So 11 remain today. Would have been 9 had the declaration come. So another over to come. 3-4-8 the lead. 100, and if the declaration were to come at the end of the next over, 96 plus 8 would be 104. Overs left to Durham to bowl Leicestershire out again at 3.5 and over-ish. We must be getting close, mustn't we?
Just heard Welsh saying to one of his colleagues as he's running across the field, we're running out of steam now. So,
no kidding.
Yeah, I think the steam tank's empty and there's no coal in it at the moment. 85 Jones has then. 3-4-8 the lead. Davis replaces Barnes, and the first delivery's wide of off stump through to the keeper.
Little flock of seagulls. That's another band for you. It's back.
If I ran.
Atop the health club.
What else did they sing? I ran and flock of seagulls. It was a good album, that. If I had a photograph of you, that was on there as well, I think. Davis, none for 44 so far. Driven by Jones out towards deep extra cover. He's bowling them quite wide of off stumps here. So Jones leaning a long way to middle that one.
Steve Roberts, Leicestershire to save the game. Well, who knows?
They could bat out tomorrow. I've
Yes.
seen lots of teams do it in recent years.
Absolutely. Did it last week, can they do it again?
Bowler into Peterson. Drops it down to Welsh at third man for 1. That's the 350 lead in the 40th over.
Pitch here is truer, although it was a pretty good cricket wicket at the Upton Steel last week. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers. Less you would have thought in this one.
Get on with it. Right, Jones is on 86. 3 balls left of this over. It's a Yorker, it's actually a full toss. He's played it out towards wide, long on for 1. Up towards the Health Club. Something's got those gulls up and away, haven't they? They're all circling around us now. Maybe they've been out at sea all day and they've just come back in looking for a landing zone somewhere. Leads 3-5-1 now. Peterson on strike. Scoreboard's frozen again. Cuts hard at that one and plays it out through deep extra cover. Might go for 4, it won't. It'll be cut off. He'll get 2, 1 for the throw. They're going 1 for the throw. Yes, he says. Yeah, go, 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 go. 3-5 for the lead.
200 up.
And the 200 up as well.
Is it? I'm just wondering whether the scoreboard... Oh, is it?
No, it's not. It's 199. Yeah, it's caught up.
It's either frozen or lightning fast. Mostly lightning fast.
Right, Jones on strike on 87 from 111 balls. Davis bowling to him. Last ball of the over. Another wide-ish delivery. That's that down towards backward point. And that's the 200 runs for Durham. 39.6 overs, so 40 overs. Are they going to go off or not?
5 and over. No, they're not. The lead 3-5-5. 8 would have been left, so it'll be 7 now. So, number of overs available to bowl Leicestershire will be now a maximum of...
Oh, a monitor is looking at the Durham balcony where somebody's practicing golf shots.
Yeah, nobody. It doesn't look to be everybody in whites or anything.
No.
It would be 103 left now. Declaration at the end of this over. Rhodes will continue from the Finkel end of the ground. Looks around him, sees everybody pretty much on the boundary. Comes in and bowls. Back goes Jones and cuts it down towards very wide third man stroke deep backward point where Ben Mike is in the shadows down there in front of the Health Club. Single taken.
Chris says we need to declare.
Jones on to 89. The lead 3-5-6 round the wicket. This time goes Rhodes to Peterson, who just turns the delivery calmly to Ackerman at mid-wicket. Ackerman applauds every dot ball. Rhodes bowls again. Peterson clips out towards mid-wicket. Could be 2. Evans gets to it fairly quickly though, and Jones turned but half-heartedly knew that there was going to be just the single on that occasion. It's the 50 partnership between Michael Jones and Keegan Peterson. It's come off 63 balls in 37 minutes. Back over the wicket goes Rhodes and bowls. Stands up tall. Jones plays it firmly back past the bowler on the onside. Welsh, the steamless, steam reduced, goes in to meet the ball. Single taken again, 203. Lead 3-5-8. 2 balls left in the over. Back round goes Rhodes to Peterson, who goes back on his stumps, turns it out to mid-wicket. Evans comes running into field. Single is taken. Almost 10-6. Be 9 overs after this, so it could be 7 overs if if the declaration comes. Rhodes bowls, clipped by Jones, but again straight to Ackerman, and that is the end of the over, and still no declaration. The lead 359, so Leicestershire would need 360 to win, which would, as Martin has told, be very much a record here in terms of run chases on the Riverside ground. It's going to be more than that though, because we're going to have at least one more over.
Well, is the plan to let Jones get his 100?
I can't believe that's in his calculations.
This is what they did last year with Jack Burnham, and he ended up being stuck in the 90s for ages before they declared against Worcestershire.
And did it cost? Was it
No, they won it. But,
they did still win it anyway.
I'm trying to remember who came in. Ned Eckersley came in and actually nearly overtook him. He was just smashing the ball all over the place. So remember, we've got 9 overs to go tonight. I mean, Durham could bat through the whole lot and then declare and bowl tomorrow, but equally, if they are to declare tonight, you lose 2 overs. Peterson looks to ramp one from Davis. It's gone down the leg side. He's missed it. And there's no point in declaring mid-over. You may as well declare at the end of the over, if there is to be a declaration. Paul Bennett's emailed, with increased emphasis on player welfare and precautions now rightly being taken in sport to avoid playing on an injury, isn't it time that cricket allowed subs for all game-ending injuries? Teams don't travel with just 12 players any longer, so choosing 3 subs shouldn't be a problem. Davis to Peterson. Peterson drives out into the covers. There's 3 men out there towards the boundary, 1 run.
I kind of agree, but we spoke about it yesterday, didn't we? About the danger of sort of tactical injuries and things like that.
He said, I would suggest the umpires should authorise substitutions following assessment of an injured player by his physio, and if required by them, also by the opposing physio. I think we can rely upon the integrity of all parties. Of course you can, Paul.
Do you?
Of course you can, Paul.
Okay.
And then he sent us a follow-up email as Davis bowls a full toss to Jones, who goes down on one knee and drives and misses the ball. Ends up with the keeper. He says, I fear we're leaving it too late to declare.
Yeah, even Leicestershire fans, they're quite pleased about it. I find, quote, Mike, finding it hard to see why they're delaying a declaration here.
After Chris said we need to declare, Nick has said this is painful, get them stuck in, and Chris says absolutely agree, absolutely ridiculous. But it's not ridiculous.
It's cautious.
Well, that's got to be wide,
is it?
Come on,
Ooh,
get
maybe
your
not.
arms up. Whereas that's gone off the side of the wicket. Jones is looking back at Ben Debenham, the umpire, is like, come on, what's going on here?
Yeah. 2 balls left in the over. 90 for Jones. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Might just be thinking about it. Borthwick, the 100.
Davis in again. Tapped down into the floor. They're appealing half-heartedly for. He's played it into the ground and it's looped up into the keeper's gloves. The thing is, Davis here is bowling everything really wide of the stumps,
which is a legitimate tactic in the circumstances.
So what Jones has got to do here, if he wants to run, he's got to have to step across.
Exactly.
He's got to gamble and step across early.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a pretty good idea where it's going to go, Michael Jones. Get yourself there.
Here comes the bowler again, and that's speared down a leg side this time.
Yeah. It's a good over from Davis.
Just 1 run from it.
Good over.
Run rate drops to 4.98 overs to go. That's half an hour's play.
Still no declaration.
Chatishwar Pujara for Sussex has got his first half century for them.
So it'll be 5 at the very most this evening, and just 101 overall.
In their second innings, 270 for 2. The skipper Tom Haynes has got 157. And Sussex are now 61 runs shy of Derbyshire's mammoth first innings total of 505 for 8 declared. They are following on.
Brett Oliveira declared overnight last week at the Upton Steel, and it wasn't quite enough as it turned out. Rhodes is in, bowls. Peterson is lofting the ball into the air. It's going to land safely, I think. Yes, it is. Parkinson ran in from the cover boundary and couldn't get there. One taken. Peterson, yeah, just doesn't convince when it comes to slogging. It just isn't in his nature, really. Or big hitting. He moves on to 24 of 38. Jones on 90. Sun now behind Cloud. Round the wicket goes Rhodes and bowls, and just turned by Jones to mid-wicket. Now, big hitting being attempted. He remains on 90. Rhodes is in again to him. He goes back, turns again to mid-wicket. Again, Ackerman fields again. There is no run.
I don't think they're going to declare while Jones is in the 90s. I think they'll want him to get his 100.
I'm sure they'd want a little burst tonight, just in case. Rhodes is in. Jones just defends it back down the pitch to Rhodes. Perhaps they've had word saying that we're not going to declare tonight. As long as you get it by the end of the day, that's up to you. In which case, he's got plenty of time. Rhodes is in. Down the wicket goes Jones, and then just pushes it back to Rhodes. So just 2 runs off the last 11 deliveries. Rhodes in, bowls, clipped, just short of mid-wicket by Jones. I thought for a minute he might just have made a mistake there, but it did fall about a foot or so short of Ackerman. So just a single off each of the last 2 overs. 206 for one, the lead 361. No declaration, so there would be only just the 4 tonight if it comes at the end of this over. Otherwise 7.
There's a few players looking at something on the balcony. 1 or 2 in whites. They're all staring down at something. Maybe they're going through the stat sheets. Tim van der Houten is causing a few problems for Notts. Their lead over Glamorgan is 121. They're in their second innings at 198 for 9 after Glamorgan had a lead of 77. Keegan Peterson on strike as Davis bowls another wideish delivery. Peterson dabs it away out towards the covers for 1. That brings Jones on to strike, who's on 90. The lead's 361 now. Remember what Yorkshire did on that declaration in 2013. Declaration came just after tea from memory, and they basically batted and then got up to tea the following day, the final day, and the idea was they would assess where they were and decide whether they could go for it after tea, and they were in such a good position where they could throw wickets at it. They did. It's a one-off. That's a full toss driven by Jones up to the cover boundary. Got 3 men on that cover side of the ground, the Castle side, 4 in fact, with Wells just down below us. They're all about 80 metres from the bat. Still about another 20 metres to go to the boundary behind them. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Leicester. 2 minutes to 6. It's a Saturday, isn't it? It's a Saturday. Davis, full toss to Peterson. He plays that out into the covers for 1. I was absolutely convinced yesterday was Saturday, and I've been thinking today's Sunday.
Might be quite a noisy night in Durham tonight then, you think? Stopping Saturday night.
Stephen Mitchell's tweeted a question, as I'll address in a second, as Davis comes in. Jones drives another full toss out of the fielders at the cover boundary, 1 run. He says, how much confidence will Michael Jones get from getting 100 this early in the season? Probably worth a few extra overs of batting. Good point, I suppose.
It'll all be very worthwhile if Durham go on to enforce the victory. If they don't, and Leicestershire are sort of 7 down or something like that, then I suspect questions might be asked of the skipper.
Peterson on strike. And that's another single out to the covers. Every ball's going out there. Is it Ackerman fielding out there?
Yeah, it is.
Just about every delivery's going to him.
You know, he or Evans.
Right, 2 balls left of this over, and Jones is on 92. Davies is trying to bowl Yorker length balls. That's a full toss again. It's out towards the covers once more. That Evans fielding that one?
It was.
What's going on here then? Is that the end of the over? So a single off every delivery there. Every one of them was a full toss. Probably an attempted Yorker, and every one of them went to the covers. And Durham now are 367 ahead.
6 overs remain. Would be 3 then, because they're not declaring now. So I don't think it doesn't look that way. It looks like it's going to be an overnight job, in which case he has 6 overs, which I'm sure will be plenty. Michael Jones on 93, not out. Round the wicket to him goes George Rhodes and bowls. He just calmly turns it off for 1, slightly wide of Ackerman, who athletically gets to the ball and whips in a sidearm throw to Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper. Peterson had comfortably made his ground, so Swindles didn't bother demolishing the stumps. Rhodes staying round the wicket to the South Africa international. In bowls, big drive out into the offside. Has he found the gap? No, he hasn't, because he didn't really get hold of it that much. He was in the air for a long time, and Parkinson is the first to the ball, running in from the cover boundary. 1 taken, 2 taken actually. Took him a while to get there, so he is quick between the wickets. Peterson on to 29. Rhodes over the wicket. Bowls. Peterson down the track looking to work it. Comes off a bit of a thick leading edge as he pushes it wide of Kimber, who chases after the ball. Throws low because the sun is coming low over the top of the pavilion now into the eyes of Harry Swindles. 1 taken. Could he go to his 100 with a 6? Go on, see if you can talk him into it.
Through our window. Rhodes round the wicket. Nudge forward from Jones.
He doesn't want to risk it, does he? I don't blame him.
I think they've been told,
yeah,
you bat tonight, 100, and we'll come back in the morning.
Yeah, it looks that way. When the bowlers have had a massage and a rest.
And a good night's sleep. Little reverse sweep from him for 1. Moves him on to 95 from 130 balls. Doesn't look like anybody's very fresh on the balcony.
No, I think the guys in white are those who would come in.
Yeah.
With the bat.
There's quite a lot of them just got their tracksuits on. Bowler comes in again. 1 run to Peterson. Chris says it's a Saturday, which means I can listen to you no more. Lisa Tarbuck rules the roost for the next 2 hours, and I don't make the rules, he says.
What?
On Radio 2.
Oh, okay.
Quite an what's the word I'm looking for? Not irrelevant. Irreverent. It's quite a good listen.
Irreverent.
Irreverent, that's it. Irreverent listen. It's quite a good listen. Good fun. Quite often listen to that show on a Saturday when heading down the motorway in the summer to a game.
5 overs remain then in the day's play, and it doesn't look like now there will be a declaration, so we should get all 5 just after 6 o'clock, so finish about 20 past, something like that. First of them will be bowled by Will Davis. We've got a fair idea where he's going to bowl. Very wide, very full. Davis is in. Bowls very wide. Well, not very wide, a bit straighter than usual. Even so, tried to crash it through the offside. Keegan Peterson didn't get it, and a thick bottom edge bounces back down the pitch towards Davis, and Peterson just gently whacks his pads in irritation rather than anger that he wasn't able to get it away. So they'll have a lead after sort of best part of 5 more overs of close to 400 essentially in Durham, and they will come back tomorrow with 96 overs and try and bowl Leicestershire out. leaving Leicestershire needing 4 and over. Davis is in, bowls very wide. Peterson does manage to get a bat on it somehow, bottom edge, and it just bounces down towards Swindles. So a good dot delivery by Will Davis, who's bowling purely and simply to restrict. 13.2 overs, none for 58 for him. Very quiet at the ground now as Davis is in again to Peterson. That's a straighter one, and Peterson is able to whip it away off middle and leg down towards long leg, where Parkinson is the fielder, and take 1 brings Jones on to strike on 95. There's a chance he could. I don't think Davis will give him one to hit high over mid wicket. I'd be surprised. Should we take a chance, or do you want to see if he does go for the big one? I don't think he is, though. As you say, I don't think the declaration is going to come. I think he'll take it as it comes, the runs. So I don't think he'll go for the big hit here, as Davis is in and bowls to him. He manages to reach that far wide one and cut it away. It's going to be 2 as Kimber has to roll, having saved it. So it'll be 3 needed by Jones for his 100. He moves on to 97, 2-1 for 1, and Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. We'll see if he can see him over the line.
I think he does have a 100 in an ODI, is he? Maybe not. 87 on his debut in an ODI for Scotland against Ireland in Dubai in 2018. He's faced 131 balls. That's another wideish full toss from Davis. It goes down to third man, so he comes on to 98. What I think I wouldn't want to see, and I think what most Durham members would not want to see tomorrow, is Durham batting tomorrow.
Oh, surely.
For any length of time. That would be daft.
Because they'd lose 2 overs.
Yeah. And I do think it will take them all day if they're going to get 10 wickets to get them. Peterson's got a very open stance here, hasn't he? That is a wide. Yeah. Well, his body language said it all there. As if to say, come on, umpire, that's ridiculous. It's gone off the side of the track. He was face on to the bowler, wasn't he?
Trying to make the bowler go wide.
Yeah.
Maybe and it kind of worked in a way, because Davis went that a bit too far wide. Davis is in outside off stump.
I can't remember whose end this is now.
Well, we've been swapping around a little bit just to see if you could see Jones over the line, and that was cut by Peterson out towards deep back point, and he takes 1. That is the end of the over. So Peterson actually keeps the strike there with 4 overs to go today. Welsh stretches down below us at third man, touches his toes, but it wasn't most convincing of stretches from Nick Welsh. He was slightly bent knees there. He's a long
could actually could have a shorter day here if they declare with 2 overs to go tonight. Then
yeah, but that wouldn't make any sense, would it? It really wouldn't.
Gone a bit gloomy again in now, isn't it? Still in April, the sun dips in the western sky. So is it Rhodes now? Is it? This is your end, isn't it?
Kind of, but I'll start if you like until Jones gets on strike on 98. But it's Peterson on 33 now, as round the wicket goes Rhodes and bowls to him. He's down the wicket, he's dropped him, drove it straight back to him, hit it hard, but he got 2 hands to it to his right. So Rhodes gets a consoling pat on the back from Colin Ackerman, who's there, and he's only got himself to blame for not hanging on. He's in again and bowls. Again, he's hitting high into the air, bounces unconvincingly around about the cover area. Parkinson comes in and fields and underarms the ball in. Peterson on to 34, 225 for 1. Now the field's coming in for Jones. Ackerman.
That's it. They've sat miles away for the last hour or more, and now they all come in to try and stop them getting 2 runs.
Well, just so make the young man think about it.
Well, he can try and lob one over the top then, can't he?
He absolutely can.
They're all around the ring.
Some are, some aren't.
Well, hang on.
Long on and mid wicket are
Yeah,
staying
mid long on went into mid on and has been told to come back to long on, and deep mid wicket's still out there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the offside. Short mid wicket in there. Got a short mid on and a long on. Square leg gully. There's that. The ball that comes in, and Jones taps this one away off to the leg side. No run there. Looking to be the 3rd centurion in this match for Durham, and the 314th in their first class history. A little reverse paddle, no good. It's gone straight to the fielder. And in the week where they celebrate their 30th first class anniversary. 2 balls left of this over. Can you imagine if we get to the end of the day's play and he hasn't got his 100? There's 3.2 overs left to go. Rhodes comes in and bowls. It's a dot ball. He's played it straight to Ackerman at short mid wicket. Might not get there tonight, you know.
Would he do an Atherton on Hick? Scott Borthwick tomorrow morning. So you had your chance.
Run rate's 4.8. Rhodes bowls. Jones drives. He's got it away through the covers for 4. His first century. Well done, Michael Jones. Batted aggressively. Raises his bat. And it's coming 136 balls. 4. What is it? 3 4s and 3 6s. Been a lot of running that mine for 100, hasn't it? There's only been the 6 boundaries.
A lot of fielders on the boundary, of course, so he had to run a lot. He would have had a few boundaries in other circumstances, one suspects. So there will definitely not be a declaration tonight because Durham batting on. They're not going to have a single over. Will Davis lots of pats on the back really for his for having kept going as long as he did, but that's it for him now. 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 64. It'll be the captain Colin Ackerman who'll finish off with a couple of overs from the Lumley end, while Rhodes bowls what's the single over that's left from the Finkel end. Changes in the field. Offside field being sort of brought in by sort of 15 yards generally, so it theoretically is a 2 saving field as well as a 4, they hope. Rhodes goes in and he's bunted away in the air by Keegan Peterson out towards long off. Barnes is into field, just the one. They're oyster catchers making that noise. Okay. They would normally be pitter-pattering about on the edge of the sea, wouldn't they?
Oh, the back of our house on the river.
Ackerman goes in, he goes for the big cut, and I think he cut it down into the ground. Let's see if there's a signal, because it's come off the wicketkeeper, bounced out towards cover. He did. So Jones picks up another, moves on to 103.
Big question here now is, who do they put up for the close of play interview? Matty Potts with his career best 6 foot, or Jones for his first 100?
That's a nice dilemma for you. In goes Ackerman and bowls. Peterson goes back and pulls hard down into the ground out towards deep mid wicket. Azad is the fielder out there. He hasn't been in the game for a while. I suspect he's probably quite relieved not to be facing a few overs tonight in tricky light with nothing whatsoever to gain. Rhodes, Ackerman is in. A big hit over mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4. I don't know whether Azad didn't pick that. Did it go all the way? It did. Bounced before it got the advertising hoardings, and Azad didn't seem to pick it up like Parkinson before him over there. Now, umpire O'Shaughnessy is saying he's pointing over towards mid. What's he pointing at the mid wicket? And everybody's standing looking. Is there some question about?
Is that the helicopter?
I don't know. I wasn't sure it had. Now nobody's. I don't think. He's sure it actually went for 6. No, hang on. Look. Yep, 4.
Oh.
I thought
the
it
Leicestershire player signalled 6.
No, he didn't.
I thought him put his fingers up like that.
Because Azad dived kind of towards it, so it was a 4. In goes Ackerman and Bowles. Tries to slash away on the offside. Jones, and there is no run. Ackerman in again. Jones goes back, plays it firmly out through mid-off to long-off, takes 1. Sure, it bounced just before and has been confirmed as such. Not that it makes too much difference in the overall context of the game. 237 for 1. Durham. 2 overs remain to be bowled today. They lead by 392, so we can assume that Leicestershire tomorrow, if they're going to win it, we're going to have to score it well over 4 and over, because there'll only be 96 overs in which they'll need to score over 400. So it will be, certainly for the first 2 sessions, a pretty defensive, if we last 2 sessions, a pretty defensive operation.
And he's out. Well, he's looking to turn that around the corner there, and he's gone LBW, hasn't he? They were laughing.
Yes, he has. Yeah, because it was so straight. I think it was a
LBW to Rhodes for 108.
Yeah. Well, might as well send someone in to replace him now, because there's no point in declaring. Well batted, Michael Jones. 108 off 141 balls.
And the partnership has ended at 85. Good knock that, Michael Jones. You'll be pleased with that as well.
Raises his bat to the pavilion. Scott Borthwick comes out to replace him. I've got 2.5 minutes until my final update of the day. He's having a chat in mid-pitch in the glooming now. Throws the ball to George Rhodes. 14.1 overs, 1 for 64 for George. His first class wicket of the season. Does have a few to his name. I'll look it up in a minute. I better go get ready for the update, which is now 1.5 minutes away.
The batsman then is Scott Borthwick, the skipper. Plays the first ball from Rhodes to the bowler, back to the bowler. A lot of flight in that delivery. So far 3 balls, a wicket, 2 dots. 237 for 2, and they need 392. That's another dot ball played back towards the bowler's end. 8 balls left tonight, so not much action left. We might just get in before 6:25 actually. was the initial theory for when play might finish. That was when the last 16 overs started. It's a little tickle down the leg side from Borthwick, but doesn't go far.
He's looking at a wicket maiden, George, here. If this is a dot ball. Can he do it?
And it is. It's dug out by Borthwick. They're appealing for LBW, but he clearly got a lot of bat on that. One over to go then. Wicket maiden from Rhodes.
Well, what a nice way for him to finish what was a pretty brutal spell one way or another, and he's getting lots of smiling congratulations from his teammates. Sacrificed for the cause. He did at least have that little moment in the sun at the end. So 1 over to go. The lead 392. Can they leave Leicestershire needing around 400? They'd need a 7 off this over to do it. But this will surely be the well, it's obviously the final over of the day, but surely be the final over of the Durham second innings. Ackerman around the wicket, bowls to Peterson, who just goes back and dabs it out into the vacant offside and jogs 1. He's not going to give it away, Peterson. He's going to have a blob. And who can blame him, really? 37 not out of 53 balls. Strike rate of 70. Borthwick's faced 5 balls without scoring a run, which is a little baffling. Might pick up a few, might as well. Extend his side's lead. Well, we have a fairly conventional field now. Leg slip, slip. Single savers. Will he try and go big? Round the wicket goes Ackerman to him and bowls. No, he won't. He'll just push it off middle and leg out towards Kimber at mid wicket. No run. Well, we're going to go into the 4th day. All results still possible as Ackerman is in, and that's turned out to mid wicket. Good diving stop by Louis Kimber, because he meant that one. Scott Borthwick whipped it away, but Kimber dived to his left and made the stop. Ackerman is in. Defence on the front foot is Borthwick again, pushing to Kimber, who just picks up. 2 balls left in the day, which has firmly belonged to Durham. In goes Ackerman and bowls. Borthwick pushes out to square leg, where this time Welsh is the fielder. He too has to tumble, but tumble he does successfully. Ackerman is in. Borthwick goes back, pushes to mid-wicket and does get off the mark with 1. That, ladies and gentlemen, concludes proceedings for the day. Durham close the 3rd day on 239 for 2. They lead Leicestershire by 394 runs. It will be up to Scott Borthwick. He can sleep on it and decide whether he will declare overnight or come out tomorrow and see if he can biff a few extra runs. Leicestershire stuck at it, but without their 2 key bowlers, Messrs Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks, they were very much up against it on a flat track, and there was a wonderful century for Michael Jones, his first in first-class cricket. I will go and update BBC Radio Leicester, and Martin will finish off here from the Emirates Riverside.
Yes, thanks Richard. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 11:45 with the build-up. We'll be playing tonight's close of play interviews. Can't see any reason whatsoever why Durham should bat any more than they have done now. That is more than a sufficient lead. It's 394 runs, and it's more than enough to play with. They've given themselves 96 overs tomorrow to try and bowl Leicestershire out and win the game. Remember, last week Hassan Assad batted the entire final day against Worcestershire, made 104 and had the final player at the other end for an hour and a half with him as they rescued a draw there. And if Durham find themselves in a similar position tomorrow, and I think it will take a lot of effort on this track to get 10 wickets tomorrow, then they could be kicking themselves. They want to make sure this is not the one that gets away, because they've dominated this game Nice to see that Michael Jones got his century, some aggressive batting from him, and Sean Dixon at the top of the order saw Durham make 152 inside 30 overs. By that point the lead was 307, and when Jones eventually went, Durham were then 237 for 2, so add on another 155 there. You know, that's 380, 390, wasn't it? Something like that. So anyway, that's the situation. I would imagine a declaration overnight and have a dart at Leicestershire first thing in the morning. Thanks for all of your messages today. It's been nice to hear from you all again, and we'll see you tomorrow.